Chapter 4451 Duty 4 There was strength in numbers. This truth had been acknowledged across existence since the earliest days when the first beings clustered together for protection against threats they could not face alone. Many had proclaimed that if one simply possessed sufficient quantity, quality became secondary concern. Accumulate enough, gather enough, amass enough. This was true, but only to an extent. If there existed a terrifying army of knights numbering 100, each capable of massacring a peasant with single swing of their blade, trained warriors encased in armor that deflected weak strikes, wielding weapons that cleave through unprotected flesh like scythes through wheat, then even 1,000 peasants might not accomplish much against them. The peasants would charge. The knights would cut them down in swathes. Bodies would pile. Blood would flow. And the knights would stand victorious over a mountain of corpses. But if 1,000,000 peasants with no individual power swarmed these same 100 knights, the calculus shifted dramatically. The sheer exhaustion after cutting down thousands would accumulate. Arms would tire from endless swinging, armor would dent under cumulative impacts of countless weak strikes. Eventually, dozens of these invincible knights would fall, not from single devastating blow, but from being gradually ripped apart by weak peasants who simply refused to stop coming. There was strength in numbers, yes, but one had to understand how to use these numbers. Where the true strength resided, how to ensure that tens of thousands of peasants did not have to die before achieving results they wanted. The difference between victory and Pyrrhic slaughter lay not in accumulation of bodies, but in tactical application of accumulated force. Wisdom transformed numbers from blunt instrument into a magisterial, tyrannical, surgical weapon, in the desiccated sleeping shore. Protos gazed at the erupting might of the illusory reality avatar of existence with coldness and immensity that exceeded his newly born consciousness. He currently stood in front of Noah. Feeling the interminable gaze of the master behind him, the analytical eyes that observed and wanted to see the results of them facing their first genuine enemy, and the first enemy they faced was 15 times stronger individually than each of them. But so what? The master wanted results, and the master would have results. It was the least that Protos could do to deliver results when the master had done so much for their emergence. When the master had infused them with infinite hunger and purpose, so Protos watched as the avatar of an early creature below made his move. Since he had the honor of being fused into master's glorious glow, his capabilities had grown far beyond his brothers and sisters. His gaze could perceive details that others could not access. This was his master allowed him to come out and lead. When he looked at the avatar, he looked at it through the master's brilliant analytical gaze as details freely displayed themselves. Illusory reality avatar of existence, designation, Aurelius Paradoxus, early creature of the loom, current state, avatar displaying 25% of main body's capability, main body complexity and purity, 6 sextillion, avatar complexity and purity, 1.5. Sextillion, primary authority, civilizational authority of paradox, active principles, 3 grand principles detected, paradoxical manifestation, reality inversion, quantum superposition. THR avatar possesses limited duration outside the loom. Estimated operational time remaining, unknown. Protos processed this information calmly. His words emerged through the communication channel shared exclusively among Primus Inevitability's glorious, disciplined, and unwavering brothers and sisters. Heed my words. The enemy designated Aurelius Paradoxus possesses power exceeding ours individually by a factor of 15. His civilizational authority of paradox is substantial, and 3 grand principles amplify his capabilities significantly. His voice carried weight of a commander addressing his troops. However, this avatar represents merely 25% of his main body's power. Our duty is clear: we must pressure him relentlessly until all of his existence burns under our infinite hunger. His crimson eyes blazed. After the initial impact of this first wave between us, the pivotal moment for us to oppress this much more powerful enemy will appear. Our numbers are our strength. Our coordination is our weapon. Our infinite hunger is our victory. After delivering this assessment, his body began to pulse as he and all his brothers and sisters activated their civilizational resonance. Their combined power had already covered everything in the grandeur of mana and hunger, painting over the paradoxical authority with obsidian blue and gold radiance. At this moment, while over 100 billion primordial fireballs carrying the decimation of 100 quintillion complexity each smashed onto their enemy, Protos gave another order without pause. They had to be relentless against their enemy. Their enemy could not be allowed to breathe, could not be allowed a single moment to recover or counter-strategize. Impose your hunger onto this enemy. Let them experience glimpse of what infinite hunger truly feels. Everyone, activate hunger propagation immediately. The effects of hunger propagation were devastating in their application. To feel the hunger of 100,000 primus inevitabilities simultaneously, to experience that uncontrollable appetite that begins devouring one's own power reserves from within, was to understand why this capability was going to be feared in the not-so-distant future. It was not external assault, it was internal sabotage. The target's own existence would turn against itself. Hunger, consuming power like fire consuming fuel, resources carefully accumulated would be devoured by appetite that had no satiation point. The stronger the target's reserves, the more aggressively the imposed hunger would attempt to consume them. Below their encirclement, Aurelius Paradoxus, the avatar of an early creature, had erupted with terrific power befitting an entity. With 1.5 sextillion complexity and purity, gloriously, his body shone with scintillating golden box of paradox, that pulsed with concentrated civilizational authority. The paradoxical construct absorbed all incoming attacks. 100 billion primordial fireballs smashing against its surface and being negated through reality-defying mechanisms, a paradoxical box that simultaneously existed and didn't exist, that absorbed damage by making the damage paradoxically to never have occurred. This being was so powerful that he withstood the combined attack of 100,000 primus inevitabilities alone and appeared completely unscathed. Within that golden box, he looked up at all of them with hardened gaze that carried recognition of threat but no fear. It was the arrogance of someone who had faced countless lesser beings and emerged victorious. At that precise moment, he felt their imposed hunger, and the radiant and infallible box of paradox rapidly began to deteriorate, as if being consumed by his own internal hunger. Golden light that had been solid and impenetrable started flickering, sections dissolving as the avatar's power reserves were being devoured from within by appetite that had no end. His eyes pulsed with lividity as he recognized what was occurring. His own defenses were eating themselves, his civilizational authority being consumed by a hunger he could not control or dismiss. Chapter 4452 Duty v. When Protos observed this deterioration, he knew the time had come for next phase. His words rang out to his brothers and sisters, the enemy's defenses falter. His paradoxical barrier consumes itself. Be ready for a response. Maintain formation. Maintain duty, and in the next instant, the avatar opened his mouth and roared grandly with a sound that made surrounding existence tremble. Protos analyzed the grandeur of three grand principles shining from this being: paradoxical manifestation, reality inversion, and quantum superposition overlapping on top of each other. They amplified his civilizational authority of paradox exponentially, each principle feeding into the others to create multiplicative effect rather than additive, and the product that came out, boom. The attack was cataclysmic in scope and devastating in intent. Millions of golden paradoxical pillars of light surged upward toward the primus inevitabilities like forest of death growing instantly from below. Each pillar crackled with concentrated civilizational authority of paradox, golden light that seemed to burn reality itself with its passage, half of them shockingly directed and concentrated toward Noah's and Ozymandias' positions specifically, as if the enemy knew exactly who he wanted to eliminate. Time felt like it moved unfathomably slow as Protos gazed at this attack approaching. Through the master, he understood it. In the span of single instant, he spoke to all primus inevitabilities present through their exclusive communication channel. Brothers and sisters, observe the enemy's counter-assault. Designation: Schrödinger's strike. Each golden pillar of paradox carries more than 1 sextillion worth of damage, far exceeding our individual capabilities to withstand. His voice remained steady despite the apocalyptic attack approaching. If touched by even one of these pillars, your existence will be forced into quantum paradox. You will become simultaneously dead and alive in the same state until reality is forced to choose one outcome. The forced choice will almost certainly result in harmful resolution, your existence unraveling as paradox resolves against your favor. His crimson eyes blazed with unwavering conviction. This attack is lethal. This attack is devastating. This attack seeks to eliminate us before we can fulfill our purpose. But I ask you now, brothers and sisters, does this attack exceed our duty? Does this assault surpass our purpose? Can paradoxical death prevent us from serving our master? In that instant, as the attack was coming, as the millions of golden pillars were racing toward them with lethal intent, in the communication channel only for the primus inevitabilities, all those present roared their reply with unified conviction: negative. Our duty is absolute. Our purpose is infinite. We do not falter. We do not fear. We devour all obstacles. Death itself cannot exceed our duty to the master. Protos then looked at the deadly attacks directed toward his master with expression carrying protective fury. Then fulfill your duty. Activate void appetite. Void appetite. This terrifying capability represented one of the most devastating aspects of infinite hunger given tangible form. At this moment, the 100,000 Primus inevitabilities, alongside those in form of civilizational armor fused with Master's people, pulsed with obsidian blue and gold crimson light that erupted from their combined existence. Brilliant stellar tentacle jaws manifested in the surroundings, and they were not physical constructs but conceptual weapons that could consume abstract concepts including damage itself. Their hunger overlapped and resonated, creating zone of absolute consumption where anything that entered would be devoured. These jaws crushed and bit down on the surging pillars of paradox, the golden light that could deal 1 sextillion damage each being met by infinite hunger that had no upper limit. The glorious scene that unfolded was breathtaking in its significance. The light of paradox was being devoured by the jaws of infinite hunger. Golden pillars that had been racing toward them with lethal intent were intercepted by stellar tentacles that wrapped around them and consumed their essence. Many of the jaws shattered and broke under the intense light of paradox, unable to fully contain power that exceeded their individual capacity, but even more replaced them instantly. Infinite hunger regenerating faster than it could be destroyed, in single nanosecond that felt like eternity, the millions of golden pillars of paradox were devoured by a gloriously endless appetite. The attack that should have devastated their forces, that should have eliminated dozens of their number through paradoxical death, was consumed as fuel for their growth instead. All the Primus inevitabilities shone with glorious light of increased power is down below. Aurelius Paradoxus looked up with blazing eyes of absolute lividity from his powerful attack. His Schrodinger's strike that should have been devastating. None of these weak creatures 15 times less powerful than himself had even perished. In fact, the light around them seemed to be getting stronger. His expression shifted from anger to something approaching concerned recognition as he realized his attacks were feeding their growth rather than diminishing their numbers. At such moment, Protos raised his sword commandingly as he bellowed out, "What is our duty?" All inevitabilities raised their swords in synchronized motion as they replied with unified voices, "Our duty is to our master. Our duty is absolute. Our duty is infinite." Protos then boomed out his words with commanding authority. "Then give the master what you devoured. Channel all gain essence toward the civilization." Prompts flashed before Protos. Cataclysmic attack designated Schrodinger's strike has been devoured by grand collective of infinite hunger. Distribution parameters established by the master. All Primus inevitabilities present on the battlefield gain 0.1 quintillion. Complexity and purity each through the grace of the master's framework. Only 0.01 quintillion complexity and purity has been accepted by the master himself. Remaining essence flows across the civilization's foundation, palisades for collective advancement. The master demonstrates generous leadership by prioritizing his forces over personal gain. Protos turned around to gaze at the still armored visage of the master, as his crimson eyes shone with blinding light of duty fulfilled. The master could have taken all of it for himself. Could have absorbed the entire consumed attack to further his own power. Instead, he distributed it among his forces while taking only modest portion for himself. This was why Protos would serve until his existence ceased. While looking at the master with reverence that transcended simple loyalty, he bellowed out with commanding authority, "Advance upon the enemy. Close the encirclement. Do not give him even a moment to recover. Fulfill your duty." The moment he issued this command, the silence that had fallen over the battlefield ended. A new symphony bloomed across existence, not the melancholic melody from before, but something far more aggressive. The beat was high-paced, as if drums of existence were pounding to the beat of rapid heart preparing for decisive confrontation. And this time, there wasn't grand chorus with flowing lyrics. There were only two words that began to echo out with booming fervor as the Primus inevitabilities encirclement closed in tighter around the avatar. Infinite, hunger, boom, infinite. Hunger. Such words blazed across existence like alarm that could not be ignored, a declaration of what they were and what they intended to do. In the next moment, the shields of all Primus inevitabilities and the civilizational armored forces raised their defensive implements in synchronized motion. From their shields, Primus mana arcana glyphs activated with concentrated power. In the next instant, more than 100,000 primordial Primus mana flame (WIRMS) emerged from the activated glyphs. These were not simple manifestations or temporary constructs. They looked unfathomably real, creatures of concentrated authority given permanent form through the quality of primus mana. Each WIRM possessed 9 heads that pulsed with interminable grandeur, and each head bore jaws capable of releasing molten, civilizational authority. The glorious sense of power and honor these WIRMs emitted was palpable. Ancient creatures summoned to serve the primordial civilization of mana and hunger, they could remain active for a whole hour. The primus mana quality made such grand thing possible. And 100,000 of them were called out at this moment as they encircled the avatar alongside their summoners. Each of their many jaws, more than 900,000 heads total, opened simultaneously as they roared out molten civilizational authority of mana and hunger toward the enemy. Boom, infinite hunger. The symphony and chorus picked up with increasing intensity as on the ground, Aurelius Paradoxus roared angrily with a voice that made surrounding existence crack. I bear the light of a glorious civilization. You all cannot compare to what the loom has cultivated across eons. Ontological Anchoring, Boom, Chapter 4453 Olethros. Immense waves of civilizational authority of paradox erupted from Aurelius Paradoxus, a golden light that expanded outward to form into sea of paradoxical power. This golden sea rose to match and drown out all incoming attacks, attempting to negate their assault through fundamental reality manipulation. In the surroundings, a different symphony started to bloom with the eruption of civilizational authority of paradox, a competing melody that clashed with the drums of hunger, and accompanying this counter-melody, paradox. A booming singular word of paradox threatened to drown out hunger, trying to impose its authority over the battlefield. Through sheer weight of established primordial civilization, once more, Protos analyzed the threat and communicated to his forces. This technique seeks to impose upon you and your abilities a self-negating truth. According to this paradox, you can only exist if you do not exist. The truth seeks to retroactively erase you and your abilities even before you existed, to make it so you never were. Does such a truth align with your duty? The short but grand synchronized reply of the primus inevitabilities rang out with absolute conviction. No. Paradox cannot erase our duty. Proto's eyes shone brilliantly with glorious crimson light as he bellowed out the command, then. Fulfill your duty. Boom, void appetite erupted again with even greater intensity than before, infinite hunger responding to paradoxical assault with absolute consumption. The glorious jaws manifested throughout the golden sea. Stellar tentacles wrapping around concentrated civilizational authority of paradox and devouring it with methodical precision. The paradox that sought to erase them was being consumed. The truth that claimed they could only exist if they didn't exist was being eaten by hunger that didn't care about logical contradictions. Infinite hunger devoured even paradoxes. Ontological anchoring has been systematically devoured by infinite hunger. Paradoxical truth negated through consumption rather than logical refutation. All primus inevitabilities present gain 1.5 quintillion complexity and purity. The master requests no portion of this harvest. All essence flows to his forces and civilization. The golden sea of civilizational authority of paradox faded as it was devoured, and the attacks of 100,000 WIRMs descended with 900,000 heads worth of molten civilizational authority raining down. Aurelius Paradoxus gazed at them coldly from below, his expression mixing fury with calmness. The glorious scene that followed was devastating in its relentlessness. The attacks landed on his body one by one, 900,000 streams of molten mana and hunger crashing against his form with combined weight that exceeded even his substantial defenses. He gazed at them coldly as his entire body shone golden with protective light, attempting to nullify all attacks as they smashed into him through paradoxical negation. A stare-down commenced between the avatar and those above. Aurelius looked toward Noah and Ozymandias with eyes that carried killing intent, but the crimson eyes of Protos were the only thing that met his gaze. Protos staring down this being that was being bombarded with attacks of all his brethren while standing perfectly still between the enemy and his master. Aurelius was powerful, yes, he was withstanding assault that would have devastated lesser beings. His civilizational authority of paradox was genuine, his power, substantial, but, bzzzt, in the stare-down, Protos observed the infallible golden glow of paradox surrounding the avatar dim slightly over time as infinite hunger began to take bites from it. The constant pressure, the relentless assault, the imposed hunger from within, all of it was accumulating damage that even 1.5 sextillion power could not indefinitely sustain. The enemy was indeed powerful, but before their hunger, before their duty, he had to fall. Protos deemed this with absolute certainty even as the master communicated through their bond that soon, this avatar would receive aid from others just like him, with one being immensely powerful, far exceeding even. Aurelius, Protos accepted this information and was already prepared. Only 100,000 of his brothers and sisters were currently deployed, 1.9 million were yet to be revealed from the glorious body of Ozymandias. When the rest of the enemies came, and they would come, Protos would lead to fulfill his duty. The glorious scene that unfolded would be remembered across existence. The encirclement around the Avatar closed in even deeper. 100,000 Primus inevitabilities with their 100,000 WIRMS creating zone of absolute consumption that pressed inward with inexorable force. Shockingly, terrifyingly, magnificently, a being with 1.5 sextillion power was being offset by a unique combination of numbers, mana, and hunger. One being watched it coldly. He was Protos, first of the Primus inevitabilities, and at this moment, finish it. He gave a command that would determine the immediate future of this battlefield. A moment later, the terrifying scene unfolded. On the body of Ozymandias floating grandly above, the chest flashed twice with deliberate pulsing, a signal that had been prearranged with his master. Protos had already communicated extensively with Noah regarding the optimal approach for decimating their first true enemy. For the sake of achieving overwhelming victory rather than costly struggle, one had to be wise and strategic rather than simply powerful. When an animal was thrown with their back against the wall, it would lash out with the strongest and most volatile response available. Aurelius Paradoxus was about to erupt with everything, his full remaining resources dedicated to devastating counterattack against the forces he perceived as threatening him. At such a moment, when he had mentally accounted for how to erupt with sufficient power against the 100,000 terrifying Primus inevitabilities surrounding him, Protos gazed down coldly as in the next instant, 200,000 more Primus inevitabilities materialized within the encirclement of Aurelius with synchronized precision. The simple yet tactical brilliance was devastating. Protos watched with continuing analytical curiosity as he observed. The eyes of this terrifying entity open wide with incredulity, the arrogance and calculated confidence fracturing into genuine shock as he realized the forces arrayed against him had just tripled. And in that brief opening, in that instant where shock disrupted his tactical planning, hunger propagation was activated by all newly appearing 200,000 Primus inevitabilities to layer onto the hunger propagation that was already imposed upon this being. While he had prepared and acclimated to throw a last-second volatile attack sufficient to devastate 100,000 entities, 200,000 more appeared and imposed their terrifying infinite hunger upon him. The effect was catastrophic. Chapter 4454 Elethros 2. The brilliant golden light of paradox that had been surrounding his body, the protective barrier that had withstood millions of primordial fireballs, was instantly devoured by his own being as the accumulated hunger from 300,000 Primus inevitabilities exceeded any threshold his existence could manage. The terrifying scene that followed would haunt any observer who witnessed it. This entity of immense power, 1.5 sextillion complexity and purity, bearer of civilizational authority of paradox, avatar of an early creature from the loom, lost his protections as his uncontrollable appetite devoured his own existence from within. His defenses didn't break, they were consumed by hunger that recognized no distinction between self and other, between friendly power and hostile attack, and the moment that the influence of his civilizational authority was gone, the instant his golden barrier collapsed into nothing through internal consumption. Protos took a single step, and in the next moment appeared directly in front of Aurelius Paradoxus with velocity, defenseless. Shocked. Not knowing how what was happening could possibly be occurring, his tactical calculations shattered, his arrogance replaced by genuine fear. At such moment, the sword in Protos' hand flashed with blinding speed to sink into the chest of Aurelius that possessed no remaining defenses. The hollow blade pierced through flesh and essence with equal ease, and the primordial fireball spinning within the blade's center erupted into his internal existence. A horror-inducing scene followed as Protos grasped the head of Aurelius Paradoxus with his other hand. The fucking grip suggesting absolute domination rather than simple combat advantage, he whispered coldly with voice that carried no malice, only tactical assessment. Next time, try to bring your main body or someone significantly stronger than you are. You fought decently for what you possessed. But decently is insufficient. Boom. With such words, Protos shouldered the civilizational resonance of all Primus inevitabilities present, their combined hunger flowing through him as focal point, as a living weapon wielding the accumulated appetite of 300,000 beings. His infinite hunger erupted out ravenously as in the next moment, the pierced chest Aurelius began collapsing into an event horizon centered upon the blade embedded within him. The hollow center of Protos' sword, filled with countless primordial fireballs, became a point of absolute consumption as Aurelius' existence began spiraling inward, and in the next instant, muscle, bone, an entire body of Aurelius collapsed into Proto's blade. He was not destroyed or killed through conventional means, he was devoured. The avatar of Aurelius Paradoxus was systematically consumed, his 1.5 sextillion complexity and purity becoming fuel for the Primus inevitabilities. Growth, his civilizational authority of paradox being harvested as resource for advancement. Immense silence instantly settled across the battlefield at such terrifying scene. An entity 15 times more powerful than each individual Primus inevitability had been collapsed. If they had erred at any moment during the engagement, if Protos had miscalculated or hesitated, multiple of their brethren could have been killed or severely damaged. But Protos had led tremendously under the brilliance of the Master's guidance. They had climbed a glorious mountain 15 times grander than their individual capabilities and systematically collapsed it through infinite hunger. In the silence, Protos simply raised his blade with casual motion as if he had not accomplished anything particularly remarkable. He gave another command with a voice carrying a matter-of-fact authority: turn this desiccated shore upside down. Find the vessel that creature was protecting. Leave nothing unchecked. Fulfill your duty. Boom, as if they had not just accomplished unprecedented victory against overwhelmingly superior individual opponent, the 300,000 Primus inevitabilities here instantly transformed into streaks of obsidian blue and gold light that pervaded across the desiccated sleeping shore. They moved with methodical efficiency, groups of thousands sweeping through territories, investigating structures, probing hidden spaces with enhanced perception. Proto's body trembled with immense complexity at this moment, as what he had devoured was far too pristine. The concentrated essence of an avatar bearing civilizational authority of paradox was unlike anything he had consumed before. He turned toward his master, wanting to offer this grand complexity he had just hungered to know, wanting to demonstrate that all gains belonged ultimately to the civilization rather than individual advancement. But before he could articulate such offer, prompts bloomed with systematic precision. All hungered harvest has been amplified by perpetual harvest. All effort carried out by all forces present has been amplified by perpetual harvest's multiplicative capabilities. All collective harvest, including the decimation and complete devouring of Aurelius Paradoxus, has been systematically distributed according to optimal advancement parameters outlined by the Master. 50% has been deemed to be solely claimed by Protos. The first Primus inevitability, in recognition of his exemplary leadership and execution, 50% flows into the foundation palisades for collective civilizational advancement. This distribution ensures both individual excellence is rewarded and collective framework is strengthened simultaneously. Protos trembled as in the next moment he felt his existence buzzing with unprecedented intensity as his complexity and purity began surging upward with momentum that suggested no immediate ceiling. Additional prompts detailed the magnitude. Your complexity and purity has increased by 500 quintillion after such grand harvest. The effort of defeating and devouring Aurelius Paradoxus, amplified by perpetual harvest, has yielded exceptional returns. Your total complexity and purity now exceeds 600 quintillion. You have become substantially more powerful than your brothers and sisters through meritorious service. Keep it up. Boom. The glorious scene that followed was visible to all present. The body of Protos became twice as large, his form expanding to accommodate the concentrated power now flowing through his existence. The air that radiated from him carried brutality alongside discipline, predatory hunger alongside absolute loyalty. His presence had transformed from merely formidable to genuinely overwhelming, a being that could now challenge enemies far exceeding his previous capabilities. And yet, even as he emanated such terrifying aura of accumulated power, he knelt toward the Master with a gesture mixing reverence and absolute dedication. I will burn existence for you, Master. My power is your power. My existence serves your civilization. Command me, and it shall be done. Chapter 44:55 Olethros. 3. It was a terrifying and swift execution. Noah watched all of it silently as he only gave a few commands and allowed Protos to execute decisions independently. The coordination and movements of these terrifying weapons of his civilization operated smoothly and grandly when they were left to carry out their orders while being led by singular commanding entity. That entity was either Protos or his form of Ozymandias, both of whom could fully tap into the communication channels connecting all Primus inevitabilities and move as one unified force rather than scattered individuals. So he only nodded with satisfaction as he saw Protos kneeling while his body pulsed with 600 quintillion complexity and purity, power that now positioned him as a decently formidable threat. As for himself, prompts materialized detailing his own advancement. An immense quantity of harvest is flowing into the Foundation Palisades. The quality of this harvest is unfathomable as it contains substantial concentration of the primordial civilizational authority of paradox. Protection threshold from Foundation Palisades has increased from 500 quintillion to 1000 quintillion complexity and purity. Any entity wishing to harm your existence must now exceed this threshold while also being member of established civilization. Boon from minor mana and hunger palisades has increased from 45 quintillion to 95 quintillion complexity and purity for all 81 blessed recipients. Your personal complexity and purity has reached 500 quintillion through accumulated advancement. When paired with your fused Primus Inevitability, Protos, who stands at 600 quintillion, you have officially crossed the barrier of 1000 quintillion complexity and purity. The major requirement for one to be considered in the sextillions designation is the attainment and practical usage of civilizational authority. Such requirement has long since been met. At this moment, your combined complexity and purity stands at 1.1 sextillion, 1.1 sextillion, the monumental marker that separated ordinary beings from those who could utilize civilizational authority. To be given the quintillion designation, one had to be walking on a way of existence whether pioneered or following an established one. The next demarcation needed civilizational authority as Noah had attained it. Noah's calm and tyrannical Weaving's pulse emerged as he processed this achievement. The milestone was significant, certainly, representing crossing into territory that few outside the loom had reached, but even achieving it. He only took a moment to compose himself before his mind immediately moved forward. More, because he would truly need much more than this. The avatars from the loom would continue coming. The Dead Order was mobilizing her forces. The living paradox himself possessed power that made 1.1 sextillion seem utterly laughable, as the living paradox himself could still crush him whether he had 1 sextillion or 100 sextillion or 1000 sextillion. The number did not matter to this was why he was moving so quickly to collapse his vessels while existence suppressed him. He needed exponentially more power if he genuinely intended to challenge the established order. In the next moment, a burst of commotion erupted as brilliant blue-gold light of Primus Mana and obsidian crimson light of hunger pulsed intensely. In front of Noah, Protos appeared alongside two other Primus Inevitabilities as they were dragging an unconscious entity whose body was surrounded by paradoxical flames and frost simultaneously. Shockingly, this being was enveloped by unique paradoxical light that suggested he was slumbering and never meant to wake. Caught in quantum superposition between consciousness and oblivion, Noah looked at him with recognition blooming immediately. Of course, this entity was a slumbering Schrödinger. The unique light of paradox surrounding him would seemingly take some effort to break down through conventional means. But at this moment, Core floated down from Noah's shoulder as she looked coldly at the slumbering body of Schrödinger. She quietly said, "Single word, outsider," a single word, but Noah knew exactly what she meant, what she was asking permission to do, so he nodded lightly with gesture of approval. In the next moment, the first hunger opened her mouth and took a glorious bite, a single bite, and horrifically, existence itself twisted around the area where the slumbering living elemental body of Schrödinger rested. This body and the surrounding existence became collapsed, boom, without hesitation and moving with quickness that suggested urgency. One of the vessels of the living paradox was systematically collapsed. She was so much stronger than before, so much grander. A bite was all it took. The figure of the first hunger pulsed with interminable brilliance in the next moment, as if her hunger had devoured something unfathomably grand that resonated with her fundamental nature. Prompts appeared detailing the consequences. The first hunger becomes stronger as hunger across existence becomes stronger. The symbiotic relationship between subject core and the primordial civilization of mana and hunger continues, deepening. Subject core has entered period of exponential growth. The consumption of a vessel of the living paradox has provided exceptional harvest. The first hunger has successfully reclaimed the 1 sextillion threshold and proceeds ahead gloriously toward restoration of her original power. It is distant. It is unfathomably far. But the is possible. The is possible. Core also took step forward as her existence digested the vessel of the living paradox with methodical efficiency. It was terrifying progression of events when one properly accounted for THR timeline. Within matter of seconds, Noah had arrived with his army. Within additional seconds, he had collapsed an avatar holding 1.5 sextillion complexity and purity. Within another few seconds, his armies had scoured the desiccated, sleeping shore and obtained the vessel of the living paradox. and the vessel was collapsed immediately upon discovery. The speed was devastating, leaving no opportunity for enemy reinforcements to arrive in time to prevent what they had been assigned to protect. And only after another second passed did Noah raise his head as he looked upward with an expression mixing anticipation and cold satisfaction. His words emerged with a casual observation: "You arrived a second too late, Ambessa. A single second, and you might have been able to accomplish something meaningful." Boom! His words echoed out just as the sky split apart with dramatic violence. 8 terrifying auras descended with presence that made surrounding existence tremble. These auras were genuinely horrifying as they matched or exceeded Aurelius' paradoxes significantly, each one burning with 1.5 to 2 sextillion worth of authority. But one aura exceeded all of them combined. Oh! Chapter 4456 Elethros. For Ambessa, she appeared at this moment with a presence that commanded attention. Her radiant crimson gold eyes surveyed the battlefield, taking in the 300,000 primus inevitabilities, the absence of Aurelius, the collapsed vessel that should have been protected. She wore pink bloomers and white tank top that somehow appeared regal rather than casual through sheer force of her bearing. Her crimson gold hair flowed like banner of authority, and her expression carried no fear, only cold calculation of changed circumstances. The moment she fully manifested, existence pulsed. A calm and valor-filled symphony echoed out as from surrounding reality itself. One could hear Ambessa, Ambessa. Her very name was being echoed by surrounding existence, acknowledgement of her significance. This terrifying being looked down toward Noah as Noah gazed back with equal intensity. She and the rest of the avatars had likely been securing other vessels of Schrödinger scattered across different territories, just as Aurelius had been assigned to protect this one. Noah looked at her calmly and saw her details with perfect clarity through his enhanced perception. Illusory reality avatar of existence, designation, Ambessa, early creature of the loom, current state, avatar displaying 50% of main body's capability, main body complexity and purity, 10 sextillion. Avatar complexity and purity, 5 sextillion, primary authority, civilizational authority of paradox, active principles, 5 grand principles detected, surpassing Aurelius significantly, exceptional combat capability. Exceeds parameters of all other avatars present. Primary threat designation, 5 sextillion, immensely height, gloriously powerful. The others around her ranged from 1.5 sextillion to 2 sextillion at most, while she alone stood at 5 sextillion, more powerful than several of them combined. At this moment, she delivered her grand introduction as she looked toward Noah. "I will normally begin by asking whether you comprehend just who you stand against, what consequences follow from opposing the loom. And yet you seem to understand this full well, and you still carried out the actions that you did. Am I correct to assume that we are not going to receive opportunity for diplomatic discourse?" She articulated such words calmly as all around her, terrifying concentration of civilizational authority of paradox began gathering, golden light that made surrounding existence warp in recognition of her power. At her words, Noah gave light nod with an expression carrying finality. "No. We will not be receiving opportunity for conversation. You came to protect vessels. We are trying to collapse them. Our objectives are mutually exclusive, which means only force will determine outcome." The moment his words concluded, the glorious scene that unfolded would be remembered as demonstration of overwhelming numerical superiority properly applied. All around the newly appearing avatars, hundreds of thousands of primus inevitabilities bloomed into existence with synchronized precision. In addition to the 300,000 currently deployed, 700,000 more appeared through spatial tiers and surrounded the 8 avatars in perfect formation. Their heavy and calm crimson eyes stared at their enemies with hunger that transcended simple appetite. The scene itself was utterly glorious and magisterial, a demonstration that Noah possessed resources exceeding anything the avatars had anticipated. Ambessa's expression remained calm as she prepared to ask, "Is this all?" But before she could even articulate the question, in the space above where the avatars had appeared, boom, hunger tore space open with violent authority as Ozymandias' chest flickered with brilliant light. And a million more primus inevitabilities appeared far above the battlefield. Heavy and immense silence settled down all around. 2 million primus inevitabilities, each one possessing 100 quintillion complexity and purity at baseline, one far exceeding it, each one wielding civilizational authority of mana and hunger, each one capable of hunger propagation, void appetite, civilizational resonance, and other devastating capabilities, all of them coordinated under singular command structure, all of them hungry, infinitely hungry. Noah observed the scene with his eyes releasing a silent command to his general through their bond, and in the next moment, Protos voiced out coldly with authority. Fulfill your duty, the Primus inevitabilities pulsed silently. All of them in their similar glorious armored states, crimson eyes of infinite hunger fixed upon their 8 enemies, gazed downward with synchronized focus, with unity and glory. Their hunger propagation and void appetite crashed down onto their enemies simultaneously, and alongside this terrifying exertion of hunger. Duty, their voices echoed across existence as alongside such concentrated assault, they waved their swords and shields with synchronized motion. Their swords shone with obsidian blue light interwoven with crimson, hollow blades with primordial fireballs spinning within their centers. Their shields gleamed with gold interwoven with blue surfaces, inscribed with Primus mana arcana glyphs that pulsed with concentrated authority. From 2 million swords, 1 million primordial fireballs each bloomed outward, that was 2 trillion primordial fireballs filling surrounding existence with concentrated destructive potential, and alongside them, the shields of Primus mana and hunger flashed. As 2 million unfathomably real primordial Primus mana flame WIRMS manifested, each one pulsed with civilizational authority of mana and hunger as their 9 heads opened simultaneously to release terrifying blasts toward the enemies. The combined assault was so immense and terrifying and unfathomably numerous that the entirety of surrounding existence seemed to be filled with nothing but the brilliance of mana and hunger, so much concentrated authority in such vast quantities that it felt like existence itself was lagging, reality struggling to process the sheer volume of simultaneous attacks being executed, as if the surrounding existence couldn't handle this density of destructive potential occupying identical space. Oh, and at the center of all of this apocalyptic assault were 8 avatars facing utterly devastating attack. They were immensely powerful, yes, and Bessel alone possessed 5 sextillion complexity and purity, far exceeding what Aurelius had wielded. But how exactly would they emerge from the other side when so many waves of infinite hunger were waiting for them? The drums of existence pounded with anticipation. And the Primus inevitabilities waited with hungry eyes to see what would remain after their duty was fulfilled. Immensity crashed down and collapsed, and existence wept at the results. Chapter 4457 Olethros. Casualties in war were unavoidable. The strongest commanders knew this fundamental truth. Because war was not pretty or kind, no matter how eloquent the speeches justifying it, no matter how noble the cause supposedly driving it, despite how one planned and strategized and executed everything with immense calculation considering every possibility, they would inevitably discover that their enemy had done exactly the same. Even in the most glorious victories, there would be losses. Bodies that would not rise. Existences that would cease. Names that would be mourned. This was the inescapable weaving of conflict. At this moment, in the desiccated sleeping shore, the sky space above had transformed into region of molten authority and systematic collapse as existence itself had been fractured and torn through concentrated application of overwhelming force. Rivers and seas of molten Primus mana and hunger spread gorgeously through the wounded sky, obsidian blue and crimson gold currents flowing like arterial blood from a body that had been grievously injured. The molten currents created patterns that suggested both beauty and devastation, artistic destruction on scale that transcended comprehension. The molten skies were littered with hundreds of thousands of figures of Primus inevitabilities that were all gazing downward with cold eyes. Their crimson stares fixed upon the aftermath of battle that had tested them for first time since their emergence. In some regions of the skies, there existed massive blinking singularities shining the colors of mana and hunger. At least 9 Primus inevitabilities surrounded each singularity as if engaged in grand ritual, their forms creating protective formations around something precious that required safeguarding. Dozens of such singularities could be observed across this grand domain, each one pulsing with rhythmic intensity, and yet, down below, it seemed as if existence was still reeling and struggling to stabilize, as if being put to fundamental test regarding how much devastation reality could absorb before collapsing entirely. Because at this moment, a terrifying battle had concluded in less than 1 minute after it began. Noah stood on the gray sands of this desiccated shore, his crimson visor-covered eyes piercing as they surveyed the battlefield. On his shoulders, Kor also gazed upward as the two of them looked at the singularities. Those singularities represented collapse of Primus inevitabilities. They represented casualties. There was heavy silence that settled across the domain as the surroundings where 8 descended avatars should have been visible showed only devastation. 7 of them could not be perceived anywhere, consumed entirely through infinite hunger. The only one currently visible in surrounding existence was none other than Mbessa. Her appearance was devastating testimony to the battle's intensity. Her attire pink bloomers and white tank top that had appeared so casual yet regal, now looked torn and shredded. Her body lay deeply embedded in the center of point of impact on the gray sands, the crater suggesting she had been driven downward with catastrophic force. Across her radiant form, countless small wounds showed bleeding civilizational authority of paradox, golden light seeping from injuries. All around her, 2,000,000 Primus inevitabilities surrounded her and imposed their terrifying hunger onto her existence with coordinated precision. At this moment, she could not even move, her 5 sextillion power completely suppressed through sheer weight of accumulated hunger propagation. That was how devastating the battle had been. The only other entities visible in the surroundings were the very real figures of primordial Primus Manaflame WIRMS who floated with terrifying eyes, their 9 heads per WIRM swiveling as if still ready for additional enemies to descend. Noah looked at such scene as prompts appeared before him. Infinite hunger has revealed a unique quality about its weavings of existence. It has been determined that 124 Primus inevitabilities faced collapse during engagement with Ambessa. Her 5 sextillion power combined with 5 grand principles allowed her to systematically eliminate targets despite overwhelming numerical disadvantage. However, Primus inevitabilities within your civilization burning with infinite hunger will have their identity and existence preserved within the collective infinite hunger. These collapsed existences will be systematically reborn within 24-hour period in the sanctuaries of inevitabilities with half of their original power. The collapse due to civilizational authority that would normally devastate one's foundation and potentially prevent resurrection is negated through grandeur of infinite hunger. This capability is nullified should you, the leader of the primordial civilization of mana and hunger, is ever collapsed by another civilizational authority. These prompts were radiant in their implications, transforming what should have been devastating casualties into temporary setbacks that would be systematically corrected. After reviewing this information, Noah commandingly allowed such knowledge to spread through the communication channels connecting all Primus inevitabilities, the moment this revelation propagated through their collective consciousness. All of these terrifying titanic entities turned to look toward him with brilliant crimson eyes that blazed with renewed fervor. Protos nearby raised his fist high as he bellowed out, under the light of infinite hunger, the dead may never die. Our brothers and sisters will return. Our civilization cannot be diminished through simple collapse. The others in response to his declaration raised their fists with glory and purpose as they roared out in synchronized chorus, the dead may never die. The dead may never die. Crimson winds of hunger and accumulated complexity raged across the battlefield as at this moment, Noah turned his gaze toward the only remaining avatar. The other 7 had fallen either to him personally or to Ozymandias, Core, or Protos, with them dealing finishing blows after systematic weakening through coordinated assault. All 7 had their existences collapsed into event horizons of concentrated hunger, with every single aspect of what they were being systematically harvested. At this moment, this harvest was being amplified by perpetual harvest, waiting for final addition from the strongest among their enemies before it would be distributed across the civilization. And so Noah turned his attention toward the enemy who was the reason for the casualties of Primus inevitabilities despite overwhelming numerical advantage. Ambessa. Noah's glorious titanic armored form, radiant with obsidian blue and gold crimson light, the sword and shield of hunger and mana gleaming in his hands, walked toward the crater that contained the enemy who had withstood hunger propagation and void appetite with such immensity that even her attacks squeezed through gaps in their assault to instantly collapse dozens of Primus inevitabilities. Ambessa's glorious body lay sprawled on the gray sands of the desiccated sleeping shore, her neck mangled from devastating strike, her chest caved in from concentrated impact. She turned her head with visible effort to stare toward Protos and Noah's approaching figure, even though the current situation seemed utterly dreadful and her body was systematically failing. Her eyes were immensely calm and even filled with light of genuine curiosity rather than fear or rage. After all, these were just avatars of beings who remained safely within the loom. Noah expected substantial damage to be inflicted upon their main bodies due to his civilizational authority of mana and hunger devouring their projected forms, but toward such powerful beings even this damage might prove negligible. Was this the reason for how remarkably laid back she currently appeared? Her calm and grand words emerged as she actually looked around at the surrounding devastated existence. How has life been outside the loom? I received opportunity to observe briefly after we descended. But it was not truly sufficient time to satisfy my curiosity. I have always wondered how things have unfolded since we entered, how many eons have passed, what has changed, whether anything recognizable remains. Chapter 44:58 Civilization Specialization At such unexpectedly casual words, Noah came forward in his armored form and squatted down while looking at Mbessa closely. His reply emerged with an edge of skepticism, curious. Why maintain curiosity for lands your people will systematically raise and devour all life forms from? Lands that actually used to be your home before you abandoned them for the loom's structured safety. Mbessa nodded with an expression of genuine nostalgia. I do miss the first folds. Everything felt new. Grand in ways that structured existence cannot replicate. The loom is magnificent in its organization, everything there is designed with meticulous purpose and immensity. Her eyes grew distant, but the first folds as I remember them felt grand precisely because there could be many things happening which seemingly had no purpose. There was factor of unknown. Factor of lack of control. Chaos that could produce unexpected beauty or unexpected horror. Perhaps I'm simply nostalgic for something I haven't experienced in eons. But regardless, her expression sharpened, be ready. We were sent out here as experimental deployment. With your response, with you collapsing 8 avatars including myself, it is no longer experiment, but declaration of war. You have wounded the pride of powerful beings within the loom who are unaccustomed to facing resistance. Oh, and you messed up them trying to suck up to the esteemed paradox. They will not wait patiently for the fallout. They will mobilize an unfathomable more to crush what dared to spit on their pride. Noah nodded with an expression acknowledging the warning, while internally celebrating as he needed food for his infinite hunger. You seem somewhat interesting compared to expectations. I anticipated someone as powerful as you to be shouting and raging and raving about how civilizational authority of paradox will rain devastation upon us. How we will all burn under the grandeur of established primordial civilization. But, even as I am about to collapse you, you maintain a mindset to converse freely and calmly, his crimson visor fixed upon her with calculating intensity. Want to do something unpredictable like betray your civilization? Noah articulated such words with cool directness as Mbessa laughed, the sound mixing genuine amusement with resignation. You magnificent fucker. I genuinely admire you for being one of the leaders of whatever civilization has emerged out here. Infinite hunger, is it? Is it a derivative of the collapsed civilization of hunger? Oh well, any entities capable of leading are typically grand. Elderborns, those bearing concentrated everythings of the creature himself. However grand you are personally, I'm not placing my confidence in your victory. You will likely face collapse very soon once a proper response is mobilized. So this was entertaining, but that concludes my involvement, for now anyway. I'll probably be sent again because of how tight of a fit I am in this scenario. She thought he was one of the leaders of whatever grand civilization had collapsed her and the other avatars, and that was far more believable idea to grasp, that there existed some grand hidden civilization that had bloomed outside the loom over the eons, that whoever led it was someone utterly astonishing. One might find it easier to believe that perhaps this civilization was a derivative of hunger or even carrying weavings of the creature himself or representing one of the collapsed civilizations that had somehow reconstituted itself. This was exponentially easier to believe than the reality, that it was a human who had been a week, Manalus being less than 3 years ago. At such thought, Noah couldn't help but pause and metaphorically blink as he truly contemplated the timeline himself. 3 years, had it truly been almost that duration since he awakened? 3 years felt simultaneously unimaginably short and impossibly long because during that period he had played with time dilation and other temporal manipulations constantly. So that number could be stretched up or down, but in the objective passage of approximately 3 years, he had progressed unfathomably far from where he began. When he was initially rising through his first apocalypse, one of his foundational ideals was refusing to remain so weak that he could be existing peacefully in his world or realm when a terrifying power or cataclysm descended without him being aware. He had rejected the possibility of facing complete collapse without understanding, or even knowing what was happening, simply ceasing to exist because forces beyond his comprehension decided his corner of reality was inconvenient. A sneeze from an Ender, Dicastes, or any others could have turned his entire world to dust. If his progression had been slightly slower, if he was still confined within a cosmos or even an omniverse, the fallout would occur to systematically wipe out entire folds in all of observable existence, outside the loom. including whatever little corner he would have been occupying. Things would simply cease, and Noah Osmond alongside all those around him would stop existing without even knowing how they perished. But instead, here he stood approximately 3 years later, not merely surviving, but fucking thriving. He had begun forging his own primordial civilization, not as one of many leaders of some grand established framework, but as the leader of the primordial civilizations of mana and hunger. Well, not the leader quite yet in terms of recognition across existence, but this perspective alone reminded him that there remained truly tremendous work to be accomplished, because even now, he had not escaped the constraints of the fallout, even though his civilization was primordial, similar to order, origin, hunger, or any other collapsed civilization, and would theoretically be able to persevere through collapse and reconstitute in some form after years or eons, similar to how the living order became the dead order, or how core returned from near total dissolution. But the concept of collapse was not something he anticipated experiencing with anything approaching enthusiasm. His eyes flashed with decisiveness as yes, there was still immense work requiring completion. After being momentarily sidetracked with introspective thoughts during that span of an instant, he returned his focus to Mbessa, who was constantly bearing the immense weight of hunger propagation, from 2 million primus inevitabilities and still maintaining sufficiently calm expression to converse freely. Entities in the sextillions of power were utterly monstrous in their resilience. Noah looked at her as he nodded before stating with casual tone, "How is the loom, by the way? Since according to your assessment, I and all those around me will face collapse anyway from whatever retaliation comes next. Or simply from the fallout itself, you can share some information about the loom, correct? Oh, and you could also indicate where you all concealed the other vessels of the living." Paradox, Chapter 4459 Civilization Specialization 2. Mbessa smiled at such a transparent attempt to extract intelligence before she shook her head. She looked at Noah directly as her response emerged. "The loom is something genuinely unimaginable. You would need to witness it personally to truly comprehend what has been constructed there. Describing it would be like describing color to someone who has never possessed vision, fundamentally inadequate." At such unhelpful words, Noah replied with edge of irritation, "It doesn't appear as though I'm going to fucking witness the inside of the loom though, so you might as well elaborate with whatever inadequate description you can provide." Mbessa's smile widened slightly. "Nah. You have to see it yourself. Some experiences cannot be translated through words, only through direct observation." Noah's crimson visor flashed as he rose upward, his blade rising with him and a gesture stating his patience was exhausting itself. "And the vessels?" he asked with pointed directness. "Where are the remaining vessels of the living paradox that your people secured?" Mbessa's reply was equally unhelpful. "Also now on those. Operational security exists for reasons. But I will offer genuine advice. Be extremely careful opposing arguably one of the most powerful existences in, well, all of existence. The living paradox may be somewhat annoyed with you currently. Maybe. But avoid making him entirely angry. Live slightly longer for yourself and those you lead. Be with your brethren. Your family. Hold them close. Wait for the fallout instead of being collapsed before it even arrives." Her expression became almost sympathetic. "Perhaps the creature and his mechanisms will prevail. Even if you and all others face collapse, you may return as dead existence rather than permanent cessation. Maybe when I and all others emerge from the loom years down the timeline, I might encounter you again as diminutive skeleton and recognize you through some residual characteristic. You seem like genuinely cool guy, so I would take care of you then. Ensure you weren't mistreated by whatever new order emerges." After such unexpectedly considerate words, Noah nodded as the sword of mana and hunger pulsed in his hands with hungry anticipation. What a reality that would be. Let's earnestly hope that events do not unfold that way. He brought the sword down with deliberate motion as he looked into the radiant stellar eyes of Mbessa, meeting her gaze directly through his crimson visor. Mbessa smiled as she nodded at him with an expression of no fear. "See you in a bit. Interesting stranger." Whether as enemy, skeleton, or something unexpected, Noah sank his sword into her chest, the hollow blade piercing through her devastated form with finality. Her existence collapsed into an event horizon of concentrated hunger as everything about her, her 5 sextillion power, her accumulated civilizational authority of paradox, her harvest of 5 grand principles, her very concept, was systematically consumed. The harvest from 8 avatars was complete, and perpetual harvest activated with full force to amplify what had been gained. The moment that Mbessa's avatar was collapsed and her entire existence fell under his glorious civilizational authority of mana and hunger. Everything fell silent in the periphery as only the gold-green light of harvest began to shine with blinding intensity. This was because the effort and immensity and harvest of all the avatars that had been systematically collapsed were being gathered together, culminating at this very moment in single magnificent distribution. In this silence, Noah felt sense of expectation. Because the harvest this time was truly grand in ways that exceeded previous accumulations, the presence from the loom, the beings who had cultivated for eons within that structured domain, who possessed civilizational authority of paradox refined across incomprehensible duration, would there be enough for him to fully complete the initial foundation of his walls of civilization? Would they allow him to shed the designation of nascent civilization and advance toward something more substantial? His armored figure stood gloriously amid the devastated, desiccated sleeping shore as prompts began flashing before his crimson, visor-covered eyes. A quintessential quantity of effort and harvest have been successfully accumulated. The magnitude exceeds all previous collections by substantial margin. The weavings of existence of 8 members of the primordial civilization of Paradox were systematically hungered and devoured by you or other members of your civilization. These were not mere projections but genuine avatars carrying substantial portions of their main body's power and authority. Their collapse has yielded unprecedented harvest. All accumulated effort and harvest from this engagement has been consolidated. For the sake of optimal advancement of the entire civilization, all harvest flows into the Foundation Palisades as priority allocation. Perpetual harvest amplifies all incoming resources. Multiplier effect, in progress. The prompts were grand in their implications as Noah closed his eyes and envisioned the manifestation of his civilization, that conceptual space where the abstract framework of his power took tangible form. He witnessed the grand manifestation materialize in his existence, with perfect clarity. The towering walls that represented the Foundation Palisades stretched across impossible distances. Blue-gold timber-like material, that pulsed with concentrated primus mana and hunger, these walls encircled the entire framework of his manifested civilization, protecting the structures within from external interference or assault. At this moment, seas of harvest were flowing into those walls with tremendous force. Green-gold light of perpetual harvest mixing with the obsidian blue-crimson of concentrated authority devoured from enemies, the Foundation Palisades grew larger and more substantial as they absorbed this influx, their height increasing, their thickness expanding, their protective capabilities multiplying. The harvest was so potent that, boom, the blue-gold timber walls of the Foundation Palisades began to shine. With incandescent light that made them nearly impossible to perceive directly, they began transforming from the timber-like material toward something that appeared far more permanent, far more imposing, something that looked like stone. Noah observed such transformation as his eyes shone with grand luminosity. There was only single reason why the fundamental quality of his walls of civilization would undergo material transformation from timber to stone. It represented a categorical advancement to entirely new designation. Chapter 4460 Civilization Specialization 3 Grand prompts descended with weight. The harvest accumulated from collapsing 8 avatars of the primordial civilization of Paradox is so immense that the Foundation Palisades have completed their developmental cycle. The grand foundation has been successfully established. Structural integrity confirmed. Defensive parameters exceed all projections. The transformation and elevation toward becoming the architect's bulwarks is commencing. Calculating harvest sufficiency for initial entry into second designation. Calculation complete. Harvest is precisely sufficient for initial entry and stabilization. Advancement confirmed. Foundation Palisades to the architect's bulwarks. Your walls of civilization advance from timber to stone. From temporary fortification to permanent bastion. From nascent protection to established defense. Noah observed this glorious phenomenon with satisfaction. He witnessed the walls of his civilization transforming in real time. The blue-gold timber shifting, solidifying, reconstituting itself into magnificent stone that appeared both ancient and newly forged simultaneously. The architect's bulwarks emerged in their full majesty. These were not simple walls. They were monuments of towering stone fortifications that appeared to be carved from single continuous piece of obsidian blue stone interwoven with golden veins. The surface was inscribed with countless primus mana arcana glyphs that pulsed with rhythmic intensity, each one contributing to the overall defensive framework. The bulwarks stretched impossibly high, so tall that their tops disappeared into conceptual clouds that represented limits of observable existence. They were so thick that entire armies of Primus inevitabilities could march along their tops without crowding. They radiated authority that suggested anything attempting to breach them would face systematic destruction, and of course, since the walls of his civilization had advanced, all components of his civilization were concurrently advancing. Noah observed all the components of his manifested civilization becoming larger, more complex, more refined as they absorbed overflow from the concentrated harvest. His early atlas of the folds expanded dramatically. New regions appeared on its surface, new pathways between locations manifested, the overall detail and accuracy increased exponentially. The trees representing his principles grew substantially taller and more magnificent. The cheating architect's golden blue tree sprouted additional branches, perpetual harvest's green gold tree deepened its roots. All others also surged up immensely, his 159 resplendent citadels, those towering structures representing accumulated power and authority, pulsed with rhythmic intensity. Additional prompts materialized with detailed accounting. Your personal complexity and purity has surged to 1.5 sextillion baseline. This does not account for combined complexity and purity when fused with protos, which would elevate the total to 2.1 sextillion. As of this moment, the architect's bulwarks ensure that anything below 3 sextillion complexity and purity cannot harm your existence. The boon of minor mana and hunger palisades has undergone categorical transformation. New designation. The boon of major mana and hunger bulwark, applicable recipients, expanded from 81 to 6,561 members of your civilization. Granted power. Each blessed recipient receives 0.3 sextillion, 300 quintillion, complexity and purity. Additional benefit, all recipients gain full capability to efficiently utilize civilizational authority without requiring individual cultivation of such capability. Noah looked at these glorious prompts, but the notifications seemed in no way finished, because he could feel his entire existence still buzzing with sense of immensity, as if even more substantial transformations awaited manifestation. In the next moment, the sensation intensified dramatically as reality around him seemed to acknowledge what was occurring within his conceptual civilization space. New prompts descended with weight that made surrounding existence tremble. Your civilization has taken major step forward, no longer bearing the designation of nascent civilization, through systematic accumulation of power, through conquest of enemies possessing genuine civilizational authority, through establishment of a permanent defensive framework, through cultivation of specialized forces and diverse capabilities, the primordial civilization of mana and hunger has advanced to attain the designation of the Cathedral of Order. Second designation achieved. Civilizational identity solidified. The Cathedral of Order. The name resonated through Noah's existence with profound significance. The different structures of his manifested civilization grew dramatically at this moment in response to achieving this milestone. His early atlas of the folds seemed to become even larger and more impossibly detailed. The trees representing his principles grew substantially taller, their canopies expanding until they provided shade across vast portions of his manifested civilization. The roots deepened until they touched the very foundation of the architect's bulwarks themselves, creating symbiotic relationship between defensive structure and power generation of the principles. And his 159 resplendent citadels pulsed with rhythmic intensity of change and transformation. Prompts bloomed immediately afterward detailing the full scope of transformation. Your 5 principles shine ever brighter with accumulated power and refined authority. Enhancement confirmed. 300 Primus mana glyphs of each principle can now be forged, increased from previous maximum of 200. Each glyph now contributes 0.5 quintillion complexity and purity to your existence. Total potential contribution from all principles at maximum glyph capacity 750 quintillion. 75 sextillion, complexity and purity. Alongside the substantial growth of your principles, your resplendent citadels have completed the 4th stage of development and are now advancing into the 5th stage. New designation. The resplendent citadels transform into the sovereign spires of Osmont. The sovereign spires represent the refined authority of your existence, each one now capable of independently manifesting civilizational authority in specific domains. The light of all principles, guided systematically by cheating architect and amplified by perpetual harvest, reinforces a glorious newly manifesting feature emerging from the 5th stage of the sovereign spires of Osmont. This feature outlines the core distinctive capability of the 2nd designation of the primordial civilization of mana and hunger, the Cathedral of Order. Core feature designation, civilization specialization. An immense quantity of harvest and accumulated effort from all different components of your civilization flows systematically into the formation and structural design of the civilization feature of civilization specialization. This represents categorical advancement in organizational sophistication. Your civilization evolves from monolithic force into multifaceted wonder, estimated completion of civilization specialization framework, imminent. Noah's mind buzzed as he processed these extraordinary prompts, the cathedral of order. The designation felt appropriate, the sovereign spires of Osmont. His citadels had evolved into something bearing his name gloriously, and most intriguingly. Civilization specialization. He contemplated this new core feature with analytical focus. The prompts suggested it represented fundamental transformation in how his civilization operated, but the specifics remained unclear. What exactly would this civilization specialization entail? His mind raced with possibilities. Chapter 4461 Civilization Specialization 4 Specialization. Some believed it meant limitation, surrendering the versatility of being capable in many areas to achieve excellence in one narrow domain. These individuals viewed specialization as sacrificing potential breadth for depth, trading adaptability for focused capability. Others believed it meant optimization, recognizing that attempting to master everything resulted in mastering nothing, and that strategic allocation of resources toward specific functions produced superior results than diffuse distribution across all possibilities. But in the scope of a civilization, a true civilization, specialization meant something far more profound. It meant evolution. It meant recognizing that a civilization was not merely a collection of powerful individuals, but an organism composed of differentiated cells, each performing distinct functions that contributed to the health and capability of the whole. A body did not require every cell to be capable of everything. The heart did not need to perform photosynthesis. The brain did not need to digest food. The liver did not need to pump blood. Each organ, each system, each specialized component contributed its unique function, and through that contribution, the organism achieved capabilities that exceeded what any individual cell could accomplish regardless of its individual power. Specialization, properly understood, was not limitation, it was glory, it was majesty. In a distant time, in the earliest folds, there existed a moment when a unique entity met another unique entity and they discussed the ways of existence while standing in frozen landscape that seemed to exist outside normal temporal flow. One anomaly had said farewell to another before he took a single step and disappeared, traversing impossible distances through sheer force of his cultivated way. This anomaly was none other than an asunder. As his next step carried him countless territories distant, he found himself floating in regions surrounded by millions of floating primordial wheels of existence. Each one representing concentrated authority. This brilliant fold dweller was particularly introspective at this time as he contemplated all the subjects he had discussed with Osmont during their unexpected meeting, how Osmont had cautioned him regarding any entities possessing the distinction of the Anaximander owed substantial debt to the Weavers for what they had done to allow him to take that transformative step and embark upon his way. He was naturally curious by disposition as he wanted to understand more than he feared the unknown. His mind brightened with audacity as he asked himself, what if I simply tear apart the veil of mystery by directly meeting the entities? Perhaps those encounters would prove as fruitful as the conversation with Osmont? Across his existence, Anaximander had observed that countless beings feared what they did not comprehend. The masses in his original world, no matter how many technological advances he and fellow scientists produced, inevitably feared what remained beyond their understanding. He reasoned that if could simply understand the entity directly, the veil of mystery would be systematically torn away, and genuine comprehension would become possible. After all, he sought understanding with intensity that exceeded his desire for safety or comfort, so his eyes brightened with characteristic determination as he spoke aloud to existence itself. When I take this next step, I will arrive before the most powerful the existence in these folds. His existence was grand. His way grander, so he took that step, and disappeared from that space entirely. When he reappeared, he found himself observing scene that defied his understanding. He manifested on golden sands of an unfathomably vast shore that stretched toward horizons that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. Anaximander blinked repeatedly at the scope of wonder surrounding him as his mind attempted to categorize what he perceived. There existed massive trees that seemed to bear fruits composed of nurtured principles, plots of cultivated land where primordial folds and transcendent folds were being grown like crops. Massive structures of immense mystery and architectural wonder that suggested purposes beyond his current comprehension. But at this moment, What drew his attention most prominently was an entity who appeared to be struggling to erect a tilted wall across one particularly vast plot of land. Anaximander observed with growing curiosity as this figure pushed against the wall with visible effort, attempting to position it vertically rather than at its current severe angle. The moment Anaximander fully manifested, this entity turned to regard him with expression of genuine surprise, gazing at the unexpected visitor with an analytical assessment while Anaximander performed an identical evaluation. The entity appeared humanoid in general configuration but radiated authority that made surrounding existence acknowledge his presence. His features were difficult to focus upon directly, as if his fundamental nature resisted simple observation. Observing that this being required assistance with his construction project, Anaximander moved forward with directness. I apologize for this intrusion. I was seeking the most powerful the existence across these folds, and my way delivered me here specifically. Are you the entity I sought? Do you need help? With these straightforward words, Anaximander positioned himself on one side of the tilted wall that this entity was attempting to erect. Properly, he placed his hands against its surface to help stabilize and lift, and for the first time since he began embarking upon his way, he felt like he was holding something genuinely heavy, not heavy in simple physical sense, but heavy in existential sense. The wall itself appeared deceptively simple upon initial observation, clean wooden construction without elaborate ornamentation. But when Anaximander examined it more carefully with his analytical perception, he noticed extraordinary details. One side of the wall bore vibrant fruits filled with pulsing life force, entities that radiated vitality and growth and continuation. The opposite side held fruits that seemed dead, yet paradoxically shone with their own distinct vibrancy, not lifeless in sense of absence, but bearing a different quality of existence that was equally valid and complex. As he studied this peculiar construction and what it separated with growing fascination, the entity who had been working on erecting this wall looked toward him and smiled with an expression of amusement. Why are you seeking the entities so deliberately? There exists substantial danger if you encounter the wrong one. Not all of us are benevolent, and some possess questionable ethics regarding how we interact with other beings. Anaximander continued looking at the wall with intense interest, noting how it defied conventional physical properties. He replied while studying it with scientific fascination, I met a friend recently. Perhaps I can legitimately call him that, despite brief acquaintance. He advised me to exercise some caution regarding the existences. His expression brightened with enthusiasm, but for good or bad, I am fundamentally a learner of existence and student of reality by core nature. My curiosity overwhelmed my caution, and I decided I wanted to stand before the most powerful specifically to understand that which I currently do not comprehend. Fear born from ignorance seems philosophically inferior to knowledge acquired through calculated risk. Chapter 4462 Civilization Specialization v. His earnest words caused the distant being holding the opposite end of this heavy wall to smile with genuine warmth as he nodded. Well, what specifically do you want to know? Anaximander, now thoroughly engrossed with the mysteriously heavy wall he was supporting, replied with immediate focus, at this precise moment, I am intensely interested in what exactly you are accomplishing here. What is this wall fundamentally? And why does it possess such extraordinary existential weight that I can barely maintain my position? At such direct inquiry, the entity on the opposite end released an audible sigh as his response emerged with melancholy and determination. I also have a friend. We can call her that, though our relationship is complex. She was unfairly collapsed some time ago through circumstances beyond her control. And I've been systematically attempting to help her and others like her who faced similar collapse. His expression grew distant. Their fundamental nature and specialization is inherently dead, bearing authority over cessation and endings rather than beginnings and growth. There exist substantial complications when their collapsed weavings interact with the weavings of the living. He gestured toward the wall they were collectively supporting. I am attempting to erect a wall, a veil, around their domains to provide protection and separation. A veil that would also act as protection because some rather unpleasant things seem to be in play. So I thought of a veil so they can maintain semblance of peace and stability after everything that has occurred to them. I have accomplished everything within my capability thus far, but this final section seems extraordinarily heavy. Unless I am actively supporting it, this wall continues tilting dangerously. His tone carried self-awareness. Perhaps it is because I am executing too many simultaneous projects at this moment. Perhaps I need to attempt this construction during period when I can dedicate complete focus rather than divided attention across countless responsibilities. Anaximander's eyes illuminated with intellectual excitement at such explanation. He looked at this tilted wall with renewed understanding and spoke. Can I attempt to help? My way may be of use. The entity regarded him calmly for an extended moment. Finally he nodded. You can attempt this, but exercise extreme care. The weight of this wall is not merely physical. You will be supporting the boundary between life and death, between continuation and cessation, between what is and what was. At such solemn warning, the glorious scene that unfolded in the next moment would have profound implications. Anaximander breathed out slowly, centering himself, focusing his cultivated way entirely upon this singular task. He began applying systematic pressure on the tilted wall while simultaneously instructing his existence with logical precision. This is just a wall. A boundary requiring proper positioning. With both of us applying coordinated force, it simply needs to cease being tilted and stand vertically as intended. Simple physics combined with existential authority. Calculate optimal force vectors. Apply pressure systematically. Achieve result. His existence buzzed with intensity as it received these guidelines and directives, his way manifesting tangibly as he applied the conviction that this wall should stand straight, and shockingly, the heavy tilted wall actually began to shift. When the humanoid entity on the opposite side observed this unexpected movement, his expression transformed to genuine surprise and wonder. He immediately applied his own substantial power to the wall as they pushed together with synchronized effort. An immense eruption of concentrated complexity exploded outward at that moment as the entire expanse of the vast and intricate shore trembled beneath the weight of what they were accomplishing. The body of the entity on the opposite end pulsed with seas of endless primordial civilizational authority as torrents of concentrated power flowed into the wall structure. Meanwhile, Anaximander felt like he was executing tasks that entirely contradicted his fundamental nature, pushing against a really heavy wall when he was never the athletic or strong type, and yet he continued exerting maximum effort to straighten this simple wall, and shockingly, after duration that felt simultaneously instantaneous. And boom, the tilted wall was no longer tilted. It stood straight and strong and permanent, properly positioned as intended. The moment it achieved perfect vertical alignment, brilliant incandescent light erupted from the top of this wall and stretched upward endlessly, piercing through dimensional boundaries, extending across territorial divisions, creating visible demarcation that would persist across eons. Anaximander observed such marvelous phenomenon as he stumbled backward with exhaustion that exceeded anything he had experienced before. He felt profound sense of weakness pervading his entire existence, but the accomplishment of straightening that significant wall made him smile and laugh with genuine satisfaction despite his depleted state. While expressing such triumph, his body began swaying dangerously as if about to collapse entirely. The entity who had been working on the opposite end of the wall appeared beside him instantaneously to provide stabilizing support, preventing his fall with gentle but firm assistance. Anaximander breathed heavily as he steadied himself with visible effort. I never anticipated manual labor would cause such profound exertion. I haven't experienced genuine fatigue like this since I first embarked upon my way. But no matter. Totally worth the experience. He straightened with effort and extended a conceptual hand. I am Anaximander. A fold dweller by current classification. A scientist by training and disposition, and a dreamer who wishes to learn everything existence can teach. Who are you, exactly? Anaximander articulated such direct question as the being who was helping him maintain stability shook his head with warm smile. I am the creature. Anaximander blinked repeatedly at such casual revelation as his processing caught up with implication. The all capital letters? So I successfully located the precise entity I sought to understand? You don't trigger any alarm bells in my mind, though. He contemplated Osmond's stern warnings to exercise caution against the beings. This particular one seemed remarkably approachable, and when the creature had helped stabilize him, Anaximander had felt immense infusion of surrounding existence's concentrated life force flowing into his depleted framework to accelerate recovery, as if the creature could perceive the questioning evaluation occurring behind Anaximander's expression. He nodded while providing clarification, the all capital, exactly as you understood. And your friend demonstrated wisdom advising caution regarding the entities. Some of us can be profoundly selfish, manipulative, even pursuing agendas that disregard consequences for other beings. His expression brightened with genuine curiosity. Who is this friend of yours who provided such counsel? Are they as remarkable as you are? I would appreciate opportunity to meet them as well. It's rare to encounter beings and anomalies like you. At such inquiry, Anaximander shook his head with an apologetic expression. I made an explicit promise not to reveal their identity. They expressed substantial discomfort regarding the entities and requested anonymity. I respect that boundary despite my natural inclination toward sharing information freely. The creature nodded with understanding. What a shame. Anyone you would designate as friend would, undoubtedly prove exceptional to meet directly. But no matter, come, he gestured expansively toward the vast shore, since I have unexpected guest, and you even provided crucial assistance establishing the veil properly. Let me treat you with appropriate hospitality. You expressed desire to understand existence more completely? I may possess capability to provide some answers. The creature helped Anaximander steady himself completely before leading this extraordinary being deeper into the vast and seemingly endless shore. It was a meeting that none across observable history knew occurred, a meeting that none would believe possible even if informed directly, but existence was grand beyond comprehension. And the possibilities were genuinely endless. Meanwhile, in the present, on a nearly collapsed, desiccated, sleeping shore, Noah stood processing the implications of what civilization specialization might represent for his framework as a moment later. Prompts began to descend. Chapter 4463 Civilization Specialization 6. Noah's eyes pulsed with immensity as he observed the formation of the sovereign spires of Osmont while prompts descended to explain exactly what civilization specialization represented. The prompts materialized alongside radiant illusory holographic displays of the sovereign spires, towering structures that appeared simultaneously within his manifested civilization and his conceptual diagrams floating before his vision. The civilization specialization system represents evolutionary refinement of the primordial civilization of Mana and Hunger's membership structure. This system allows for the diversification of roles and capabilities among members, transforming your civilization from monolithic force into sophisticated organism with differentiated functions. Through the sovereign spires of Osmont, members of your civilization can voluntarily transform their existence into specialized path that provides substantial benefits to both individual and collective framework. Current available specializations: the Infinite Bulwark Specialization, the Hungering Maw Specialization, the Vital Chorus Specialization. Additional specializations currently under development: the Architects of Infinity Specialization, 17% completion; the Sovereign Herald Specialization, 13% completion. Access to additional specializations will unlock as your civilization advances and as harvest continues flowing into the sovereign spires of Osmont. Noah's eyes flashed as he processed these prompts. So the civilization evolves from everyone possessing similar capabilities toward specialized roles with distinct functions. 3 specializations currently available, 2 more under development. In the next moment, he observed one of the massive sovereign spires of Osmont within his manifested civilization rise up prominently and be displayed before him with enhanced clarity, as if the entire conceptual structure was being pulled forward for a detailed examination. The spire was magnificent in its architectural expression. A towering structure composed of layered obsidian gold crystalline formations that suggested absolute solidity and permanence. The surface was inscribed with countless defensive arcana glyphs that pulsed with rhythmic intensity. Above it, floating labels materialized with clear identification: Sovereign Spire of Osmont, the Iron Concordat. The blue-gold holographic figure of Ruin/Eden appeared beside the displayed spire, her form coalescing from scattered light into coherent representation. She bowed gracefully toward Noah with expression mixing professionalism with barely suppressed excitement, as if she had been waiting eagerly to present this new capability. Her voice emerged with precision, though underlying enthusiasm colored her typical analytical tone. Master, allow me to present the first available civilization specialization: the Infinite Bulwark Specialization. This path can be obtained when any member of your civilization, with the sole exception of yourself, enters a sovereign spire of Osmont bearing the distinction of the Iron Concordat and consciously chooses to undergo the transformation. As she articulated this introduction, the obsidian gold coloration of the spire intensified, the defensive architectural structure becoming more pronounced as if physically responding to being discussed. Ruin/Eden began explaining the specialization through systematically presented prompts: the Infinite Bulwark Specialization, Faction Declaration. We are the wall upon which existence breaks. We do not fall. We cannot fall. Primary focus, absolute defense and endurance. This specialization represents commitment to protection above all other considerations. Members who choose this path sacrifice offensive capability entirely in exchange for defensive power that transcends conventional limitations, an illusory figure manifested beside Ruinidin, showing how a humanoid figure who chose this specialization would appear after transformation. The figure was massive, imposing, covered in layered crystalline plates of obsidian gold that seemed to absorb light rather than reflecting it. The entity moved with deliberate slowness, but each step radiated absolute certainty and caused minor stabilization effects in surrounding reality. Additional prompts continued with detailed specifications, core transformation parameters, total offensive sacrifice. Members of this specialization lose 100% of their offensive capabilities. They cannot deal direct damage through any conventional or unconventional means. All attacks, abilities, and techniques designed to harm enemies are systematically removed from their framework. Any attacks towards members of the civilization are automatically drawn to them. Multiplicative defensive gain. In exchange for complete offensive sacrifice, their complexity and purity is multiplied by 15x for all defensive calculations. This multiplication applies to durability. Resistances to living existential authority, principles, and civilizational authority, and all other protective measurements. Immovable presence cannot be forcefully moved, teleported, displaced, or otherwise repositioned without explicit consent. Their existence becomes anchored to their chosen location through fundamental authority that resists manipulation. The illusory bulwark figure demonstrated these capabilities, absorbing devastating attacks without visible damage, remaining perfectly stationary despite tremendous force being applied, radiating defensive authority that created visible protective fields around nearby allies. Unique capabilities. Civilization fortress formation. Multiple bulwarks can merge there. Individual defensive fields to create unified impenetrable barriers protecting designated allies. The more bulwarks participate in formation, the stronger the collective barrier becomes, scaling exponentially rather than linearly. The visualization showed 3 bulwarks combining their defenses, their individual protective fields merging into single cohesive barrier that appeared capable of withstanding apocalyptic assault. Damage conversion. All damage absorbed by bulwark can be systematically stored within their framework and subsequently channeled to the offensive specialists within the civilization. Nothing is wasted. Every attack they endure becomes fuel for allied counter-assault. The illusory figure absorbed barrage of attacks, and visible energy accumulated within its form before being transferred through golden conduits toward offensive-oriented allies who held different specializations. Existential anchoring. Their presence stabilizes reality itself within substantial radius. Prevents spatial tears, dimensional collapse, reality manipulation, or existential alteration within their vicinity. The more powerful the bulwark, the larger the stabilization radius. The visualization demonstrated reality becoming more solid around the bulwark. Attempts to tear space, manipulate dimensions, or alter fundamental principles simply failing within the stabilized zone. Regenerative resonance. Healing effects directed toward bulwarks are amplified by 500%. Their defensive specialization creates synergistic relationship with restorative capabilities, allowing healer specializations to restore them far more efficiently. Armored forms appear as living fortresses, massive entities covered in layered crystalline plates of obsidian gold that shift and reconfigure to optimize defensive coverage. Movement is deliberate and unhurried, but conveys absolute certainty. Eyes glow with steady, unwavering silver light that suggests immutable commitment to their protective purpose. Ideal candidates, those who value protection above personal glory or offensive capability. Beings who have experienced devastating loss and refuse to allow such loss to occur again. Entities with naturally defensive psychological dispositions who find fulfillment in shielding others rather than destroying enemies. Members who understand that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in capacity to harm, but in capacity to endure. Noah's eyes pulsed with tyranny as he absorbed the comprehensive presentation of this first civilization specialization. He ignored everything else and focused on a number, 15x, 15. Did this mean, truly, 15x the complexity and purity of any members who chose this defensive specialization? 100 quintillion to 1,500 quintillion, 1.5 sextillion? Truly, Chapter 4464 Civilization Specialization 7, the idea of it alone was ridiculous, as this type of power truly benefited his overall civilization, as it would mean any primus inevitabilities with a base of 100 quintillion complexity and purity could become a bastion of defense. If he chose just 20 million of the 100 million primus inevitabilities to go through the Iron Concordat sovereign spire, that would be 20 million entities with 1.5 sextillion complexity and purity. 1. Needed to take a second to process this, and then another second, because his eyes gleamed with appreciation for the sophisticated design as he contemplated potential applications, as he continued staring at the illusory diagram of the infinite bulwark form. Additional prompts materialized with crucial clarification. The stated 15x complexity and purity multiplier for defensive calculations represents baseline enhancement for standard members choosing this specialization. However, the actual multiplicative effect can be substantially higher depending on the civilization specialization potential possessed by an individual member. Higher potential ranks receive proportionally greater benefits from specialization transformation, creating dramatic power differentials between members of identical base power but different potential classifications. Noah's attention sharpened at this revelation. Potential determined how much benefit they extract from specialization. It meant that not everyone who becomes an infinite bulwark achieves identical results. In the next moment, an illusory diagram of Rhea materialized before him, her familiar form rendered in blue-gold holographic light with exceptional detail. From this diagram, countless lines of information extended outward like branches, each one providing specific data about her capabilities and characteristics. But most prominently, directly above her rendered form, glowing text displayed. Civilization specialization potential, sovereign potential, legendary third seal. Noah's eyes widened fractionally at seeing this concrete measurement of Rhea's inherent capacity. Additional prompts manifested to explain. Civilization specialization potential system. Every being within your civilization possesses innate civilization potential rank that determines their capacity for specialization advancement, their speed of progression, and the magnitude of benefits they receive from choosing specialization path. This potential is not arbitrary, it reflects fundamental characteristics of their existence, their connection to the civilization's core principles, and their capacity for transformation and growth. Potential rank classifications. The prompts organized themselves into hierarchical structure as Ruin/Eden provided a comprehensive explanation. Rank 1, undefined, unique, Noah Osmond only. This classification is possessed solely by the primordial sovereign, the foundational existence around which the entire civilization is constructed. Capabilities: can perceive, analyze, and systematically evaluate the civilization potential of all members with perfect accuracy, can forcefully elevate the civilization potential of any member through investment of accumulated harvest, can create entirely new specialization paths by combining existing frameworks or manifesting novel configurations, not bound by limitations of any single specialization, already embodies all paths simultaneously without requiring conscious selection. You are the architect. All others are components of your design. Noah nodded slowly at this confirmation of his unique position. Rank 2, primordial potential, mythic, first seal through ninth seal, extraordinarily rare classification possessed by entities, fundamentally woven into the civilization's genesis, beings whose existence is inseparable from the civilization's foundational principles, capabilities, can master multiple non-competing specializations simultaneously. Maximum 3. Advancement speed multiplied by 50x compared to baseline, can evolve their chosen specializations into unique personal variants that reflect their individual nature. Natural affinity for civilizational authority makes all specialization abilities substantially more potent. Current members with primordial potential, core, the first hunger, Sigrid, the living order. Noah's mind immediately cataloged this information. Core and Sigrid both qualified as primordial potential. It made sense. They were fundamentally connected to hunger and order itself. Rank 3, sovereign potential, legendary, first seal through ninth seal, rare classification possessed by exceptional individuals who demonstrate remarkable affinity for the civilization's principles despite not being foundational components. Capabilities: can master two non-competing specializations simultaneously. Advancement speed multiplied by 20x compared to baseline, capable of teaching their specialization to lower-ranked members. Accelerating collective growth, develop leadership capabilities naturally, often capable of becoming commanders within their specialization. Current members with sovereign potential: Protos, the first Primus, Inevitability, Barbados, Rhea, Henry. Noah evaluated each name, all were exceptional in their own ways. Rank 4, Exalted Potential, Epic, first seal through ninth seal. Uncommon classification possessed by talented members who show exceptional affinity for specific aspects of the civilization. Capabilities: Masters 1 specialization with extraordinary depth, advancement speed multiplied by 10x compared to baseline, can develop unique techniques and variations within their chosen specialization. Estimated members with exalted potential: 847. Current members, rank 5, ascendant potential, rare, first seal through ninth seal, common among capable members who possess solid foundation and genuine commitment to civilization. Capabilities: Masters 1 specialization effectively, advancement speed multiplied by 5x compared to baseline, standard but reliable progression along chosen path, form backbone of specialization factions through consistent competence. Estimated members with ascendant potential: 4,000,000. Current members, rank 6, initiated potential, common, baseline rank for most members who join the civilization. Capabilities: can pursue one specialization. Standard advancement speed, requires substantial resource investment for meaningful progression, can be elevated to higher potential through master's intervention and harvest investment. Estimated members with initiated potential, majority of current civilization membership. After Noah absorbed the complete framework of civilization, specialization potential, his eyes shone with brilliant intensity as he contemplated everything. He could see everyone's potential. And more importantly, he could elevate that potential through harvest investment. His mind raced through tactical calculations. He smiled with tyrannical satisfaction as the potential wonder to bloom from all of this was simply catastrophic. Absolutely catastrophic levels of power become possible, WAA, and so far, he had only examined one civilization specialization in detail. There remain two other currently available specializations that he could guide members toward: the hungering maw and the vital chorus. One could already decipher what they would be geared towards if the first civilization specialization was defensive. Each would offer distinct capabilities. Each would create different opportunities. His civilization was evolving beyond simple accumulation of powerful individuals and was becoming a true organism, differentiated, specialized, optimized, and he controlled every aspect of that evolution. Chapter 4465 Immense. After obtaining a comprehensive understanding of the first specialization and the potential system that governed it, Noah issued his command for overview of the remaining two civilization specializations to be presented. The prompts materialized with systematic precision: the hungering maw specialization, faction designation; the crimson hunger, faction declaration: we hunger, we devour, we grow without end. Primary focus: pure offensive power and systematic consumption. This specialization represents commitment to destruction and growth through violence. Members who choose this path sacrifice defensive capability substantially in exchange for offensive power that transcends limitations. Core transformation parameters: defensive sacrifice, members lose 80% of their defensive capabilities. They become fragile glass cannons, extraordinarily vulnerable to counterattack but devastatingly lethal when unmolested. Multiplicative offensive gain: their offensive complexity and purity is multiplied by 15x for all damage calculations, attack potency, and destructive capability measurements. Consumption acceleration: everything they destroy is immediately and automatically converted to personal power with 100% efficiency. No energy is wasted, all defeated enemies become fuel for continued growth. Unique capabilities: straight face, reality severance. Their attacks ignore conventional defenses by directly attacking the fundamental existence of targets rather than merely their physical or energetic manifestations. Armor, barriers, and protective techniques prove substantially less effective against reality severance strikes. Exponential hunger stacks: each successful kill increases their overall power by 10%. This enhancement stacks indefinitely during combat engagement, creating snowball effect where early kills make subsequent kills easier, which generate more kills, which compound power further. Predatory instinct: can perceive and automatically identify the weakest point in any defense, existence, principles, or protective weavings. This sense guides their attacks toward maximum effectiveness with minimal conscious effort. Feast of conquest: can temporarily consume and actively wield defeated enemies' signature abilities, techniques, and powers. Duration scales with power differential, weaker enemies provide brief access, comparable enemies provide extended usage. They are sleek, predatory lifeforms covered in crimson obsidian tentacles that constantly writhe with barely contained aggressive intent, multiple serrated maws visible across their bodies, appearing on shoulders, chest, limbs, each one releasing wisps of concentrated hunger that distorts surrounding space. Eyes burn with ravenous red light that intensifies with each kill. After extended combat, their eyes become nearly blinding crimson beacons radiating accumulated bloodlust. Ideal candidates, those with naturally aggressive psychological dispositions who find fulfillment in destruction rather than creation. Beings who have lost everything and channel emotion into systematic vengeance against those responsible or against existence itself. Entities naturally inclined toward violence who would struggle with defensive or supportive roles but excel when permitted to pursue offense without restraint. Noah gave a light nod to the overview of the hungering maw. Specialization as there wasn't much to say about it apart from it being just as astonishing as the infinite bulwark, so he simply read the rest. The vital chorus: specialization, faction designation, the verdant cycle, faction declaration. Life persists through us. Death is merely temporary setback. Primary focus: healing, support, and systematic resurrection. This specialization represents commitment to preservation and continuation of existence. Members who choose this path sacrifice offensive capability almost entirely in exchange for restorative power that makes their allies extraordinarily difficult to permanently eliminate. Core transformation parameters: offensive sacrifice. Members lose 90% of their offensive capabilities. They become almost entirely incapable of dealing direct damage, though they retain capacity for self-defense through indirect means. Support amplification: all healing effects, buffing techniques, protective barriers, and supportive abilities weaved into complexity and purity are multiplied by 15x in potency and efficiency. Life binding can establish permanent soul bonds with other civilization members. If bonded ally faces collapse, they can be instantly resurrected as long as the vital chorus member who holds their bond survives. This creates symbiotic relationship where protecting the healer ensures limited immortality for bonded warriors. Unique capabilities: resurrection acceleration can dramatically reduce the standard 24-hour rebirth time for collapsed Primus inevitabilities and other civilization members to mere minutes through concentrated application of restorative authority. Overflow vitality: healing that exceeds target's maximum capacity doesn't dissipate wastefully. Instead, excess healing energy converts into temporary protective shield that absorbs damage until depleted. Symphonic restoration: healing multiple targets simultaneously creates harmonic resonance between healing effects. Each additional target amplifies overall potency exponentially rather than dividing attention. Healing 5 allies proves far more than 5 times as effective as healing 1. Death Defiance aura: allies within substantial radius of vital chorus member cannot be instantly killed regardless of attack potency. They will always survive with minimum 1% existence remaining, providing opportunity for healing to restore them before subsequent attacks finish elimination. This specialization holds radiant forms perpetually wreathed in green-gold-blue light that pulses rhythmically like heartbeat. The luminescence intensifies during active healing, becoming nearly blinding when restoring critically injured allies, bodies covered in intricate mandala-like patterns that glow with increasing brightness when channeling restorative power. These patterns shift and reconfigure based on healing technique being employed. Eyes shine with compassionate emerald light. Many develop visible halos or aureolas of concentrated life force that mark them as preservers rather than destroyers. Ideal candidates: those who have witnessed excessive death and refuse to permit further loss if prevention remains within their capability. Natural healers who find psychological fulfillment, preservation, and restoration rather than destruction and conquest. Beings who understand that sometimes the greatest contribution to victory involves ensuring allies survive rather than personally eliminating enemies. Noah's eyes pulsed with tyrannical satisfaction as he absorbed both specializations completely. 3 civilization specializations. 3 distinct factions with complementary capabilities. The Iron Concordat provides unkillable anchors who stabilize reality and absorb attacks. The Crimson Hunger delivers overwhelming offensive power that snowballs through combat. The verdant cycle ensures casualties remain temporary and allies maintain peak condition. Together, they create a synergy that exceeds simple sum of individual capabilities. This is what true civilization architecture looks like. After reviewing these comprehensive prompts, Noah nodded with an expression of absolute command and spoke with decisive authority. Get the sovereign spires of Osmond prepared. manifest 10 spires bearing the distinction of the iron concordat, 10 representing the crimson hunger, and 10 embodying the verdant cycle. Distribute them across the early veiled shore and infiniverse to ensure accessibility for all members. The response came as single word pulsing with acknowledgement, understood. Noah opened his eyes fully, returning his awareness from the conceptual space of his manifested civilization to the physical reality of the desiccated sleeping shore. He looked at everything surrounding him with calculating assessment, the devastated landscape, the orbiting primus inevitabilities, the few remaining structures that hadn't been obliterated during the Gi battle. He raised his armored fist high in gesture of victory, silent acknowledgement of what had been accomplished. In the surroundings, all the primus inevitabilities mirrored his motion, raising their own fists in synchronized salute. HUUM, the gesture carried no vocal component, but the meaning was unmistakable. We have triumphed. Chapter 4466 Immense. 2. Noah's words emerged with commanding finality. Only a single vessel of the living paradox has been collapsed. The avatars have secured and concealed the others, distributed them across existence to prevent easy acquisition. Find them. Hunt them. Collapse them one by one until none remain. His crimson visor swept across the assembled forces. Meanwhile, I shall summon you sequentially to undergo civilization specialization over the next day. When you return to combat, you will return transformed, optimized for specific functions that will make our civilization exponentially more formidable. The primus inevitabilities accepted the order without hesitation, their formations breaking as they dispersed in coordinated groups. Thousands streaked away in different directions, beginning systematic search across the folds for remaining vessels. Noah looked at those still present, entities fused with civilizational armor who would return with him rather than continuing the hunt. Rhea, Henry, Sigrid, Protos in his separated form, and numerous others. His command was simple: let us depart. The light of mana and hunger wrapped around all of them simultaneously, crimson obsidian radiance that distorted space as they began disappearing one by one. What remained behind was decimated, decayed shore, in distant corner far from the primary battlefield. All those who had been frozen and paralyzed during the engagement began waking gradually, their consciousness returning. As the overwhelming pressure of concentrated civilizational authority finally dissipated, they would find their domain utterly transformed, their reality shattered. Only dazzling blue sparks floated around them as extended hands for a chance. In the wake of war, only devastation persisted. After warfare concluded, there existed few viable courses of action available to participants. The defeated held no voice in determining what followed, their opinions rendered irrelevant through systematic loss of capability to enforce preferences. The victors could indulge in celebration, reveling in triumph, distributing spoils, commemorating fallen comrades, or they could recognize they remained in perpetual state of conflict, understanding that failure to advance immediately would result in them becoming the defeated when next engagement occurred. And because Noah understood this fundamental principle with absolute clarity, he stood now in the early veiled shore as this vast continental landscape, rapidly enlarging and transforming through accumulated harvest, currently bore three massive sovereign spires of Osmont standing impossibly tall near each other along the shore's expanding edges. These three represented the available specialization paths. The first spire gleamed with obsidian gold coloration and bore defensive architectural characteristics: massive layered walls and redundant structural supports. Above it, floating designation proclaimed, the Iron Concordat, defensive specialization. The second spire was sleeker, more predatory in design: sharp angles, aggressive protrusions, surface covered in blade-like formations that suggested violence barely contained. Crimson light pulsed through obsidian framework. Its designation read, the Crimson Hunger Offensive Specialization. The third spire radiated gentle luminescence, green gold blue light emanating from its structure in rhythmic pulses, circular rather than angular architecture, flowing curves rather than harsh edges. Its designation proclaimed, the Verdant Cycle Support Specialization. At this moment, Noah stood on golden sands alongside Kor and many others, all watching the entrance of the Iron Concordat Sovereign Spire with focused attention. They were witnessing the emergence of the first entity to undergo civilization specialization transformation. The massive obsidian gold doors of the spire opened with resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through existence itself as Titano walked out. His figure was adorned in civilizational armor of mana and hunger that now shone with pure obsidian gold brilliance rather than the mixed coloration others displayed. The armor had transformed, becoming far more massive, far more imposing, covered in layered crystalline plates that overlapped with sophisticated precision. he looked absolutely magnificent, a walking embodiment of impenetrable defense. On his chest, prominently displayed where all could observe, was inscribed massive obsidian gold shield, the mark distinguishing him as member of the Iron Concordat, as one who had chosen the path of the infinite bulwark. The armored head opened with mechanical precision to reveal Titano's giant features, his expression holding a mixture of satisfaction and sullen recognition of responsibility he had accepted. He looked directly toward Noah and spoke with a voice that resonated with newfound authority. "Brother, Titano can protect everyone now. No one will fall while Titano stands. This, Titano promises, he could protect everyone now." Noah smiled genuinely at such an earnest declaration as he nodded with approval and pulled up Titano's current status information through his undefined potential's analytical capabilities. Entity designation: Titano, civilization specialization potential, sovereign potential, legendary fifth seal, current specialization, the infinite bulwark, the iron, concordat, complexity and purity, 8 sextillion, specialization effects, offensive capability, reduced to 0%, complete sacrifice, defensive capability, multiplied by 20x due to sovereign potential, enhancement, immovable presence, active, cannot be displaced without consent, civilization fortress formation. Available, damage conversion, active. All absorbed damage can be channeled to offensive specialists. Existential anchoring, radius 500 gigaparsecs. Reality stabilization preventing spatial manipulation. Regenerative resonance, 500% healing amplification active. This entity now represents a mobile fortress. Offensive capability, completely eliminated but defensive capacity elevated to truly extraordinary levels. Noah's eyes burned with brilliant intensity at a single number as everything else WSS pushed aside. 8 sextillion, 8, that was not a calculation error or display malfunction. Titano had originally possessed 300 quintillion complexity and purity, as recipient of the elevated boon of Major Mana and Hunger Bulwark. Adding the 100 quintillion from his fused Primus inevitability brought him to 400 quintillion baseline, after selecting his specialization and undergoing transformation. That 400 quintillion had been multiplied by 20x through his sovereign potential's enhanced benefits, resulting in effective defensive rating of 8 sextillion. For defensive purposes, Titano now effectively possessed protection exceeding Noah's own architect's bulwark's threshold of 3 sextillion. And yet Titano was considered a bastion of his civilization, a wall as no damage would flow to him unless it bypassed Titano, and when there were tens of millions of tanks in his civilization, the enemy would need to be ridiculously powerful to ever even hope to touch his grandeur and immensity. This was a glimpse of how his terrifying civilization specialization could utterly change things from here on out. Chapter 4467 Immense 3. Titano was the first, but not the last. Noah looked toward Henry, Sigrid, Protos, Rhea, the Emperor Penguin, and numerous others assembled on the Golden Sands. Oh, Protos, Noah himself could not undergo specialization as he embodied and controlled it all, but Protos, the Primus inevitability bound to him. Noah couldn't help but laugh as his eyes flashed with unbound tyranny. Titano's power was a result of both him and his fused Primus inevitability. 100 quintillion multiplied by the effects of the specialization. Noah couldn't undergo specialization, but Protos could as when he did so, as someone with an even higher baseline than Titano and many others. Paired with his civilization specialization potential, this was why Noah couldn't help but laugh. He also looked at all the others. They would soon receive opportunity to specialize and potentially gain complexity and purity exceeding 8 sextillion, and Noah emphasized potentially because he also planned to elevate their civilization specialization potential through harvest, investment, which would accelerate advancement speed dramatically while also increasing the multiplicative benefits they received from specialization transformation. His imposing words emerged with commanding authority. Choose the civilization specialization that aligns most authentically with your fundamental nature. Become bastion if protection calls to your existence. Become sword if destruction resonates with your purpose. Become healer if preservation fulfills your philosophical disposition. Become anything you genuinely wish to become as we continue the advancement toward objectives that exceed what any individual could accomplish alone. OH 117. Bellows echoed across the early veiled shores for the first time. Mass specializations commenced within the primordial civilization of Mana and Hunger. Henry moved toward the Crimson Hunger Spire with determined stride, his expression suggesting he had waited for opportunity to unleash accumulated aggression without restraint. Sigrid approached the verdant cycle with measured grace, order itself gravitating toward healing and defensive stability that aligned with her fundamental principles. Wait, Noah blinked as he recalled a line under the civilization's specialization potential. Could someone like Sigrid walk THR paths of both defense and healer since they were non-competing specializations? Noah's eyes blazed at the thought as his smile became even more devilish. Rhea darted toward the crimson hunger with characteristic rebellious energy, seeking power that would let her carve her own path through hostile existence. Dozens, then hundreds began entering the various spires, each one making choice that would define their role within the civilization's increasingly sophisticated architecture. The Primus inevitabilities would soon surge by the millions to choose their terrifying specializations. Noah watched with tyrannical satisfaction as his forces underwent systematic transformation. This is what separates true civilizations from mere accumulations of power. While such magnificent transformations bloomed in distant territories, inside the loom, the domain was vast beyond conventional measurement, structured space where reality itself operated according to deliberately imposed rules rather than natural principles. Geometric perfection dominated every surface. Light emanated from no visible source yet illuminated everything uniformly, within central chamber of this domain. Ambessa's figure could be observed standing with her calm composure. She had removed the existence avatar diadem, the sophisticated headgear that had allowed her consciousness to pilot the avatar manifestation outside the loom, and now stood in her genuine physical form, her hair cascaded like banner of authority. Her crimson gold eyes surveyed the massive array of screens displaying recorded footage from all 9 avatars' experiences. Around her, other avatars who had participated in the deployment stood watching, some with expressions of livid fury, others with analytical focus, few with resigned acceptance of unexpected defeat. The screens displayed devastating scenes, 2 million Primus inevitabilities surrounding the avatars. The overwhelming coordination of their assault, the systematic collapse of all projections, despite their substantial individual power. Uniquely, Ambessa's extended conversation with the armored entity did not play on these screens for all present to observe. At this moment, a voice emerged with authority that commanded immediate attention, belonging to one who clearly held substantial rank within the loom's hierarchy. What a unique civilization we have observed emerging outside our secured boundaries. Ambessa, the speaker, Axiom architect Surion, addressed her directly. You can confirm this represents the derivative way of hunger? The connection seems obvious upon initial observation. The tentacles, the consumption mechanics, the relationship with the first hunger, herself. Ambessa's calm reply emerged without hesitation but also without excessive elaboration. It should be classified as derivative way of hunger based on observable characteristics. Yes, she articulated such confirmation, but deliberately withheld additional insight that it might also represent something else entirely. Axiom architect Surion smiled and nodded with approving gesture. Acceptable assessment. Now, regarding performance evaluation, out of the 9 participants in this experimental deployment, you demonstrated sufficient resonance with the existence avatar diadems and exhibited most effective decision-making during engagement. Outside the loom, his tone shifted to a formal proclamation. You have been selected to receive boon of specialization as recognition of your superior performance. Your standing within the loom's hierarchy is about to change substantially. You will be elevated to a leadership position among those who will coordinate all response teams for matters occurring outside the loom until the fallout concludes, including systematic management of this budding derivative civilization of hunger. You will be ordained as one of the leaders of the Civilization Guard of Paradox, a profound honor for any member of our civilization. HUUM. Ambessa's eyes flashed with genuine surprise at such unexpected promotion. Though she recovered her composed expression almost instantly, she simply nodded with slight smile acknowledging the honor. I accept this responsibility and will execute assigned duties to the best of my accumulated capabilities. She turned her gaze back toward the screens displaying the armored figure who had collapsed her avatar, that being who possessed such confidence despite facing overwhelming odds, who commanded forces that had systematically eliminated 8 other avatars. That bold existence, was he truly prepared for what was about to come? Because now it wouldn't be experimental deployment of 9 avatars. Now it would be a systematic response from the loom itself. Her smile widened slightly, a mixture of anticipation and something approaching respect for a worthy opponent. Let us see how far you can advance before we meet again. Let us discover whether your confidence is justified or merely arrogance awaiting correction. The screens continued displaying the aftermath of devastation as a small subsection of forces within the loom began planning its response to this unexpected challenge. A small subsection, the major players themselves had not even gotten involved as there was no need to. A few of the followers of the living paradox merely wanted to take care of an annoyance surrounding vessels of their master that were being suppressed by existence itself, since the fallout had yet to occur. This was something minor, but it did initiate an exchange of conflicts even before the fallout. Chapter 4468 Thamada I. In the Wandering Territories, the sanctuary of the first farmer, a simple verdant gold hut stood in the center of many radiant farm fields. A modest structure that seemed almost ridiculous given the concentrated life force emanating from surrounding plots where entire dimensions were being cultivated like crops. Elindra entered the hut with expression mixing nostalgia and calming grief. Her golden hair cascaded like wheat fields in harvest season. Her blue eyes held depths of accumulated wisdom beyond her apparent age. The verdant gold dress she wore seemed woven from living plant matter that pulsed with rhythmic vitality. This was the home her father loved to occupy when he required respite from responsibilities, surrounded by vibrant life all around, tending to growth with his own hands rather than delegating to subordinates. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, inhaling the immense force of life permeating the surroundings. The accumulated essence of the first farmer's cultivation still lingered here, making the simple hut feel sacred despite its modest construction. In the next moment, a voice echoed from behind her with measured calmness, the perpetual farmer. "Are you prepared for what comes next?" Noah pushed aside the straw door and entered while surveying the interior with analytical assessment. His eyes catalogued details, the simple furniture, the preserved artifacts, the carefully maintained garden visible through rear window. Was she prepared? Elindra turned to stare at this magnificent entity before her, who had walked into her father's sanctuary as if he belonged there. His figure approached until he stood mere inches from her position. He tilted his head with expression suggesting genuine curiosity rather than manipulation as he observed the wetness accumulating in her eyes. His hand reached out with surprising gentleness to wipe away tears that threatened to fall. She felt the immensity and warmth of hands that appeared capable of crushing her existence or elevating it beyond current limitations. Her blue eyes pulsed like endless sea while examining him, trying to comprehend what exactly he represented, what role she was about to play in his designs, because it truly seemed like it would be his designs. But he pulled his hand away with deliberate motion as he spoke with calm finality. "You expressed desire to establish a friendship between us, correct? Then let us be friends. Let us discover whether we can successfully guide you toward achieving the designation. Come." With casual wave of his hand, a blue-gold portal manifested beside them, a spatial tier leading to destinations unknown. He entered without hesitation or backward glance, as if he had absolute confidence that she would follow. Moments passed in weighted silence. Elindra bit her lips with visible indecision, looking around the hut one final time, at her father's favorite chair, at the preserved tools he had used for his farming, at all the memories this place represented. Then she followed Noah through the portal with determined stride. "Father gave me this path. I will walk it to discover where it leads." Inside the Infiniverse, Noah and Elindra materialized before a radiant crimson hunger sovereign spire of Osmont that floated grandly in conceptual space. This particular spire positioned outside the early veiled shore, hovering alone in sea of golden sandy dreamlike authority that stretched infinitely in all directions. Inside a domain filled with the weaving's dreams, the spire itself was magnificent in its predatory design. Sleek architecture covered in blade-like protrusions. Crimson light pulsing through obsidian framework with rhythmic intensity. There existed nobody present at this location apart from Protos. The first Primus Inevitability stood before the spire's entrance with arms crossed, radiating heavy aura that made surrounding space distort visibly. His form had grown substantially since his initial emergence, now standing twice as tall as standard Primus Inevitabilities, covered in more elaborate armor, eyes burning with accumulated authority. Elindra looked around with expression mixing shock and growing comprehension as she articulated her confusion. "Where is this place? And what is that massive structure? Who is that being radiating such terrifying presence?" Noah replied with measured explanation. "This is my home, a small portion of it, at least. This place represents a space where my civilization's framework manifests tangibly. I brought you here to witness something important." He gestured toward Protos with a casual motion. "Can you perceive the power level of the being standing before us?" He smiled with an expression of genuine curiosity regarding her assessment. Elindra's eyes trembled as her analytical senses reached out to measure Protos. She wouldn't be able to fully tell, but 900 quintillion complexity and purity blazed ahead of her. For her it just felt overwhelming. Her own power, 15 quintillion after accepting the mantle of perpetual farmer, seemed to almost mean nothing in comparison. She felt like delicate feather confronting hurricane that could absolutely obliterate her existence without conscious effort, regardless of the 9 principles her father had carefully instilled within her framework. Regardless of all the preparation and engineering that had gone into her creation, Noah observed her shocked reaction with analytical focus as he continued his explanation. This represents his current power level in base form, before he undergoes his transformation. What you're sensing now is merely his starting point. He nodded toward Protos with a commanding gesture. Proceed. Protos bowed with formal precision before turning and entering the massive spire through doors that opened at his approach. The spire began shining with intensifying crimson brilliance as unfathomable transformation commenced within, visible even from external observation as the entire structure pulsed with concentrated authority. As this grand metamorphosis progressed, Noah turned his attention back to Alindra with an expression of assessment and challenge. This entity represents one among millions contained within my civilization who possess comparable power levels. Well, others are slightly less on average. He's exceptional even among his peers. Right now, he is undergoing transformation that will multiply the power you just measured by more than 15 times through civilization specialization mechanics. His voice carried weight of undeniable truth. This represents the level of immensity you must achieve if you genuinely wish to compete at scales we're operating on. You possess the legacy of the first farmer. He had already engineered your existence specifically for pursuing the designation. I am simultaneously pursuing multiple potential solutions to the fallout. You represent merely one option among several. His eyes fixed upon her with penetrating intensity. Surprise me. I harbor substantial doubt regarding your viability as a solution currently. Prove that skepticism wrong. Demonstrate that the first farmer's legacy constitutes something capable of allowing civilization to bloom exponentially. Or at minimum, prove that his specific plan to have you personally attain the designation represents achievable objective rather than impossible ambition. Alindra trembled even more profoundly at such blunt assessment as she bit her lips with decisive determination. Her figure turned fully toward Noah as she spoke with eyes shining, with barely contained fervor. My father designed my fundamental nature and the principles instilled within my framework specifically with perpetual harvest synergy in mind. The engineering was deliberate and comprehensive. I would require you to infuse me with substantial quantities of harvest. She spoke straightforwardly. Noah nodded with calm acceptance. I will provide that and more. But first, watch what transformation actually accomplishes at scale. The massive doorway of the spire before them pulsed with blinding crimson radiance as a terrifying figure emerged from within. Chapter 4469 Thaumaturgy 2. Protos had undergone complete metamorphosis. His form was now substantially more predatory, sleek and dangerous rather than merely imposing. Crimson obsidian tentacles covered his body in intricate patterns, each one writhing with barely contained aggressive intent. Multiple serrated maws had manifested across his shoulders, chest, and limbs, each one releasing wisps of concentrated hunger. His eyes burned with ravenous crimson light that seemed capable of consuming everything they focused upon. The pressure he radiated proved so intense that crimson winds in concentrated authority erupted from his form and became invisible. Force that inadvertently crashed against Alindra with devastating weight. She fell to her knees involuntarily, panting with exertion as her existence struggled to remain coherent under such overwhelming presence. Beside her, Noah observed with eyes shining with tyrannical satisfaction. He couldn't suppress the smile that bloomed across his features, because the results for Protos were utterly magnificent beyond initial projections. Noah was the acknowledged leader of this civilization. Yes, he embodied all specializations simultaneously through his undefined potential. Yes, he possessed more absurd advancement rates than any individual member. But would he truly be excluded from the remarkable benefits that civilization specialization provided? Protos, who had fused with him, who served as his armor and extension, emphatically rejected such limitation. His own civilization would never constrain him. This principle was demonstrated through Protos, whose power was fundamentally Noah's power due to their symbiotic fusion, and at this moment, that combined power was utterly absurd. Noah's eyes shone with brilliant intensity as he examined Protos's updated status information. Protos knelt before him with formal reverence and spoke with a voice resonating with accumulated authority. I have undergone specialization transformation for the sake of the Master's advancement. My power is your power. My growth is your growth. The status sheet materialized with comprehensive details. Entity designation: Protos, the first primus inevitability civilization specialization potential, primordial potential, mythic seventh seal, current specialization, the hungering maw, the crimson hunger, base complexity and purity, PRA specialization 900 quintillion, specialization multiplicative effect, 50x. Primordial potential enhancement, base 15x elevated to 50x through exceptional potential synergy, current complexity and purity, post specialization 45 sextillion, specialization. Effects: defensive capability, reduced to 20%, 80% sacrifice, offensive capability, multiplied by 50x, all attacks carry devastating destructive potential, consumption acceleration, 100% efficiency, all defeated enemies immediately converted to power. Reality severance, active attacks ignore conventional defenses, exponential hunger stacks, 10% power increase per kill, stacks indefinitely, predatory instinct, can perceive optimal attack vectors, automatically, feast of conquest, can temporarily wield defeated enemies, abilities, symbiotic notation, as fused entity with master, all accumulated, power transfers bidirectionally. Master gains full benefit of Protos' specialization without sacrificing his own versatility. After reviewing these shocking specifications, Noah shook his head with genuine marvel at what had been achieved. He addressed Protos with commanding simplicity: "Come. Let us demonstrate what our combined framework can accomplish." Protos' form dissolved into crimson obsidian light that flowed toward Noah's existence. The fusion occurred with practiced smoothness as Noah's body underwent dramatic transformation, expanding substantially, becoming far more imposing. His armored form now stood twice his normal height. The armor itself had transformed, incorporating Protos' predatory characteristics alongside its defensive capabilities. Crimson tentacles woven through blue-bold framework, multiple serrated patterns visible across the surface. Eyes burning with combined authority of both entities, Noah sensed the combined power flowing through his transformed existence as prompts materialized with updated measurements. Combined entity: Noah Osmont Protos, fused state, your base, 2.25 sextillion, Protos' base, 45 sextillion, combined complexity and purity, 47.25 sextillion, master retains full versatility and defensive capabilities from Architect's Bulwarks, 3 sextillion threshold, while simultaneously wielding Protos' overwhelming offensive specialization. In such terrifying transformed state, Noah turned his attention toward the astonished Elindra, who had collapsed to her knees under the concentrated pressure. His voice boomed out with authority that made surrounding space tremble. This represents the power level you need to be advancing toward if you genuinely wish to accomplish objectives we're pursuing. Will you prove capable of reaching such heights? Elindra felt the shocking pressure Noah was releasing, the concentrated authority that made her entire existence feel suppressed, constrained, barely capable of maintaining coherence, even though every instinct screamed at her to remain prostrate. To acknowledge overwhelming superiority, she arduously forced herself to stand upright with visible strain. Her legs trembled. Her breath came in gasps. But she met his burning gaze directly and spoke with a determined declaration: "I am capable. My father designed me for this. His legacy will not fail." At such words, Noah nodded with an expression of cautious approval. "Then let us provide you with starting point. A boon to elevate your baseline capabilities substantially. All else will follow through systematic cultivation. Whether you prove viable solution or others must be pursued instead, we will continue exploring all available options simultaneously." With such proclamation, the boon of major mana and hunger bulwark descended upon Elindra's existence. The marker of a radiant crown appeared above her, a glowing designation identifying her as one of the 6,561 blessed recipients who would receive substantial power infusion. Her complexity and purity surged dramatically as the boon integrated itself into her framework. From 15 quintillion to 315 quintillion. A 20-fold increase that made her gasp with sensation of power flooding through her existence. Prompts bloomed before Noah's vision with systematic details. Boon of major mana and hunger bulwark has been successfully applied to Elindra, the perpetual farmer. Granted enhancement: 300 quintillion complexity and purity. Updated total: 315 quintillion complexity and purity. Additional benefit: full capability to efficiently utilize civilizational authority of mana and hunger cultivation. Acceleration: all advancement related to mana and hunger principles receives substantial multiplicative enhancement. Noah observed her transformation with analytical assessment, noting how her aura had changed. How her presence had become substantially more imposing despite still being incomparably weaker than his own power. Then he looked at himself, at his combined form with Protos, at the 47.25 sextillion power flowing through his framework, at all the capabilities and potential that represented. His eyes flashed with light of pure tyranny. This is merely the beginning. So much more remains to be accomplished. Civilization specialization has only just commenced. Millions more will undergo transformation. My forces will become exponentially more formidable, and I will continue accumulating power without theoretical ceiling until the fallout becomes a minor matter. He was just getting started. And existence itself would tremble at what he would accomplish. Chapter 4470 Thamana 3, Time and Glory. Many across existence had debated their relationship since consciousness first achieved capacity for abstract thought. Some argued glory required time, that accumulated achievements across eons inevitably produced legendary status through sheer persistence and compound growth. Others claimed glory transcended time, that single moment of unprecedented action could eclipse millennia of mundane existence, but the truth was simpler. If one possessed sufficient time, unfathomable glory became inevitable. Given enough duration, even modest advantages compounded into overwhelming superiority. Given enough opportunities, even improbable outcomes manifested through statistical certainty. Given enough accumulation, even incremental growth achieved catastrophic totals. The question was never whether time produced glory, the question was whether one survived long enough to benefit from time's multiplicative effects. Hours passed since the collapse of one of the vessels of the living paradox, and in those hours, distributing sparks of the way of mana blatantly while remaining stationed as silent sentinels, the implicit message was clear: take the spark or don't. But don't interfere with distribution. Across the folds, a sense of profound unease and escalating fear spread among living existences who considered themselves powerful. Cleo's councils convened with emergency frequency. Dukes gathered to grasp and understand this unprecedented phenomenon that had manifested without warning or explanation. Who were these entities? What did they represent? Why were they distributing power freely rather than demanding tribute or submission? The questions multiplied faster than answers could be formulated. And while all of this unfolded across populated territories, the primus inevitabilities truly spread across the vicissitudes of the folds and deep into the wandering territories where civilizational authority had collapsed or never existed. For them, there existed overabundance of fuel to devour. The tears in existence were becoming more and more apparent as the creature's veil continued failing. The boundary he had erected to separate life from death deteriorated with accelerating velocity. More and more dead existences began flowing into the lands of the living. Shambling corpses and malevolent creatures that had been contained for eons suddenly released into territories unprepared for their presence. Even though dead existences were seemingly considered weak in raw power compared to current primus inevitabilities, these terrifying weapons of Noah's civilization proceeded to systematically collapse and devour every single dead existence they encountered, no exceptions. No mercy. Complete eradication. Such systematic purging continued unfolding with methodical efficiency as sparks of mana were directed to flow into as many wheels of existence and domains as possible, permeating all known territories of minor and transcendent folds. The way of mana was being adopted with urgent frequency. It didn't discriminate based on ability or lack thereof. It imposed no requirements for existing strength or weakness. It was accessible to anyone because mana was so pervasive across everything that any single entity could grasp it if they chose, and so, Noah's civilization entered period of grandiose expansion, rapid, systematic, overwhelming. At the same time, inside the transcendent paradoxical folds, a region existed filled with obsidian gold rivers flowing through impossible geometries. Mirrors of concentrated paradox floated throughout the space, each one reflecting reality that contradicted what other mirrors displayed. In the very center of such a place rested massive corpse of an early creature, a dead early creature. This titanic deceased entity was currently observing the pacing, worried figure of none other than Davidicus, Duke Davidicus. She floated across this paradoxical region with expression carrying unfathomable worry and mounting tension, as if her very existence could perceive something fundamentally wrong occurring but couldn't identify the specific threat. Her instincts screamed warnings. Her framework trembled with foreboding sensations she couldn't rationalize or dismiss. There was no news of Schrödinger. Everything seemed to be systematically collapsing around them as she received fragmented reports of terrifying monstrous entities whose power allegedly eclipsed any legends of early creatures that history's recorded, and her existence could not settle. could not find peace. Something within her fundamental nature was shaking with premonition she didn't want to acknowledge. At such moment as she continued pacing with increasing agitation, crack, the space nearby fractured violently as a terrifying aura swept across the domain, freezing the figure of the dead early creature in Diviticus completely in temporal stasis. A figure of a primus inevitability peeked through the spatial tear. Its eyes flashed with crimson light that seemed capable of perceiving everything about her existence in single glance. It fully stepped through the crack and gazed at both Diviticus and the dead early creature with an expression mixing analytical assessment and predatory hunger. Diviticus was frozen utterly, unable to move anything except her eyes. But she still felt the terror cascading through her existence at being forcefully rendered completely still by mere presence of this entity. Her eyes darted frantically, taking in every detail of the terrifying being that had just arrived uninvited, and a moment after this initial primus inevitability's arrival, space cracked again with more violent rupture. Gloriously, the visage of Protos appeared. His form was substantially more imposing than the first inevitability. His appearance alone radiated power many times greater than his subordinate, multiple serrated maws visible across his body. Crimson tentacles, writhing with barely contained aggression. Eyes burning with accumulated authority that suggested he could collapse entire territories through sustained assault. The moment Protos' gaze landed on Diviticus, she began trembling violently despite the temporal stasis constraining her movement. She felt like her existence was about to collapse just from this gaze alone, as if his attention itself carried weight capable of unmaking her fundamental nature. Protos stared at Diviticus with a calm, measured expression before he spoke. "I wish for you to understand clearly why the events that are about to occur to you will unfold as they do. Perhaps I can better communicate the underlying principles through a poetic expression." The stark contrast between Protos' titanic, terrifying form and his casual mention of poetry was jarring, almost absurd, but he continued with sardonic amusement coloring his words. "There once was a living paradox consumed by greed, who took a bite from someone far beyond her reach. Indeed, she stole a single drop of blood through treacherous deed, and that tiny drop elevated her, or so she did believe. She thought herself become someone grand in existence vast, even daring to play with corpses of early creatures past. She built relations and gathered power, thought her die was cast, never imagining that stolen blood would seal her fate at last, and yet, in the end, she remains alone inside her domain small, while follower of the one she robbed now stands before her thrall. She doesn't deserve his presence, his attention, or his call. She only deserves to feel existence devoured, atom by atom, through it all, with her pain amplified to extremes beyond what mind can bear. The last things her existence will know are endless throes of despair, before collapse and darkness become the only comforts there. This is justice for those who steal from powers they cannot compare." After completing this terrifying poem delivered with casual cruelty, Protos gazed at Diviticus with an expression mixing sinister amusement and cold finality. "Did you comprehend the message? Do you understand what your actions have earned you?" The frozen figure of Diviticus trembled even more violently, waves of absolute fear cascading through her constrained existence. She couldn't fathom how things had deteriorated to this point so rapidly. Days ago, she had been a glorious living paradox and a duke of paradox of substantial power. Now she faced an entity whose mere presence suggested her collapse was inevitable, and the cause of it was that drop of blood, Ozymandias. Osmont. Moraine. Oh, she wasn't even capable of replying or defending herself as at this moment, from Protos' form, crimson tentacles covered with countless, miniature sharp jaws began flowing outward like rivers of concentrated hunger. They surrounded both the figure of the dead early creature and Diviticus herself, encircling them completely, cutting off any possibility of escape. The glorious voice of Protos echoed throughout the paradoxical domain with a tone mixing anticipation and methodical purpose. "Well then, let us commence, shall we? This will take considerable time to execute properly. After all, devouring existence atom by atom requires patience and precision. And I have been instructed to ensure you experience every single moment of what follows, because existence can be so unfair, can it not? The tentacles began moving with deliberate slowness, approaching her frozen form with terrible inevitability. Diviticus's eyes widened with absolute terror as she understood what was coming, and she could do nothing to prevent it. The first tentacle touched her existence, and the screaming began. Chapter 4471 Thomata 4, in a corner of the early veiled shore, inside a plot holding tall, vibrant green gold auric vitae grasses that now grew as tall as 100 meters. Noah's figure sat cross-legged within such a plot, surrounded by overabundance of accumulated harvest that manifested as floating spheres of concentrated authority. Before him were the figures of Hydron, Yashinami, and Malphas, his land lifeforms who had answered his call and become integral components of his grand civilization. Hydron's radiant white-gold haircoat gleamed in the ambient light, her majestic goat form exuding serene, arrogant vitality. Yashinami had assumed her human form, wearing an obsidian silk dress that contrasted sharply with her crimson spider eyes that held predatory intelligence. Malphas maintained his butler attire with characteristic precision, though his posture suggested unusual tension. Noah calmly stroked Hydron's coat while contemplating numerous things. When it came to the many potential solutions to surviving the fallout, he had come to understand something fundamental, similar to his way of existence itself. Not simply complexity and raw power, but knowledge was unfathomably critical. The specific type of knowledge could change everything, and when it came to acquiring more knowledge, he possessed multiple viable sources. He planned to make another trip to the earliest folds very soon. Another source was the Dead Order. He would be initiating conversation with her shortly. Kor represented yet another wellspring of information as more of her memories returned with her terrifying rate of progression toward reclaiming original power. Kor could also be considered another fully viable solution to surviving the loom, as long as she regains her distinction as the first hunger. Many possibilities, many options, and yet none of them were where they needed to be. They all required time, and time seemed to be the one resource that remained perpetually scarce. But another path he had pursued involved utilizing existential rollback on his land lifeforms, specifically Malphas. Malphas had served the living emotive directly. He had been granted isolated everythings of the living emotive herself. If more of his suppressed existence could be systematically restored, substantial information might become accessible, and at this moment, Malphas had undergone civilization specialization in addition to already fusing with a primus inevitability. He had chosen the infinite bulwark specialization, wanting to serve as shield for his master above all other considerations. His complexity and purity stood at 16 sextillion due to his remarkably high potential classification. Hydron had specialized to join the verdant cycle, choosing healing and support roles that aligned with her nurturing nature. Yashinami had specialized to become hungering maw, her predatory instincts finding perfect expression in pure offensive power, each of them pulsed with tremendous accumulated authority. At this moment, Noah looked toward the visibly trembling figure of Malphas as he asked with measured calm, "Did you recover something substantial through the existential rollback?" Malphas nodded with heavy expression, his eyes hiding something that appeared to be a mixture of pain and shame. His voice emerged with uncharacteristic hesitation. "It is best that I show you the recovered memory directly rather than attempting to articulate what I've recalled." With such words, he waved his hands with deliberate motion, causing an illusory screen to manifest before them. On the screen, lights began flickering as a scene started materializing, with increasing clarity. The memory depicted cloudy multicolored domains seemingly composed of countless concentrated emotions, given tangible form. The entire space pulsed with feelings, joy, sorrow, rage, serenity, all woven together into environmental fabric. Within this domain stood two magnificent thrones positioned opposite each other. Between them rested table covered with everythings, vibrant multicolored everythings that radiated such unfathomably potent authority that even viewing them through memory caused Noah's existence to pulse. They were filled with pure civilizational authority, distilled essence of the living emotive's accumulated cultivation. Two beings occupied the thrones. One appeared to exhibit humanoid female form, though their features remained difficult to focus upon directly, as if their fundamental nature resisted simple observation. The other was humanoid entity composed entirely of elemental lights and concentrated everythings, their forms seeming not entirely real, around this cloudy domain that held the table and thrones. The figure of Malphas could be observed along with two other servants adorned in butler and maid attire respectively. Their hands held drinks and plates of condensed everythings, luxury refreshments that would be priceless beyond measure in normal contexts. Even more elaborate plates of everything fluttered around them like attentive servants, ready to provide additional refreshment the moment their masters desired it. From one throne, a voice emerged with tone of curiosity and mild concern. "Emotive, is it acceptable to conduct this discussion with audience present?" The speaker gestured toward the figures of Malphas and the other caretakers with subtle motion, on the opposite throne. The living emotive turned toward the living elemental and laughed with genuine warmth before waving her hand dismissively. "Don't concern yourself with them. They won't retain any memories of this conversation afterwards." Her tone shifted to become more focused. but you came here because you wanted specific clarifications regarding the loom's architectural design. I have completed the specifications for most interior components. The structure will contain many internal domains that are infinitely more vast than even the first folds themselves. She leaned forward with evident enthusiasm. Early creatures will permeate throughout it as inhabitants rather than visitors. Unlike how existence currently functions in the earliest folds where all civilizations occupy shared territory, I plan to separate the living existences into different domains, different shelters. Her hands gestured expansively, so your primordial civilization and mine and all others fortunate enough to gain entry would enjoy their own separate advancement spaces inside grander construct that supports everyone equally, well, equally for the most part at least. Her expression became more animated. We would collaborate systematically and cooperate across civilizational boundaries, and isn't that cooperation something utterly magnificent? There will be structured collaboration in eons upon eons of dilated time with absolutely no conflict, no wars, no wasteful expenditure of resources on mutual destruction. Her voice carried weight of profound conviction. Simply the systematic advancement of all civilizations contained within. And when the time eventually arrives for the fallout, the collapse of everything else in observable existence outside the loom will provide one final burst, one ultimate push of concentrated resources to our preserved civilizations. She paused deliberately. That final harvest may potentially elevate us incrementally closer toward the next scale. Toward that glorious scale that the creature himself stands to be the only one who will successfully reach. Boom! Noah heard such terrifying revelations in this scene, this memory, recovered from a servant of the living emotive as significant information crystallized before him. The loom is designed with separate shelters for different civilizations, and one of the reasons behind all of this, His eyes pulsed with intense focus as his mind raced through implications. He looked at the still trembling Malphas with renewed appreciation, and, show me more, he gave his command. Chapter 4472 Thaumato V. While Noah pursued knowledge accumulation in a secluded corner of the early veiled shore, the engine of his civilization continued churning with relentless momentum. At this moment, two particular beings were observing the glorious transformations that had swept across the shore in the hours that had passed since mass specialization commenced. The observers were none other than the Queen of Matter and the Shadow Guard of Queen Adelaide Knight. Both had books floating around them, meticulously documenting the changes and systematic establishment of three distinct factions within the early veiled shore that correlated directly with the civilization specializations. They floated near the center of the shore above glimmering golden sands. From this vantage point, they could observe that the massive continental landscape had been carved into three distinct territorial spaces. Each space bore a massive sovereign spire of Osmond at its center, architectural anchors around which the factions organized themselves. The three carved domains represented the Iron Concordat, the Crimson Hunger, and the Verdant Cycle. Those who had undergone civilization specialization could be observed moving together within their respective territories, working systematically to understand their newfound capabilities. Distinct leaders were naturally arising within each faction through demonstrated competence and power. The Queen of Matter's bright eyes gleamed with analytical curiosity, as she whispered to Knight a question she already knew the answer to. Which individual represents the most powerful member of the Iron Concordat currently? Who holds apex position within that defensive faction? Knight didn't require even a moment's consideration before her eyes shone with certainty. A single person claims supremacy for both the Iron Concordat and the Verdant Cycle simultaneously, which is utterly ridiculous. They possessed civilization specialization potential classification that permitted them to specialize in both non-competing paths. Her voice carried mixture of admiration and disbelief. It would have to be Sigrid. Both of their gazes immediately focused upon the visage of the living order, currently engaged in a sweet conversation with Amelia Osmond near the Verdant Cycle Sovereign Spire. Around Sigrid gathered Eoin, Emmeline, Dr. Hall, some members of the isolated civilization of Mana, and numerous others whose bodies pulsed with accumulated power measuring in sextillions of complexity and purity. Knight's eyes sharpened as analytical focus intensified. Did you manage to observe her complete status sheet? The full specifications of what dual specialization accomplished. The Queen of Matter looked into a specific page of her floating book and smiled with undisguised excitement. I begged the Master repeatedly to grant me access to status panels for her and several other high-priority individuals. He eventually relented, her smile widened. It's absolutely insane what the numbers reveal. With such enthusiastic declaration, the Queen of Matter pulled up the relevant page and angled it so Knight could observe the documented specifications. Entity designation, Sigrid, the living order. Civilization specialization potential, primordial potential, mythic eighth seal, current specializations, the infinite bulwark, the ion concordat, the vital chorus, the verdant cycle, base complexity and purity, PRA specialization 850, quintillion, specialization multiplicative effects, the infinite bulwark, 50x defensive multiplication, primordial, potential enhancement, the vital chorus, 50x support/healing multiplication, primordial potential enhancement, combined complexity. And purity, post-specialization 85 sextillion, dual specialization synergy, offensive capability, reduced to 0, defensive capability, multiplied by 50x, support capability, multiplied by 50x, all healing/buffing effects extraordinarily potent. Unique synergy, can establish fortress formations that simultaneously heal all protected allies while absorbing damage. This entity represents ultimate protective support, a nearly unkillable anchor who ensures allies never fall while providing overwhelming restorative capabilities. Knight stared at the numbers displayed before her as she slowly shook her head with genuine wonder. These ridiculous numbers show that as of this moment, the Iron Concordat and the Verdant Cycle factions are substantially more favored within our civilizations. The synergy between those two specializations are ridiculous. The Queen of Matter raised her eyebrows. Oh, Knight's words emerged calmly. As of this moment, the Infinite Bulwark specialization and the Vital Chorus specialization are the only two paths considered truly non-competing. Their sacrifices don't overlap, one eliminates offense, the other eliminates different offensive aspects. So they can theoretically coexist within a single existence. She gestured toward the distant Sigrid. If someone possesses sufficiently high civilization specialization potential to access multiple paths simultaneously, they can specialize in both of these complementary frameworks. The result? Ridiculous multiplicative effects to their baseline power. Her voice carried weight. When general harvest distribution occurs, say, 1 sextillion complexity and purity being allocated, these dual specialized entities might receive effective harvest of 10 or even 20 sextillion due to their advancement speed multipliers. She paused deliberately. At this moment, those possessing sufficient potential to specialize in both the Ion Concordat and the Verdant Cycle simultaneously represent the absolute strongest individuals within our civilization's membership. Meanwhile, the offensive side can actually be considered to be on the losing end as it does not have another specialization that is considered non-competing, WAA. After such detailed exchange, the Queen of Matter actually shook her head with a wry smile. Actually, scratch that entire assessment. Even though the Hungering Ma specialization would theoretically be considered unfavorable selection for anyone with capability to pursue multiple specialization paths, since it competes with both other options, there exists one such being who specialized exclusively as Hungering Ma. Her expression became almost reverent, and even with that single specialization limiting her potential versatility, she remains ridiculously stronger than Sigrid. As she articulated this shocking claim, both of them turned away from the massive faction bases and directed their attention toward the continental expanse shining with obsidian crimson crystalline mountains and elaborate structures. The sanctuaries of inevitabilities where millions upon millions of primus inevitabilities were still being systematically formed during these many hours of the initial production cycle. There, the diminutive figure of Core floated serenely as she communicated with countless primus inevitabilities simultaneously, her consciousness touching each one, acknowledging their existence, welcoming them into the civilization. Core, the first hunger herself, even though she possessed only a single specialization rather than dual paths, she was undoubtedly more powerful than Sigrid. Her potential classification and starting baseline were simply ridiculous. The Queen of Matter flipped through pages of her book with practiced motion until she located Core's documented specifications. Entity designation, Core, the first hunger, civilization specialization potential, primordial potential, mythic ninth seal, maximum, current specialization, the Hungering Maw, the Crimson, hunger, base complexity and purity, PRA specialization 3.5, sextillion, specialization multiplicative effect, 75x offensive multiplication, maximum primordial potential enhancement exceeds standard 50x due to ninth seal classification, current complexity and purity, post specialization 262.5. Sextillion specialization affects straight face, defensive capability, reduced to 20%, 80% sacrifice, offensive capability, multiplied by 75x, consumption acceleration, 100% efficiency with primordial. Enhancement, reality severance, enhanced beyond standard, can attack, conceptual existence, exponential hunger stacks, 15% power increase per kill, enhanced, from standard 10%, all hungering maw abilities elevated to maximum possible expression. This entity represents one of the absolute apex predator within the primordial civilization. Both the Queen of Matter and Knight stared silently at the status sheet. They possessed no adequate words to express what those numbers represented. 262.5 sextillion complexity and purity, from single individual who had specialized merely hours ago. They could only look back toward the small figure of floating core, observing her gentle interaction with the Primus inevitabilities. Seeing how they reached toward her with reverence that transcended simple loyalty. Both women spoke simultaneously with identical sentiment. Fuck, the primordial civilization of mana and hunger was experiencing a period of unprecedented growth, a period of systematic expansion and refinement occurring simultaneously across multiple domains. It truly seemed that time was all that was genuinely required for them to achieve unprecedented glory, accumulate sufficient duration, and exponential advantages would compound into overwhelming superiority. Maintain the current trajectory, and dominance became inevitable conclusion rather than ambitious aspiration. Time, the fundamental resource that spanned incomprehensible eons. When one possessed abundance of it, but when one desperately needed time, when circumstances demanded rapid advancement before external threats could mobilize their devastating response, time became unfathomably scarce. The cruel irony of existence remained that those who possessed time rarely required it urgently. Those who required it urgently rarely possessed sufficient quantity. Noah's civilization was racing against a clock that none of them could observe directly, but all of them could feel ticking with inexorable progression. The fallout approached. Chapter 4473 Pathos I. In the early veiled shore, Rhea emerged from the Crimson Hunger Sovereign Spire with a smile, waving goodbye to others who remained inside with a cheerful gesture that suggested nothing was amiss. But when she turned to look out toward the early veiled shore itself, her smile transformed into something melancholic, something hollow. Her radiant figure was surrounded by blue gold mana at this moment, her fair skin visible beneath the concentrated authority that wrapped around her like second skin. Faint crimson tattoos could barely be perceived on her arms, intricate patterns that pulsed with dormant power. She had released her fused Primus inevitability to roam with others near core for now. Her civilization specialization form was in inactive state, the hungering maw transformation reduced to those barely visible crimson markings. At this moment, she moved across the golden sands with a gaze carrying melancholy she never showed others, because the others don't need to know, they don't need to carry this burden alongside me. She closed her eyes as she sensed that brilliant anchor, that sun which constantly emitted calming heat despite everything else in existence growing cold. She took a step with natural instinct guiding her toward it. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a field of green gold verdant grasses stretching impossibly tall around her. She observed the figure of Noah watching an illusory screen displaying some recovered scenes. Hydrun, Yashinami, and Malphas were present in the surroundings, each processing whatever information was being revealed. Rhea looked at the scene unfolding on the screen. She saw a woman surrounded by swirling emotions seated on an elaborate throne, talking vibrantly to another entity opposite her who was surrounded by terrifying elemental waves of concentrated brilliance. On the screen, the visage of Malphas could be observed as he carried ornate jug filled with vibrant civilizational everythings of origin. He was approaching to refill the cup of the living emotive who motioned for him impatiently as her vessel had emptied. The living emotive's voice emerged with enthusiasm, so entry into the loom isn't going to be available for everyone who desires it. The living existences have to pay to secure access, alongside however many early creatures, living existences, and even lesser fold dwellers you wish to bring with your civilization. Each individual requires ticket to board this grand ride. And dash, as the living emotive spoke with mounting excitement, her terrifying power leaked outward slightly. The pressure was so immense that Malphas, who was in the process of pouring the liquid everythings into her cup, trembled violently and stumbled from the overwhelming authority. The jug tilted too far. Liquid everythings gushed out uncontrolled and splashed directly onto the living emotive's hand. The moment such accident occurred, the entire atmosphere changed. The air became heavy. Malphas trembled while attempting to bow an immediate apology, but before he could articulate words, "You fucking insect," The words from the living emotive carried such weight that surrounding reality distorted visibly. In the next moment, she dropped her cup deliberately. It fell to the cloudy surface with resonant sound. Her voice emerged with cold authority. "Pick it up." Malthus trembled as he moved to obey, descending to retrieve the fallen vessel. The other maid and butler servants behind him watched, with visibly shaking eyes as tension mounted. The moment Malthus bent to grasp the cup, the living emotive's hand shot out with vicious speed, grabbing Malthus's head and smashing it against the cloudy surface. She then used her leg to keep his face pressed firmly to the ground, applying steady pressure that prevented any movement. Her words emerged with twisted satisfaction. "While I am conducting such important strategic discussions with an esteemed colleague, you make a mistake? You tasteless void of emotion. How exactly did that make you feel? Can you even comprehend the shame you should be experiencing right now?" Malthus trembled while his face was being pushed down with increasing force. I beg for your forgiveness, Mississippi. I did not mean to cause offense or disruption, no. You never mean to." Her voice dripped with contempt. "You lack the vibrant spectrum of emotions. You are tasteless. Gray, cheap, watery sentiment that can be easily consumed if it makes mistakes. So don't make mistakes." "Understood." Malthus's reply emerged as broken whisper. "Yes, Mississippi. I understand completely. It will not occur again. Stay down there for now and reflect properly on your failure." The living emotive's face twisted into disturbing smile as she waved her fingers with a casual motion. From Malthus's prostrate body, she systematically harvested the emotions and everything she was generating: misery, fear, despair, shame, all the concentrated negative sentiments produced by his humiliation, by her purposeful insults. She caused them to flow directly into her mouth. She swallowed them with visible pleasure while licking her lips, appreciatively. Opposite her, the living elemental displayed an expression of profound disgust. He shook his head with barely contained revulsion. "Must you engage in such treatment toward your own people? This seems excessive." The living emotive's eyes flashed dangerously as she sneered. "Are you actually presuming to instruct me on how to conduct my way of existence? My way is the way of emotions. The way of feelings. Misery, despair, fear, all the negative emotions are most prevalent across existence. Most potent. Most delicious." Her foot twisted on Malthus's head as she continued. "I occasionally share my own accumulated misery and negativity with this insect and others like them. Then I systematically wipe their memories clean and start the cycle again. Even now, this one and those servants observing will remember nothing of this encounter. This is my way. Don't fucking insult it." Her voice intensified. "I don't tell you how your fire or ice should manifest, do I? Oh, now, you've gotten me genuinely heated." The living elemental's expression became even more sour. In his eyes flickered emotion, suggesting he hated dealing with emotive above all other entities. As if she was extraordinarily difficult to manage and all recognized this fact. Chapter 4474 Pathos 2. The words of the living elemental emerged with forced calm. "Let us simply continue our discussions and forget this incident occurred. My sincere apologies for overstepping boundaries." At such words, the living emotive's expression shifted instantly, transforming from apparent fury to exaggerated happiness in single breath. Down below, her foot continued twisting on Malthus as she drew more and more concentrated misery from his existence. "Yes, yes. Let us continue discussing the loon's entry requirements." Her eyes shone with manic light containing countless swirling emotions. This was her way of existence. This was the true emotive. The scene on the illusory screen began fading as the recovered memory reached its conclusion. Malthus, the present version observing this revelation, trembled violently. His eyes looked lost. Decimated. Absolutely shattered as he shook his head with broken whisper. I knew her differently. All the memories I retained portrayed her as kind to me and others. She would confide in us. Share her everythings of anger, of misery, of doubt. We were. What he thought he knew about his previous master crumbled rapidly. Malthus seemed almost defeated by this revelation. Nearby, Hydrun moved closer, nudging his hand gently with her muzzle to provide wordless consolation. Yashinami hesitantly raised her hand as she awkwardly patted the butler's shoulder with uncharacteristic gentleness. Noah sighed as he articulated his measured observation. Nobody reveals their true nature easily. Even those closest to us can witness entirely different faces than what actually exists beneath surface presentation. Masks are universal, worn by weak and powerful alike, His voice carried weight of promise. In the future, if and when we grow sufficiently capable, I will see about the possibility of arranging a face-to-face encounter with the living emotive herself. And just as she stepped on you and called you an insect, if you possess it within your existence to reciprocate such treatment, I will attempt to make that outcome possible. Boom, his words discussed such terrifying prospect casually, as if confronting the entity was merely a future logistical challenge rather than suicidal impossibility. Malthus trembled as he nodded absently, as if he hadn't truly processed the statement and remained locked in internal turmoil. Noah turned toward the newcomer, Rhea. He saw her melancholic expression clearly as his own demeanor shifted. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with directness. Really? You're telling me there's absolutely no change? Nothing at all? He could read her existence with precision, unlike Kale and her father, who remained oblivious to what she alone perceived. Her entire existence was surrounded by melancholy as at this moment. The normally bright Rhea nodded with an exhausted expression, with civilization specialization creating such a terrifying explosion of accumulated power. With all these newly rising entities capable of forming a glorious bastion of mana, every time I witness all these magnificent developments occurring around you, all these incredible achievements you continue accomplishing, she paused with visible strain, I check for the brilliance of mana in the future. And, even now, mana still dims. It doesn't make sense. It truly doesn't make any logical sense given what we're achieving. Her voice dropped to near whisper. The only change I can perceive is that mana doesn't disappear completely anymore. Instead of total extinction, 99% of the brilliant sun that is mana gets snuffed out. Only embers remain flickering in darkness where blazing glory should persist. Noah absorbed this information as his eyes flashed with coldness. So even with all this, everything still collapses, and only glimmer of my civilization survives because it's primordial, only for me to emerge like Kor or the Dead Order, returning from near total dissolution in some distant era. His gaze was absolutely frigid. It truly didn't make sense that with all this unprecedented progress, the only change manifesting was not complete collapse. But even while hearing this devastating assessment, it still didn't alter what he planned to do. I will continue regardless. I will advance until either I succeed or existence itself prevents further progression. Rhea reached out toward Noah at this moment. Her blue eyes showed exhaustion from being the only one who continued feeling mana dimming in future, a burden she carried alone while others celebrated victories. Her voice emerged as quiet plea. Can you keep me company for a bit? Just to occupy my mind with something other than watching everything we're building fade into darkness? Could he keep her company? Noah's hardened gaze softened at such vulnerable request. He looked at this gorgeous woman before him as he scooped her into his arms with a smooth motion. She closed her hands around his neck gratefully as she laid her head against his chest, seeking comfort from the one anchor that remained constant regardless of what futures she perceived. Noah turned to Malthus as he spoke with firm authority. Take time to process what you've learned. Let me know if you require anything. Unlike your previous master who viewed you as disposable insect, I consider you one of the more capable existences surrounding me. You can achieve unfathomable immensity that the living emotive could never have imagined possible. Malthus nodded with an expression mixing devastation and gratitude. Noah took single step and disappeared in the next moment, because as always in existence, you had to make time for little things. Sometimes the little things made existence fulfilling. The golden grasses swayed in breeze as Malthus remained kneeling, supported by Hydron and Yashinami, in the transcendent law folds, in the heart of law. Inside a colosseum-like structure filled with rising white marbled pillars that stretched toward impossible heights. The sleek silver marbled floor reflected ambient light with mirror-like perfection. Multiple statues of legendary dukes of law surrounded the space. Each one carved with meticulous detail depicting figures who had shaped law's history across eons. At the center of such magnificent architecture sat Alexander and Seraphina Valorhard on thrones arranged around silver marbled table. The figures of dukes of law composing the Clio's council could be observed scattered throughout, standing amidst pillars with expressions mixing anticipation and mounting tension. Near Alexander stood Malthus in his characteristic butler attire. He looked upward suddenly as if perceiving something others couldn't detect yet. The Master arrives, Chapter 4475 Pathos 3, space cracked violently as Noah emerged from the dimensional tier with grace. His descent was measured. Controlled. Alexander and Seraphina rose from their thrones immediately. Noah smiled calmly and proceeded to sit on another throne opposite them without requesting permission or waiting for invitation. He looked at both Alexander and Serafina as his smile widened. It seems you two were successful in your endeavors? I was rooting for you, Serafina. Noah articulated this with knowing amusement, because in the past, when he had encountered these two in Eternitas Concordia, he had advised Alexander how one man's heart could be tied to multiple women without betraying any of them. It seemed his philosophy had infected the peacemakers successfully. After his words, Serafina Valorhard visibly relaxed, as if confirming he remained the same entity they had met all those days ago. Alexander also breathed out with relief, his gaze affirming Noah held no connections to the loom despite the terrifying power he and his forces displayed. Alexander's words emerged with measured directness. I did not anticipate the absolutely terrifying power that your forces and you personally seem to be wielding. This creates certain possibilities that I believed would only become viable weeks or months down the timeline after my own substantial personal advancement. His eyes gleamed with calculated hope. Noah looked toward Alexander as he nodded. Oh? What possibilities? Alexander continued. In the earliest folds during the initial conflicts, when forces of the living emotive and the living paradox were systematically deployed, the primordial civilization of the living law was targeted specifically by combined armies of emotive and the living elemental. He paused deliberately. Some of the more powerful components of law's forces were scattered during systematic assault. The major battle had already occurred. The heart of law itself was decimated and fractured through combined assault from the living paradox and the living emotive working in coordination. His expression grew somber. In that catastrophic engagement that followed, the armies of emotive and elemental pursued the surviving vestiges of law who were desperately carrying a shattered fragment of the heart of law itself. Attempting to preserve it from complete annihilation, Alexander leaned forward, for the sake of saving one of the remaining vestiges of his collapsed civilization along with that precious fragment. The living law instituted an existential injunction and froze everything and everyone. His voice intensified. The vestiges of his own collapsed civilization holding the shattered heart fragment, and the pursuing armies of emotive and elemental that would have systematically eliminated them, all were frozen across eons of time and contained in what's called the injunction sanctuary of law. He placed his hand on his chest. Countless powerful living laws have been frozen there across incomprehensible duration, still holding the shattered fragment they were trying to preserve. But frozen alongside them are the terrifying armies that would have annihilated them completely. At this critical point, Alexander looked toward Noah with eyes shining. I have obtained the inheritance of the living law. This injunction sanctuary represents something I was planning to reclaim after growing sufficiently powerful over coming weeks and months. His voice dropped. The remnant will of the living law itself expressed profound regret that we lack time. That if we possessed sufficient duration to systematically reclaim the shattered heart fragment and other scattered components of the collapsed civilization, there existed genuine possibility of reconstituting power close to or exactly at the entity level. He shook his head, power sufficient to withstand the fallout entirely. But the living law was woeful that time remains insufficient. That I wouldn't reach sextillions and septillions in complexity fast enough through conventional advancement. His gaze fixed upon Noah with intensity. But you, it appears your forces alone already operate at those power levels. If we assault this injunction sanctuary together, the terrifying armies of emotive and elemental frozen within, forces that should range within sextillions in complexity, we may actually prove capable of systematically collapsing them. His voice carried weight of proposal. We could save the collapsed civilization of law. I could obtain the shattered heart fragment and potentially begin to reconstitute the living law's power. What do you think? Beside him, Serafina Valorhard looked visibly tense as this monumental proposition was said. The dukes of law scattered throughout the Colosseum appeared even more strained. Several possessed ashen faces as if they desperately hoped this conversation would proceed differently, as if they didn't want the weavings of law to be shared with others. Noah maintained his focused gaze on Alexander as he eventually nodded with calm finality. I have armies being forged, just waiting to be directed at appropriate targets. Acceptable. I will join in on this fun. His simple agreement caused Alexander's face to relax substantially, though caution remained. It will be extraordinarily dangerous. The forces of emotive and elemental frozen in that sanctuary represent genuine primordial civilizations before most withdrew into the loom. The engagement will be absolutely brutal. Noah's smile only widened at such warning as he responded with tyrannical satisfaction. I appreciate brutality above most other approaches. Come. Let us prepare for the assault. Inside the early veiled shore, in the abode of the early creature, Osmont, inside an isolated domain of this abode, different layers of seas composed of blue gold primus mana stretched across the space endlessly. Radiant rays of concentrated blue gold light permeated everything, filling the domain with ambient glow that pulsed rhythmically. At the very center of such magnificent space, Noah's figure could be observed lying atop the surface of the radiant sea. His toned physique was bare as a veil of concentrated primus mana covered him, and the figure of Rhea snuggled contentedly in his arms, as if this moment stripped away some of the many burdens weighing on her existence. Noah's eyes remained clear as he contemplated the conversation. Another instance of himself had just conducted with Alexander, an injunction sanctuary of law. He raised his hand upward as he looked at the infinite seas of primus mana stretching above and below, thinking about how the specialists of his primordial civilization would receive opportunity to be deployed against forces from genuine primordial civilizations. The same civilizations whose leaders I just witnessed discussing the loom's construction through Malthus's recovered memories. Glorious, chapter 4476 Pathos 4. As he contemplated these implications, his existence began buzzing with intensity. Above him, the infinite seas of blue gold began trembling and vibrating violently as even grander waves of accumulated harvest began flowing from conceptual heights. They crashed down onto Noah with tremendous force. Prompts materialized with systematic precision. The elevated 20% harvest of everything related to mana and hunger across observable existence has reached the set harvesting threshold and is being systematically collected through existential communication and permeation. The substantial harvest generated by the resurgence of the primordial civilization of law has been collected and processed. The accumulated efforts and harvest of your rapidly advancing civilization have been consolidated. All collected essence flows into the walls of your civilization, specifically into the architect's bulwarks for systematic integration. Consolidation in progress. Noah stared directly at the approaching harvest as it smashed into his existence with overwhelming force. His power began surging upward with dramatic velocity. Even without closing his eyes to perceive his manifested civilization directly, he could feel the walls of the architect's bulwarks rising, becoming substantially more fortified, more impenetrable. Additional prompts bloomed before his vision. The architect's bulwarks have undergone substantial elevation through accumulated harvest integration. Protection threshold increased, 3 sextillion to 21 sextillion. Any entity wishing to harm your existence must now exceed 21 sextillion offensive power while also being member of established civilization. Critical notation: a fundamental component of your existence has been detected as fused with a member of your civilization who has undergone unique specialization. The harvest flowing into the fused entity, Protos, through symbiotic connection is being amplified tremendously due to civilization specialization multiplicative effects. Protos' complexity and purity after all amplifications through civilization specialization mechanics, increased by 108 sextillion from this harvest cycle. Updated total for Protos, 153 sextillion. Your combined complexity and purity, 174 sextillion. Noah absorbed these specifications as his smile widened with tyrannical satisfaction. Even though specialists appear to gain tremendous benefits from civilization mechanics, I will always advance further. I will always claim grander boons. Final prompts materialized with additional critical information. The boon of major mana and hunger bulwark has undergone substantial elevation. Previous boon value, 300 quintillion complexity and purity. Updated boon value, 1 sextillion complexity and purity. After applied through amplifications and elevations of civilization specialization mechanics, specialists receiving this boon are projected to gain effective power ranging from 12 sextillion to 40 sextillion depending on their civilization specialization potential classification, how many specialization paths they have integrated into their existence, synergistic effects between multiple specializations, your civilizations. Power distribution has become catastrophically elevated. After these revelations concluded, boom, the snuggling figure of Rhea erupted with concentrated power. The surrounding existence vibrated and trembled at her sudden brilliance. Noah gazed at her with analytical focus as he perceived her complexity and purity had just surged dramatically, 59 sextillion. Her hair pulsed with liquid blue gold mana flowing through each strand like living rivers. Her eyes shone as if releasing immense waves of concentrated brilliance that illuminated everything around them. She felt such terrifying power coursing through her framework as she stretched luxuriously and looked at Noah's rested figure. Her smile turned devilish as she spoke with a playful challenge. It seems I'm sufficiently energized to continue, Ancestor. Come on, don't make me wait. Waves of blue gold mana covered the region as an Ancestor was challenged directly. and he accepted that challenge with enthusiasm. His other instances moved across different aspects of existence, preparing for numerous objectives, one of those being potential confrontation with forces from primordial civilizations that had been frozen across eons, and then, the vessels of the living paradox continued being searched for, without success yet. His primus inevitabilities continued spreading across all territories, his civilization expanded relentlessly, effort and failure, many across existence poured tremendous quantities of effort into their pursuits, they cultivated systematically. They planned meticulously. They sacrificed everything they possessed toward achieving objectives they deemed worthy, and yet regardless of what they accomplished, regardless of all accumulated effort, they seemed to progress nowhere, failure after failure. Some proclaimed that as long as you invested sufficient effort, your results would eventually be rewarded proportionally, which begged the fundamental question, what of the rewards for those who invested countless efforts as they now lay collapsed in endless darkness? What fruit did their effort bear if they experienced only systematic failure until their existence ceased? A question along these lines was asked. In the earliest folds, a particularly brilliant fold dweller sat beside the creature near modest hut inside vast shore stretching infinitely before them. The creature had summoned several inevitabilities who were nudging their tentacles against his hand affectionately, as if they were beloved pets seeking attention. Anaximander watched this unexpected scene with genuine fascination. At such moment, Anaximander posed question that had been troubling him since he began talking to the creature. If your way is the way of existence itself, do the efforts of every life form elevate your framework? Or only the efforts that successfully bear visible fruit? At such inquiry, the creature's response emerged: all effort bears fruit without exception. The effort that culminates in success bears fruit. The effort that results in failure also bears fruit. There isn't a single entity across existence that invests effort, where that effort fails to produce fruit of some nature. He paused deliberately. Effort will always, unequivocally, bear fruit. Now, the specific form that fruit manifests as is sometimes not immediately known or properly understood by those who generated the effort. But I benefit from all effort regardless of whether the one exerting it perceives success or failure. Anaximander absorbed such words with characteristic focus before nodding slowly. The creature continued with an expression growing more contemplative. One of the existences who has invested the most sustained effort, while facing supposed failure after failure. He is known as the first farmer. I pitied him profoundly. And unfortunately, my pity has already made him target for those who view my compassion as weakness to be exploited. His voice carried mixture of respect and regret. I envy the extraordinary level of effort that creature proved capable of continuing to invest, even after experiencing all his supposed failures. Failure after failure after failure, and he persisted regardless. He never surrendered. He never accepted defeat as final. The creature's gaze grew distant. Now that represents genuine effort. And that accumulated effort, through endless apparent failure. I am absolutely certain it will bear its own unique reward for him eventually. Perhaps not in forms he anticipated. Perhaps not in timelines he desired. But fruit will manifest from such persistent cultivation. The words carried profound weight as Anaximander simply listened. In the current era, in the wandering territories, inside the sanctuary of the first farmer, the grave stood surrounded by dazzling plots of systematic cultivation, holding vibrant herbs that pulsed with concentrated life force and trees of matured principles that waved their branches gently to invisible wind. Everything remained precisely as it should be. And yet, at this moment, the silent grave of the first farmer began shining. Radiant verdant gold brilliance erupted from the burial site. A brilliance representing profound effort and systematic failure began blooming as heart-shaking aura started rising from the grave itself. The accumulated effort of one who had failed countless times yet never surrendered was manifesting tangibly. The moment such phenomenon commenced, crack, space fractured violently above the grave as Noah's figure materialized. He looked down at the shining grave of the first farmer with eyes that analyzed every detail of what was occurring. Noah floated there silently, his gaze sharp as he sensed an immensity of existence erupting from this grave. Chapter 4477 Iscus I. Noah watched as the grave trembled and pulsed with mounting intensity. Immensity could be felt radiating from within, so profound that moments later, prompts materialized before his vision, a tremendous accumulation of effort and countless failures that have been systematically cultivated across eons are finally reaching ripening stage. Conditions for unprecedented manifestation have been satisfied. Noah absorbed this information with eyes shining brilliantly inside his existence. The principle of perpetual harvest buzzed with sudden intensity, beginning to permeate its green-gold radiance across his entire framework, as if resonating with what was occurring below. Through that resonance, even more detailed information flooded into his consciousness. Additional prompts emerged with profound implications. Effort and failure exist as inseparable companions across all cultivation paths. No entity in observable existence has invested comparable quantities of sustained effort while experiencing proportionally equivalent systematic failure as the first farmer. His most recent failure involved deviating from his established path, attempting alternative approaches despite accumulated expertise suggesting otherwise, and yet, even in this unprecedented effort at innovation, he failed absolutely. The culmination of an existence defined by cycles of immense effort and continued failure has concluded in ultimate failure, the complete collapse of his existence itself. But his effort persists across eons regardless of physical dissolution. His failures persist across eons as accumulated weight. Boundless and unfathomable effort now blooms paradoxically from complete failure. This is the fruit that effort bears when invested without surrender across incomprehensible duration. Boom! From the grave below, a radiant seed erupted upward with explosive force. It appeared as extremely pristine celestial seed, almost resembling cocoon in its perfectly symmetrical construction. It shone with terrifying green brilliance that illuminated the entire sanctuary with concentrated authority. Noah felt immense complexity and purity emanating from such object as he observed it spinning gloriously in the skies above the sanctuary of the first farmer. As it rotated with hypnotic precision, it stopped suddenly and sank back down into the ground with deliberate motion. The vast earth of this endlessly expansive sanctuary trembled violently. A moment later, something began emerging from the area that had previously been simple grave, a tree, an utterly massive tree that vibrated with the concentrated light of an incredible principle. When Noah examined it with calmness, he could perceive its fundamental nature clearly. A singularity principle. Prompts emerged with clarifying details. From endless effort and systematic failure, the weavings of the first farmer bloomed him once more into existence. This represents unprecedented emergence through accumulated cultivation rather than external intervention. The fruit of his effort manifests as transformation of his entire existence into living embodiment of what he pursued across eons. The emergence of this terrifyingly vast tree representing singularity principle continued with dramatic progression. At the base of the massive trunk, bark composed of concentrated green authority covered with golden leaf patterns, a hand suddenly erupted outward. A figure began emerging from the glorious tree itself as if being born directly from accumulated effort given physical form. Fair hands emerged first, gradually followed by entire form of middle-aged man who pulled himself free from the tree's embrace. His physique was laid bare initially. His skin was covered with countless green glyphs that appeared like intricate tattoos painting elaborate patterns across every visible surface. His eyes were terrifying golden beams of concentrated light that gazed around with intensity that illuminated vast lands surrounding the sanctuary. Those eyes eventually landed on the figure floating above, on Noah, who had been silently observing this entire emergence. They paused on him, blinked once. Noah looked back with completely calm expression that rapidly became stone-faced as he processed what he was witnessing. The entity who had just emerged blinked again with apparent confusion before looking down at his own body. He seemed to gradually recognize that it remained completely bare. Noah's cold-faced gaze conveyed unmistakable sentiment without requiring verbal articulation, as if he was saying, "Dude, why are you walking around with your junk hanging out?" In the next moment, the first farmer waved his hand with a slightly embarrassed gesture. Green robes materialized to cover his form, flowing garments that seemed woven from living plant matter and concentrated authority. His figure began floating upward as he examined himself with expression mixing confusion and gradual comprehension of what had just occurred to his existence. When he came to float directly before Noah, he simply looked at him. Noah looked back with identical calm assessment. The two did not speak. They simply analyzed each other with mutual recognition that words would be premature until proper evaluation concluded. Noah's eyes flashed as he systematically observed the specifications of the entity before him. A status sheet materialized with comprehensive details. The first farmer, the cultivator of endless cycles, he who failed forward, the persistent one, architect of 10,000 unsuccessful harvests, the one who would not surrender, civilization affiliations, and unknown budding civilization, complexity and purity, 100 sextillion, exactly, core principle, the singularity principle of perpetual effort. Principle description. This singularity principle represents the accumulated weight of effort invested across eons regardless of outcome. It does not require success to generate power, only sustained commitment to continuous cultivation. Each failure feeds this principle as much as each success. The more effort invested, the more powerful the wielder becomes regardless of whether that effort produces desired results, unique capabilities, effort conversion. All energy invested toward any objective, successful or failed, converts to accumulated power. Failure immunity cannot be permanently collapsed as long as effort was genuinely invested. Resurrection through persistence will manifest again after any collapse through accumulated effort across existence. Unfathomable endurance cannot be discouraged, demoralized, or convinced to surrender regardless of circumstances. This entity has undergone transformation from standard existence into living embodiment of his cultivated principle. He is perpetual, effort given conscious form. Noah absorbed these specifications with his expression remaining deliberately neutral. 100 sextillion complexity and purity, a singularity principle born from accumulated failure. And as Noah looked at the principle he embodied, is this fucker just copying and pasting? The details his new principle, perpetual effort, were very much similar to Noah's principle of perpetual harvest, but at the end of the day, even perpetual harvest stemmed from the first farmer. The first farmer continued floating there, golden eyes examining Noah with equal analytical focus as if performing identical assessment. Chapter 4478 Ischus 2. Finally, the first farmer spoke. His voice sounded rusty from disuse but carried undeniable authority. Thank you for what you did. For allowing events to unfold as they naturally progressed. He paused, golden eyes flickering. If I had not experienced that final failure, I may have continued failing effortfully for whatever duration remained before the fallout concluded everything. Noah listened without reply. The first farmer continued with visible earnestness. I do want to clarify something important. Yes, I did scheme against you, that remains an undeniable truth. His expression tightened. But regarding your analogy about catching me stealing simply representing the first time I was caught rather than first time I stole, suggesting I could have been stealing for eons past, he shook his head firmly. I truly did not steal repeatedly across my existence. What I did was simply another mistake that led to another failure. His voice dropped, which ultimately made way for my effort culminating in collapse itself. And even in that collapse, I paradoxically failed at dying and succeeded in emerging once more. His golden eyes shone with intensity, and so my existence has risen while being systematically molded in the concentrated glow of effort. He gestured at himself. I don't just pursue effort, I embody effort itself as I now cultivate the singularity principle of perpetual effort. My way is the way of effort, the way of effort. Noah heard this and titled his head as he voiced out slowly, effort? Are you sure about that? Why not the way of harvest? The momentum of the first farmer faltered as he looked intensely at Noah before he replied, no. Effort. Effort is required before any harvest. Effort is the backbone behind it all. The first farmer seemed set on effort as Noah sighed internally and simply nodded. He just thought the way of harvest sounded better, but okay. The first farmer's voice intensified with mounting conviction, regardless of success. Regardless of any harvest or reward. Endless perpetual effort will continue driving existence forward through sheer accumulated persistence. He looked upward. Effort was present when the creature established his immensity and incomprehensible power. Effort was there for all the living existences when they founded their primordial civilizations. His arms spread wide. Effort was there for the inevitabilities. Effort has persisted across incomprehensible eons. As he articulated these words with growing passion, the surrounding existence began buzzing, trembling. A glorious symphony descended from conceptual heights, filling the sanctuary with resonant harmonics. Reality itself vibrated sympathetically. From within that symphony, a single word began echoing with mounting intensity: effort. 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 The first farmer's declaration continued as the symphony swelled. Effort was present even when all those monstrous beings founded their grand civilizations. His voice rang out, and so on this day, after eons of accumulated cultivation, let it be witnessed that I officially follow my way of existence that I did not realize in my countless failures. His arms spread wide with gesture encompassing everything. I did not abandon farming. It will always remain fundamental component of my nature. He smiled. But the very core principle behind farming itself is effort. The persistent cultivation regardless of whether seeds germinate or harvests succeed. His eyes blazed, and so I walk the way of effort. and so I shall establish. The civilization of effort, boom, pure radiant green light emanated from the first farmer's form. It expanded outward in concentric waves that illuminated the entire sanctuary with blinding brilliance. Existence continued buzzing with validation, the symphony bellowing the word effort echoed across dimensional boundaries with such intensity that distant territories surely perceived the phenomenon. Prompts materialized before Noah's vision. A derivative way of effort has been successfully established in your presence, bearing semblance of your influential authority. The derivative way of existence, specifically, the way of effort, has catalyzed emergence of a derivative primordial civilization. Designation: the primordial civilization of effort. Classification: derivative of the primordial civilization of existence, the creature. This civilization will operate under umbrella authority of the creature's framework while maintaining independent operational structure. The first farmer has been designated as the primordial sovereign of the civilization of effort. Your observation and contribution for its establishment has created minor resonance with your own primordial civilization of mana and hunger. Mana and hunger were present during all moments of effort across existence. Noah absorbed these prompts with eyes shining brilliantly, his existence buzzed with cascading questions. A derivative way of existence, similar to the great usurper, the first farmer had declared and founded his civilization, and it manifested as a derivative falling under the bastion of the creature's primordial civilization of existence. Noah's mind raced. Why is it that out of two beings I've personally witnessed establishing ways, both connected as derivatives to something belonging to the creature? When Noah had established his own civilization of mana and hunger, it was his exclusively, not derivative of any overarching framework, independent, self-sustaining. So why did others' attempts automatically connect to the creature's authority? His existence buzzed with immensity and mounting questions. Though no immediate answers presented themselves, he looked at the figure of the first farmer with measured assessment. I will accept your assertion that you were not a perpetual thief across eons. His voice carried deliberate calmness. And we can consider your temporary collapse sufficient repayment for your transgression against me. Noah's gaze was steady. I always considered it wasteful that someone of your evident caliber, someone who had cultivated for incomprehensible duration supposedly pursuing righteous objectives, would simply collapse permanently. His tone carried genuine acknowledgement. It seemed like tremendous waste of accumulated potential. But if that collapse represented the final necessary component for your eons-long existence to bear ultimate fruit, he nodded slightly, then perhaps everything worked out optimally after all. The first farmer smiled with genuine appreciation. He nodded with acceptance before his expression shifted to concern. He began looking around the sanctuary with searching gaze. Golden eyes scanned every visible territory. Where is my daughter? His voice carried mounting worry. I cannot sense Elindra anywhere within this sanctuary. Did something occur to her? Noah blinked at this inquiry. His expression became oddly neutral before replying with careful calmness. She is currently preoccupied with critical cultivation procedures. The first farmer tilted his head. Preoccupied with what specifically? What procedure requires such focus that I cannot even perceive her presence? Noah replied with straightforward directness. Well, if you recall your original instructions, you did send her to me, specifically for the purpose of gaining access to perpetual harvest. He paused deliberately. The objective was propelling her existence and her 9 principles forward through systematic infusion of accumulated authority. Another pause. She is currently preoccupied with the extensive infusion of perpetual harvest into her framework. His tone remained clinical. The process requires sustained focus and cannot be interrupted prematurely. His words were delivered with complete calm, a clinical assessment devoid of suggestive subtext. But when the first farmer fully grasped their potential implications, his eyes flashed with sudden immensity. He looked at Noah with expression suggesting he was approximately 3 seconds from initiating violence. Noah raised his eyebrows. His expression almost communicated. Try it and discover exactly how that works out for you. But instead, his voice emerged with firm authority. Leave her be for now. She is at critical juncture in her transformation process. His gaze was unyielding. Disrupting her concentration could prove catastrophic. Let's discuss you instead. With your return and emergence bearing this new singularity principle, do you possess any new information or methodologies for surviving against the loom? He tilted his head slightly. Anything beyond the admittedly limited plan of having your daughter somehow attain the false designation? Did he have plans? The first farmer was confronted with such pointed inquiry mere moments after his resurrection, his golden eyes focused with mounting intensity as he processed the question. A moment later, shocking words emerged from his lips. Well, in my state of dissolution and collapse, during that transition between existence and non-existence. He paused, seemingly uncertain how to articulate it. I actually heard the voice of the creature speaking directly to me. Boom, chapter 4479 Ischus 3. The first farmer said that he heard the voice of the creature. Noah gazed at him calmly, waiting. The first farmer continued with a voice of weight of recovered memory. In that state of collapse and emergence, I cannot accurately measure how much time passed across existence entirely. But for me, personally, it felt instantaneous. He paused, golden eyes distant. In that instant, I remember the voice of the creature, the same voice I encountered in the past. That voice said to me simply, "Find my early veiled shore, find my early veiled shore." Noah looked closely at the first farmer as he tilted his head with an expression mixing curiosity and frustration. That's it? That's the entirety of the message? The first farmer nodded simply. That's it. Noah continued gazing at the first farmer with deliberate calmness as his mind worked through potential implications and interpretations. The creature couldn't add a few more words? Add a sentence or two to provide some measure of clarity? Perhaps a helpful direction or specific instruction. The first farmer simply looked at him with expression suggesting he shared identical frustration. Neither possessed answers. Eventually the first farmer's eyes blazed with a light combining effort and accumulated majesty as he articulated his speculation. The creature represents the entity who was demonstrably strongest amongst all the beings. Even if the living paradox and the living emotive, alongside any others who aligned with their conspiracy, successfully plotted against him, the creature would still possess numerous means of survival and contingency. His voice carried conviction. Maybe the genuine answer to surviving the fallout resides within his early veiled shore. Maybe that cryptic message contains everything necessary if we can only decipher it properly. Noah smiled coldly and shook his head as he absorbed this speculation from the first farmer. Maybe he was hearing that particular word with increasing frequency lately. When Core had used it, the uncertainty seemed almost endearing, cute, even. But as more and more maybes accumulated without resolution, it was rapidly ceasing to be something he enjoyed encountering. He looked toward the first farmer before speaking with direct inquiry. Do you possess any tangible clues regarding where to commence an investigation? Any contextual details from your interaction with the creature that might prove relevant? The first farmer shook his head with genuine regret. No. I shared but a single extended conversation with the creature before my collapse. My knowledge remains frustratingly limited. His expression shifted to earnest appeal. But with your aid and combined resources, I feel confident we can both substantially increase our respective chances of survival, not merely for ourselves but for our people as well. His voice carried weight of responsibility. I have countless entities across my sanctuary who look toward me for guidance and protection. I have my daughter to whom I must make proper amends. I'm certain you possess your own responsibilities and people dependent upon your continued existence. He gestured expansively. I have just embarked upon establishing my civilization of effort. Now, I must systematically forge it into something capable of enduring what approaches. For the benefit of both our civilizations, collaboration can only increase and elevate our collective capabilities. His golden eyes met Noah's directly. Are we able to let bygones be bygones and commence on entirely new page? Can we move forward as genuine allies rather than suspicious acquaintances? The first farmer articulated these words with calm earnestness. Noah listened without interruption and did not require extended deliberation before simply nodding with acceptance. He sighed and looked around the sanctuary before speaking. The more the merrier in this band of unfortunate survivors, attempting to defy impossible odds. Tend to your sanctuary and those who mourned believing you permanently collapsed. His voice carried finality. I will bring your daughter back to see you soon enough. With such words, Noah disappeared. Space folded around him and he was simply gone. The first farmer remained floating alone. He gazed at the sanctuary that had mourned him not long ago. He was still the first farmer at his core, but now he was filled with immeasurable effort given conscious form. And with every effort invested came even more unfathomable harvest. As consequence, I may not have succeeded in obtaining perpetual harvest directly, but I was able to forge successfully the counterpart that was functionally equivalent, perpetual effort. He smiled with expression mixing sadness and profound satisfaction. As he contemplated this truth, his voice emerged as philosophical musing directed at existence itself. Effort and harvest exist as two faces of singular principle. One cannot exist without the other across any meaningful duration. He looked at the expanse before him, not merely sanctuary anymore, but civilization. The farmer who plants seeds without effort produces no harvest. The farmer who exerts tremendous effort but fails to harvest wastes accumulated potential. But the farmer who understands that effort is harvest, that the act of cultivation itself represents fruit regardless of outcome, his eyes shone with golden light, that farmer transcends simple success or failure. That farmer embodies the eternal cycle itself. Plant. Tend. Fail. Learn. Plant again, tend better. Fail differently. Learn more. Persist. He spread his arms wide. This is the way of effort. This is what I will teach to all who join my civilization. Success matters less than persistence. Harvest matters less than cultivation. Results matter less than the willingness to continue despite results. His smile widened, and through that perpetual effort, harvest becomes inevitable, perhaps not the harvest initially envisioned. Perhaps not the harvest desired. But harvest nonetheless, fruit born from persistence itself. He descended toward his civilization with renewed purpose. Time to begin forging something worthy of surviving what approaches, at this moment in time, in Noah's early veiled shore. The atmosphere within the vast continental landscape pulsed with vibrant energy that made the entire territory seem alive with concentrated authority. The inhabitants carried distinct auras and colors radiating from their bodies that identified their specialization paths immediately. To match the three different specializations currently available, the factions of the Iron Concordat, the Crimson Hunger, and the Verdant Cycle, different clusters of entities shone with corresponding brilliance. Obsidian gold radiance marked those who had chosen defensive paths. Crimson gold intensity identified offensive specialists whose presence made surrounding space tremble. Verdant gold luminescence surrounded support-oriented entities who pulsed with restorative authority. Defensive, offensive, and support-type entities whose attire now reflected their chosen factions. The specializations made everyone seem substantially more vibrant, more alive as they communicated enthusiastically with each other regarding optimal methods to leverage their collective capabilities. Discussions occurred everywhere. If 300 bulwarks established the fortress formation while hungering maws attack, vital chorus members should maintain life binding with all frontline specialists to enable instant resurrection. Damage conversion from bulwarks feeding directly into hungering maw. Hey, why not feed all collected damage to a single entity rather than spread it around? Could maybe the master unleash all devoured damage in the hundreds of sextillions? The entire shore buzzed with mounting excitement. Within the influence of the Crimson Hunger sovereign spire of Osmont, two figures stood observing the organized chaos. These two were the humanoid form of Hyperion and Bob, little Bobby. Hyperion maintained his characteristically cold gaze as he calmly observed everything with analytical detachment. He turned slightly and happened to notice Bob standing nearby. Bob looked distinctly forlorn and frustrated, his expression suggesting he'd just experienced personal defeat. When Hyperion followed Bob's gaze to identify what provoked such reaction, he saw the figures of Henry talking vibrantly with two young women. Henry was laughing, gesturing animatedly, clearly enjoying himself immensely. Hyperion raised his eyebrows at such scene. Even though he genuinely didn't want to engage in conversation, he forced himself to speak since proximity made silence awkward. Did you attempt to compete with the son of our monstrous leader in pursuing romantic interest and subsequently lose? That represents a losing battle from inception, my friend. At such words, Bob turned toward Hyperion with visible scowl. One of those women is my daughter. I was absent just for a brief period, and this guy simply swooped in and just... Bob's visage trembled with paternal frustration as words failed him. Hyperion blinked and looked at him with an expression shifting to something approaching sympathy. Eventually he raised his eyebrows and spoke with pragmatic observation. Should you not be experiencing happiness rather than distress? Within our civilization and broader existence, is there genuinely superior choice than the son of our monstrous leader if your daughter was to establish a connection with anyone? He paused deliberately. Or, would you rather prefer it be with the leader himself? At such casually delivered statement, Bob visibly shuddered as if experiencing visceral nightmare. His round, circular bald head developed visible sweat as he nodded with rapid agreement. Fuck. You're absolutely right. You're correct. That perspective helps somewhat. He paused and blinked. Who are you again? Hyperion sighed with SN expression suggesting he couldn't believe this conversation was even occurring. Hyperion, Bob nodded. Bob. Just as the two finished their perfunctory introductions, a booming voice echoed through the air with authority that made everyone stop their activities immediately. Noah's words rang out across the entire early veiled shore with unmistakable command. The time has arrived to subject our civilization to a genuine trial. There exist enemies belonging to the primordial civilizations that we will soon be confronting directly. His voice intensified. Those who wish to participate in this engagement, adorn your civilizational armor immediately. Assemble together with your respective civilization specialization faction and prepare for deployment. The declaration carried finality. The adversaries you will face during this operation will be the preserved forces of the living emotive and the living elemental, armies that have been frozen across eons and now await elimination. His words were booming and impossibly heavy. All those who heard them looked upward and around as his voice seemed to echo from everywhere simultaneously, authority that couldn't be ignored or dismissed. Their eyes shone with mixture of anticipation and mounting determination. Movement began blooming across the early veiled shore as many responded to their leader's call. Civilizational armor manifested. Specialists assembled with their factions. A glorious war was coming, and Noah's civilization was ready for a feast. Chapter 4480 Civilizational War. Inside the abode of the early creature, Osmont, inside an isolated domain, the domain was breathtaking in its concentrated vitality, filled with vibrant green-gold fields of harvest that stretched endlessly across both earth and sky. Above, the heavens themselves seemed to be cultivated plots, clouds shaped like ripening fruit, stars that pulsed with growing authority. Below, grasses swayed with rhythm suggesting conscious appreciation of their existence. In the center of this place stood Noah. He had just finished the announcement declaring war to his assembled forces. Behind him, the figure of Elindra approached with graceful steps. She was adorned in loose green gown that barely concealed her curvaceous figure. The fabric seeming to flow like living water across her form, her radiant golden hair cascaded like harvested wheat, her blue eyes shone with unique light mixing satisfaction and mounting curiosity. She embraced Noah from behind with gentle warmth. Is this why you said we would not be friends before? Her voice carried playful understanding. Noah tilted his head back and nodded lightly as he replied with characteristic directness. This is substantially better than just being friends. How are you feeling? Elindra's existence held 9 unique principles carefully nurtured by the first farmer. She had been engineered specifically for pursuing the false designation with sufficient harvest accelerating her advancement. After Noah had infused her with tremendous quantities of accumulated harvest these last few hours, Elindra sighed contentedly as she closed her eyes and smiled before articulating her status. My 9 principles are resonating with unprecedented intensity and systematically opening a pathway towards something that should theoretically exceed even a singularity principle in fundamental classification. Her voice carried mixture of wonder and analytical focus. I'm not actively creating or designing it through conscious effort, simply being led toward it as if my 9 principles function as set of stairs ascending toward something far grander. Once I successfully reach and grasp it, the entire staircase may crumble and dissolve as I claim something that transcends their individual existence. She opened her eyes. I'm extraordinarily close to achieving breakthrough. I just require slightly more accumulated resonance. Her tone shifted to teasing. How about you? What did you derive from our extensive connection? Apart from your relentless enjoyment of the process itself, obviously. Noah smiled calmly at this inquiry as he observed the prompts that had bloomed before his vision. The information was remarkable. Through sustained connection and deep resonance with unique, life-form possessing complementary principles, the way toward grasping a principle exceeding the rank of singularity has opened before you. Analysis indicates the potential principle to be grasped is estimated to be something deeply integral to the fundamental structure of observable existence itself. Successfully grasping such principle would further enhance your capability to alter and systematically violate existence in unfathomable ways that transcend current limitations. Progress toward manifestation, 67%, additional resonance required for complete breakthrough. The results were extraordinarily promising, so he simply replied to Elindra with measured satisfaction. I benefited substantially. We can continue our mutual advancement in a bit. His tone shifted to more immediate concern. For now, manifest a clone of yourself and send it to the sanctuary of the first farmer immediately. At these unexpected words, Elindra blinked with visible confusion. Oh? Did something significant occur? Is everyone safe? Did complications arise? as she articulated these concerns, brilliance shone across her body. A perfect clone manifested beside her, identical in every visible aspect. The clone became adorned in verdant gold dress that flowed elegantly. Her hair arranged itself with practiced motion into elaborate style. Noah tapped toward empty space nearby with a casual gesture. A spatial rift bloomed obediently, a tear in reality leading directly to the sanctuary. He simply nodded. It should constitute a significant surprise for you. Go and discover what awaits. With such cryptic encouragement, Elindra's clone transformed into streak of brilliant light. She disappeared into the rift without hesitation. She would be met with the impossible surprise of a father who had somehow returned from complete collapse. Meanwhile, her main body remained with Noah. She sat down with worried expression mixing hope and concern. Noah lay his head on her lap with comfortable familiarity, closing his eyes as if preparing to nap casually, but internally, he was gauging his own accumulated strength with analytical precision. His power, at this particular moment, his power derived fundamentally from his civilization and all its integrated components. The simple measurement of sextillions of complexity and purity represented only a single aspect of his total capability. Some observers might incorrectly examine his numerical measurements and notice that Kor, another leader within his civilization, possessed ostensibly higher raw complexity and purity values. They might question with confusion, how could another leader of a civilization subordinate to him possess more measured complexity and purity than him? Shouldn't the supreme leader always maintain the highest numerical values? And yet, such perspective would be fundamentally missing the critical, strategic point. Many hours ago, Noah had actively decided not to focus on merely elevating numerical values of complexity and purity. He had deliberately redirected his accumulated harvest away from personal power metrics and channeled it systematically into elevating his overall civilization's framework. Complexity and purity emerged as natural byproduct for him as he guided the walls of his civilization forward and elevated his entire structure to its current unprecedented stage. And even when he wasn't actively focusing on personal complexity and purity, his total measurement alongside his permanently fused protos already exceeded 170 sextillion. If he were to deliberately redirect accumulated harvest away from strengthening the architect's bulwarks and toward pure personal power amplification, he possessed no doubt whatsoever that he could rapidly gain sufficient complexity to completely eclipse any other entity within his civilization. But as he had systematically learned, complexity and purity wasn't everything. Due to him strategically elevating his overall civilization and successfully unlocking civilization specialization mechanics, he now commanded countless specialized entities with power levels measuring in dozens of sextillions each. Just consider the Primus inevitabilities alone. 100 million would complete their production cycle within 24 hours. 12 hours had already elapsed since their systematic generation commenced. There were currently 50 million Primus inevitabilities manifested, floating like massive obsidian blue and gold crimson cloud across the sanctuaries of inevitabilities within the early veiled shore. The ones who had specialized into the infinite bulwark specialization alone possessed average power of 10 sextillion each by this point. If this represented approximately 1/3 of 50 million total, that meant 16 million Primus inevitabilities who each held 10 sextillion complexity and purity, every single one. Now, every single defensive specialist, every single member of the Iron Concordat faction, they all possessed simple core mechanical function that had been emphasized clearly during specialization selection: total offensive sacrifice. And what were its exact specifications again? Noah recalled the prompt with perfect clarity. Total offensive sacrifice. Members of this specialization lose 100% of their offensive capabilities. They cannot deal direct damage through any conventional or unconventional means. All attacks, abilities, and techniques designed to harm enemies are systematically removed from their framework. Any attacks directed toward members of the civilization are automatically drawn to and absorbed by infinite bulwark specialists. Any attacks toward members of the civilization are automatically drawn to the defensive specialists. So, before any hostile entity could ever even contemplate harming a single hair on Noah's existence, eliminates 16 million Primus. It would mean they had to success inevitabilities who each possessed average of 10 sextillion, complexity and purity. Noah's mind processed this mathematical reality with cold satisfaction. Even if he hypothetically possessed only single point of complexity and purity, nothing would be capable of harming him until they systematically wiped out 16 million defensive specialists who each held 10 sextillion worth of protection, and that calculation only reflected current status. In another 12 hours, this number would effectively double, and he could even triple or quadruple it if he simply ordered more of the primus inevitabilities to undergo the infinite bulwark specialization. This was what his civilization granted him. This was what strategically focusing on civilization advancement, rather than mere individual complexity and purity, provided. The fact that even now, he could theoretically withstand cumulative damage equivalent to 16 million times 10 sextillion made things extraordinarily clear regarding where he needed to continue directing his accumulated harvest. Because what exactly was 16 million multiplied by 10 sextillion? That mathematical product was 160 octillion, a value that completely exceeded sextillion classification, entirely skipped septillion tier, and landed firmly at octillion magnitude. This was what was minimally required just to potentially injure Noah. And that calculation didn't even account for any defensive capabilities from his personal power. This was what elevating a civilization systematically granted it. Was something utterly glorious. After affirming this mathematical reality with satisfaction, Noah opened his eyes. They flashed with brilliant intensity, mixing anticipation and tyrannical confidence. He would test and observe the immensity of this accumulated power, as it faced genuine opposition, the preserved forces of the primordial civilizations of emotive and elemental. He genuinely hoped there would be numerous enemies who exceeded hundreds of sextillions in individual power, so he could really stretch his legs and discover his true limits. His smile widened with predatory satisfaction. Chapter 4481 Civilizational War 2. As things progressed toward readiness, Noah closed his eyes once more. He relaxed against Elindra's thighs with comfortable familiarity. His consciousness shifted focus toward another instance of himself, another body that was currently moving across the wandering territories. It was time to see what ancient forces await within the frozen domain, the wandering territories. The figures of Alexander Asmodeus and Seraphina Valorhart stood surrounded by hundreds of thousands of the most powerful living laws. Sheer numbers meant nothing to the enemies they were about to face. The most powerful dukes of law circled around them in protective formations. The scene was filled with palpable tension, as if they were all preparing to open Pandora's box that could systematically destroy them all. The surroundings defied conventional description. Multicolored oddities and impossible geometries filled the environment in every direction, floating crystalline structures that shifted through spectrum of colors without pattern, streams of liquid light flowing upward against gravity. Fragments of reality suspended in configurations, ground that wasn't quite solid, more like concentrated probability given temporary substance. The wandering territories lived up to their name, territories that wandered through existence without stable anchor. Seraphina's voice emerged with hesitation that she clearly struggled to contain. Alexander, are we certain about this course of action? Opening the injunction sanctuary represents unprecedented risk, as if we cannot overcome them. Her crimson eyes reflected mounting concern. Why, do you trust Osmond so completely? Alexander looked at her calmly. His reply was simple. Direct. We come from the same place, Seraphina. He paused deliberately. They came from the same place. That was it. As they continued their quiet discussion, space rippled nearby. The entrance was dramatic without being ostentatious. Noah arrived, alone. He was adorned in emperor's robe woven from obsidian gold material that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. His hair shone with obsidian cold allure that made it appear carved from precious stone, but his eyes held sense of immensity and ancientness that transcended his apparent physical age. Even though he appeared here without visible entourage or escort, the mere pressure he emanated seemed to suffocate all the living laws present, as if the moment he arrived, all routes through existence began rotating around him and nobody else. He felt like ancient entity whose visage alone would command existence wherever he manifested. The hundreds of thousands of living laws felt their frameworks, trembling involuntarily. Many struggled not to collapse to their knees from sheer proximity to such concentrated authority. Noah simply nodded toward Alexander after his arrival with casual acknowledgement. Alexander's voice emerged with practical inquiry. Your forces, his forces. At such question, Noah waved his hand with dismissive gesture. Behind him, space tore apart violently as three massive rifts formed simultaneously. The rifts were glorious in their construction, each one spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, edges crackling with concentrated authority that made surrounding reality distort. The first rift pulsed with obsidian gold radiance, the second burned with obsidian crimson intensity, the third glowed with verdant gold luminescence, and from these three massive rifts, Noah's forces began emerging, the specialists of the Ion Concordat, the Crimson Hunger, and the Verdant Cycle factions materialized through their respective portals. Each entity looked like massive titan already fully armored in their civilizational armor, but more than that, they manifested in complete forms representing their civilization specializations. The infinite bulwark specialists emerged like living fortresses, covered in layered crystalline plates of obsidian gold that overlapped, with sophisticated precision, eyes glowing with steady silver light, each step causing minor reality stabilization effects. The hungering maw specialists manifested as predatory nightmares. Sleek forms covered in crimson obsidian tentacles that writhed with, barely contained aggression, multiple serrated maws visible across their bodies, eyes burning with ravenous crimson light. The vital chorus specialists radiated restorative authority, wreathed in green gold blue light that pulsed like heartbeat, covered in intricate mandala patterns that glowed with healing power, eyes shining with compassionate emerald brilliance. The terrifying immensity and concentrated power they all emanated was overwhelming. It appeared as if three different colored armies were systematically pouring through the rifts, one massive force shining obsidian gold, another burning obsidian crimson, the last glowing verdant gold. They continued flooding out of the rifts with systematic precision, until a terrifying monstrous army of 5 million from each faction had fully manifested, a combined force of 15 million total entities. It was utterly excessive, complete overkill for any normal engagement, and even this represented only portion of the forces Noah could deploy. The vast majority of these 15 million were, naturally, Primus inevitabilities who had undergone specialization, but the sheer visual spectacle of 5 million entities colored and armored identically showed glorious depiction of three separate armies moving under unified command. One faction displayed armaments that pulsed with obsidian gold shields emblazoned on their chests. Another bore crimson gold jaws as identifying markers. The vital chorus carried verdant gold wings surrounded by leaves as their symbol. The moment of their complete arrival, the living laws in the surroundings felt such terrifying sense of oppression that many of them trembled violently. Several actually did collapse to their knees despite attempts to maintain composure. The pressure was simply too overwhelming to resist entirely. Alexander looked at this incomprehensible display of military force. He shook his head with mixture of awe and disbelief. Fucking hell, okay. Let's proceed with this operation. There was no more questioning whether they possessed sufficient forces, no more wondering if they'd brought adequate power. Seeing the terrifying army arrayed behind Noah gave everyone present such profound sense of suffocation. They were wholly, utterly glad they weren't his enemies. Amongst those in the assembled army, Kor floated forward with grace. Behind her, the figures of Sigrid, Rhea, Barbados, and numerous others could be observed. Not entirely adorned in their civilizational armors, yet Noah nodded toward Alexander with gesture indicating readiness. Alexander turned to face the empty space of the wandering territories stretching before them. His voice emerged with formal gravitas as he explained. The injunction sanctuary of law represents a domain frozen across eons of time through concentrated power of the living law themselves. It does not possess preset physical location that one can simply travel toward to arrive. He raised his hand. One simply requires the key. And with the inheritance I obtained from the living law's remnant will, I possess that key. His expression grew serious. The moment I activate this key, the injunction sanctuary, which currently exists in state without set position, will become anchored to this location. A gateway shall manifest for us to make entry. His tone darkened. That is when unfathomable danger will bloom. I cannot predict the numbers of enemies contained within that frozen domain. I cannot estimate how ridiculously powerful these entities were at time of their imprisonment. He paused deliberately, and whether after being frozen across eons of time, they have somehow become even more powerful through unknown mechanisms, or remained in perfect stasis. His voice carried mounting concern. Something that troubles me substantially is that their parent civilizations within the loom have continued advancing over all these eons. The moment these frozen forces are released from the living law's imposed stasis, he looked troubled. Whatever boons members of their civilizations, genuine members, like them, not the diluted living existences populating current folds, may receive through accumulated advancement, his gaze fixed on Noah, all of this remains unknown. And because of these fundamental unknowns, we will depend heavily upon your forces. He turned fully toward Noah after finishing his explanation. Noah nodded calmly with expression suggesting such uncertainties didn't concern him remotely. Unknown variables simply meant opportunity for extraordinary harvest. Variables were part of existence. After all preparations concluded, Alexander breathed in deeply. He stretched his hand out toward empty space. His voice emerged with formal authority. Justice delayed is justice denied. No existence stands above the law's reach, so let the law impose itself systematically on the unworthy. Open, radiant silver-white brilliance erupted from his outstretched hand. It sprayed outward across the wandering territories like tidal wave of concentrated authority. In the next moment, existence itself splintered directly before them. A silver-white massive doorway spanning entire gigaparsec bloomed into manifestation, covering absolutely everything in their collective vision. The gateway was incomprehensibly vast, its edges extended beyond what eyes could track. Its surface rippled with concentrated temporal authority, an aura of profound ancientness. And terrible immensity erupted from this doorway. It rushed outward like horrendous winds carrying scent of eons-old conflicts. Noah observed it with characteristic calm as prompts bloomed before his vision. Something that has been systematically locked away for eons since the conflicts in the earliest folds has been unlocked. For good or for catastrophe, this action cannot be reversed. The forces contained within represent genuine primordial civilization military strength from era when the entities actively waged war. The words seemed grand and profoundly ominous. But Noah's eyes flashed with pure tyranny as he raised his hands. He formed them into fists with deliberate motion. The figure of Protos materialized beside him with terrifying presence. Ahead of them both, the figure of Ozymandias, his other body, floated forward. Ozymandias spoke an extremely deep and heavy voice that caused existence of all assembled forces to vibrate with resonance. What is your duty? And from the 15 million terrifying beings arrayed in systematic formations, their fists rose as single unified motion. Their voices boomed outward with such concentrated force that even the terrifying ancient winds rushing from the newly formed gateway were actually forced backward. Our duty is mana and hunger. Boom, the declaration struck existence like physical impact. Ozymandias continued voicing commands with cold authority that brooked no hesitation. Fulfill your duty. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, brilliance of blue-gold radiance shone across all assembled forces. Members of the Iron Concordat surged forward toward the massive gateway with systematic precision, living walls advancing to establish a defensive perimeter, followed immediately by the Crimson Hunger specialists whose predatory forms streaked forward like crimson lightning. The Verdant cycle maintained position slightly behind, ready to provide resurrection and restoration the moment casualties occurred. It was glorious and utterly epic scene that many would struggle to comprehend or believe unless witnessing it directly in that exact moment. 15 million specialized entities charging toward a gateway containing forces from genuine primordial civilizations. The living laws watched with mixture of awe and absolute terror. Alexander smiled grimly. Into the breach. Let's discover what horrors await inside. The gateway pulsed as Noah's forces poured through, and somewhere in the frozen domain beyond, ancient enemies stirred from eons-long slumber. Chapter 4482 Civilizational War. 3. Far from the massive silver-white gateway that just opened, in a region of existence hard to know or perceive, gold and obsidian radiance of civilizational authority of paradox covered a box. It could adequately be called Schrödinger's box. Existing in multiple states simultaneously, inside it, three bodies of Schrödinger lay in what appeared to be deep sleep. At this moment, the living paradoxical body opened its eyes with immense effort. The action seemed to require tremendous power just to accomplish such simple movement. Those eyes revealed an extremely ancient will flowing through them, consciousness far older than the body suggested. He seemed incapable of moving even a single muscle beyond opening his eyes, and yet a smile formed on his lips, his eyes curved with devilish glare mixing amusement and malicious satisfaction. Those bright eyes of paradox seemed to see the distant silver-white gateway that had just been opened, perceiving it across impossible distances through mechanisms that defied conventional observation. His voice emerged as amused whisper. There was actually something like this that the uptight living law actually concealed from my knowledge? And you all just casually opened it? Even though he spoke, terrifying oppressive force pressed down from all around him. The surrounding existence itself was crushing his awareness. He rolled his eyes with exaggerated annoyance. Okay, I get the message. Your existence remains sufficiently powerful even now to systematically suppress me outside the loom. His smile widened despite the pressure. But this won't prevent me from having some modest fun while I wait patiently to harvest all my carefully cultivated efforts. I consider this a side mission, really. Just something to occupy my mind and keep me mentally engaged before the fallout occurs. His tone darkened, because after the fallout does manifest. Even I will need to remain on my tiptoes. His words carried terrifying implications about what exactly the fallout represented. After finishing addressing the oppressive surrounding existence, his smile became even more devilish, emotive, and elemental chiclets frozen in that sanctuary, yes? Let's have their parent civilizations within the loom release some of their accumulated grandeur into their frozen subordinates who tragically missed their entry into salvation. The words were profoundly heavy and ominous. The surrounding existence pressed down with even greater force. The heavy eyelids of the living paradox were forcefully closed by external pressure. His consciousness being systematically suppressed, but he maintained his playful smile throughout, as if he simply found all of this utterly, delightfully amusing. Let them play their little war games. The real entertainment comes after. Past the massive silver-white gateway, in the injunction sanctuary of law, Noah entered without any perceptible fear or hesitation. Beside him, Cor floated with predatory grace. Her voice emerged with barely contained anticipation. I may go just a little bit wild this time around, outsider. Fair warning. At these words, Noah nodded calmly with an expression suggesting such behavior was not merely permitted but encouraged. Go as wild as your nature demands. If we discover answers within this frozen domain, good. If there are no useful answers, his smile turned tyrannical. I'll simply claim the harvest instead. His words pulsed with concentrated authority. Brilliant silver-white light shone around them as existence began revealing itself with absolute clarity. Noah and his assembled forces found themselves spilling out into stretches of shattered fold canyons so incomprehensibly vast it felt less like geography and more like active existential violence. The floor was chaotic jumble of terrain types that shouldn't coexist, radiant stellar dried fold riverbeds that glowed with residual authority, broken mesas rising like shattered teeth. The pulverized remains of entire folds scattered like dust across impossible distances. These fold canyons stretched outward for gigaparsecs in all directions. They shone with accumulated brutality from conflicts that had raged here eons ago. Colossal broken statues of early creatures, carved directly from mountainsides, loomed over the carnage like silent judges. Their faces were eroded by millennia of wind and metaphysical erosion, but their presence remained undeniable. Accusatory, some had crumbled entirely, their skyscraper-sized heads half-buried in corrupted earth, serving as macabre fortifications for forces long collapsed. The land itself bore visible marks of ongoing battle that had been frozen mid-conflict. Patches of ground crystallized into jagged glass by intense, concentrated heat, massive craters that still crackled with residual frost lightning. Trapped in temporal stasis, areas where existence seemed covered by silver authority of law, with massive shattered folds floating dreamily in midair like scattered floating islands defying gravity. The atmosphere was thick, almost unbreathable despite not requiring conventional respiration, a choking miasma of accumulated dust, smoke from burning emotions of fear and hatred given physical form, and metallic tang of ozone from discharged elemental forces. Above them, the sky was not blue, instead, a swirling bruised vortex of unnatural colors dominated. Overhead, the golden geometric light of law clashing violently with chaotic reds and browns of elemental forces, the sickly shifting violets of emotive authority weaving between them. It was a sky that screamed with accumulated trauma. Noah observed all of this with contemplative gaze that catalogued every detail systematically. He turned his attention toward the far distance. There, barely visible across impossible spans, they could perceive clouds of countless entities, each one shining with terrifying display of power that felt simultaneously ancient and dormant. But the moment Noah and his forces fully manifested within the sanctuary, that ancient dormant power seemingly began surging with incandescent brilliance. Its magnitude and concentrated authority began doubling, then tripling, accelerating with exponential velocity as if responding to external stimulus. Cor laughed lightly, the sound mixing genuine amusement with dangerous anticipation. Her eyes began shining with predatory gleam. Now this feeling, it's a sensation of genuine danger I remember from eons past. This feeling of mounting hunger I actively crave. It was feeling of danger, certainly. Because past all these domains of systematic destruction stretching across gigaparsecs, they could feel rising auras of existence burning with concentrated light of elemental and emotive authority. The power was becoming more and more intense with each passing moment. Their complexity and purity measurements were surely surging well into hundreds of sextillions. The light of living laws positioned far ahead of these enemy forces. It seemed grand and substantial, but notably, it was not powering up or surging with brilliance. Unlike the elemental and emotive forces clearly receiving empowerment, the law forces remained static, trapped in the exact state they'd been frozen in. Noah observed this disparity with eyes shining with analytical focus. Behind him, the figure of Alexander and Seraphina floated nearby with expression mixing hope and mounting dread. Noah gave his calm command with voice that carried across entire, assembled force. Advance. Analyze enemy capabilities and force composition. Secure and extract all surviving members of the primordial civilization of Law, OOH. His forces surged forward with his command, 15 million specialized entities advancing with coordinated precision. Behind them, the living laws of Alexander's reformed civilization followed with considerably less confidence. They could feel the mounting power ahead, they could perceive what was awakening in response to their intrusion, and they wondered, with growing certainty, whether they had just made a catastrophic mistake, whether opening this sanctuary would prove to be their salvation, or their complete annihilation. Noah smiled with tyrannical anticipation. For him, it was time for harvest. Chapter 4483 Civilizational War. 4. The sensation of returning to existence was not a gentle awakening, it was a violent, tectonic realignment of reality itself. Deep within the shattered canyons of the Injunction Sanctuary, where the air tasted of ozone and preserved trauma, a mountain of ice and obsidian shuddered. It reformed, magma began flowing through veins of diamond-hard ice. Lightning arced between pillars of stone that served as ribs for something incomprehensibly vast, a heart of an early creature, composed of swirling, perpetual storm, began to beat once more, thump, thump, thump. Ethon, the primeval Stormforge, opened eyes that burned with light of binary star system. He was an elder early creature of the civilization of elementals. The civilization of elements, a being whose very anatomy was living map of catastrophic weather events. His distinction was the weaver of calamities, a title earned in era before time had learned to march in straight line. He breathed in, inhaling stale air of the sanctuary, and felt rush of something foreign yet intoxicating flooding into him. Power. It was surging into his existence, a sudden, artificial spike in his existential parameters, his complexity, which had stagnated for eons in the ice of the living laws imposed stasis, began climbing vertically, 300 sextillion, 450 sextillion, 600 sextillion. It was not merely him. Around his massive form, the frozen statues of his brethren, tens of thousands of early creatures and living elementals, were systematically cracking their shells, their auras flared with terrifying sudden vibrancy. The army was awakening. But before Ethon could properly revel in this unexpected resurgence, a voice slipped into his mind with surgical precision. It was smooth, calm, and carried weight of verdict already passed without appeal. Ethon, you recall the cold? You recall the silence of enforced stasis? Ethon remained utterly still, his mind was fortress of elemental will forged across eons. I recall the living law, he thought back, his internal voice grinding like tectonic plates colliding. I recall the freeze they imposed upon us. I recall the pursuit we never completed. The freeze has lasted eons, the voice continued with detached, clinical precision. While you slept in imposed stasis, the race was run. The loom has been forged. It is finished. It is closed. Boom, the words landed with crushing weight. Your brethren, the prudent ones, are safe within its walls. You, and those frozen alongside you, were the stragglers. The cut branches who did not come back in time. The statement was cold douse of water on the fire of his awakening, left behind. The nightmare of every early creature facing the approaching fallout. There is little we can accomplish for you now, the voice said, dangling thread of false hope with expertise of practiced fishermen. However, certain measures are being tested. Experimental protocols to determine if late entry might prove viable under exceptional circumstances. A pause filled with deliberate manipulation. Prove your worth here, Ethon. Aid the legion of emotives in their systematic objective to eliminate the living laws you were originally pursuing. Retrieve the shattered fragment of the heart of law. And systematically eliminate the outsiders, remnants of the foreign hunger approaching from the rear. Another calculated pause. Accomplish these objectives successfully, and perhaps salvation may yet be extended to you and your forces. The voice faded like mist, leaving only howling winds of the canyons. Ethon stood there, titan of fire and ice, and slow, wry smile touched his lips that cracked like dry earth under drought. The expression was filled with profound, ancient sadness mixing with bitter recognition. He knew. He was intellectual. A scholar of elemental arts, he understood the architecture of the loom as he had discussed it with a friend in the civilization of Praedox. He also comprehended the fundamental nature of beings who built it. Once those doors closed, they did not reopen for stragglers, they did not reopen for failures or second chances. Lies, he rumbled softly, the single word vibrating through stone, beneath his massive form. Why bother with such transparent deception? Do they genuinely believe hope makes us kill faster than despair would? He looked at his hands, massive gauntlets of living rock that could crush mountains. He knew the absolute truth with certainty that transcended hope. There was no salvation waiting, there was no entry being prepared. He, and every soldier awakening behind him, would be consumed by the fallout. They were dead entities walking, ghosts given brief, violent reprieve before inevitable oblivion. But his gaze hardened with resolve, the binary stars of his eyes flared with renewed intensity. He was Ethon, he was of the civilization of elements. Even if the destination was guaranteed oblivion, the path he walked mattered. His way of existence, the way of elements, demanded that he burn until fuel was completely gone. It demanded that he rage against dying of the light, even if eternal. Night was inevitable conclusion. It was all he held, it was the only dignity remaining to him. He turned slowly, his massive form cast shadow over the awakening army. Behind him, the canyon floor was alive with birthing pains of legion, being reborn. Tens of thousands of entities were systematically rising from imposed stasis. Half were early creatures like him, titanic and primal, each one natural disaster given conscious form. The other half were living elementals, beings of pure conceptual energy who blazed with power that visibly warped surrounding air. Their auras ranged from terrifying 50 sextillion to monstrous 450 sextillion. They looked toward him with expectation, their eyes, burning coals, freezing voids, crackling sparks of lightning, fixed upon their leader, waiting for direction in an existence they no longer recognized. Ethon straightened his spine. The sound was like grinding glaciers echoing through valley. He looked at them with stern pride of a father sending children to war. They could not win. He would give them what they needed. He would give them the lie they deserved to die believing. Brothers, sisters of the storm, HUUM. His voice was an eruption, a command that shook accumulated dust from their newly awakened forms. We have slept in the cold prison of law for eons. But we are not broken. We are not diminished. He pointed massive hand toward distance where silver light of living laws shimmered faintly. The loom awaits us, he roared, the light tasting like ash in his mouth, but delivered with absolute conviction. The gates are watching our performance. We have been given a final test. One last chance to reclaim our rightful place. The army stirred, hope igniting in their eyes like fresh kindling catching flame. They think us forgotten. They think us weak from our imprisonment. Ethon bellowed, his aura flaring dramatically to 800 sextillion, a beacon of calamitous power. But we are the storm. We are the quake. We are the fire that cleanses all impurity. He gestured sharply to the left with commanding motion. First vanguard. Tear down the living laws who imprisoned us. Shatter their remaining stasis. Bring me the heart fragment they protect. Make them pay for the eons they systematically stole from us. A roar, half the army surged forward immediately, tidal waves of elemental fury turning toward the living laws with accumulated vengeance. Ethon turned to the right, looking toward massive gateway where new, strange force was entering the sanctuary, an army of obsidian gold and crimson entities pouring through like flood. Second vanguard. With me, he commanded with voice that shook existence. Outsiders approach. Scavengers who seek to pick our bones while we're weakened. Show them the way of elements. Show them that even in death, we burn with unmatched intensity. Boom! Myriad expressions of terrifying elemental weavings erupted around him. The air transformed into kaleidoscope of systematic destruction. Raining magma from conjured volcanoes of principles, freezing winds that could crystallize existence itself. Gravity wells of crushed earth creating localized spatial distortions that could collapse primordial folds. Lightning storms that tore through dimensional boundaries. It was display of raw power that could have systematically annihilated hundreds of entire transcendent folds and more. Ethon looked at his closest aides with a measured assessment, a living elemental of voidwind whose form barely maintained coherent shape, an early creature of crystal fire whose body refracted light into weapon. With me, he said softly, contrast to his previous roaring making, words somehow more weighty. He turned his gaze toward oncoming force with analytical focus. He saw them clearly despite distance. The millions advancing with coordinated precision, and at their center, he saw the leader. He recognized that particular pressure emanating from central figure. He had witnessed a similar authority on Gilgamesh and other legendary entities, an armored figure radiating tyrannical blue-gold light, a being whose complexity and purity felt dense Heavy with accumulated weight, but numerically weak, comparatively insignificant by raw measurement, Ethan locked eyes with this being across the gigaparsecs separating them. Distance meant nothing to entities of their respective stature. Perception transcended physical proximity. He saw the tyrant clearly, and for a fleeting moment Ethan, the primeval Stormforge, did not scowl with hostility, he did not roar with challenge, he simply shook his head with small, almost imperceptible gesture. Pity, you, too. Ethan thought, his mind touching vast cold reality of their shared situation. You build your walls. You forge your armor. You march your armies with confidence, you think you are constructing viable future, but we are all just entities awaiting collapse under the light of the E-fallout. You, me, them, we are all just dust waiting for wind to scatter us, and yet. Ethan's fist clenched with deliberate motion, the sound was like mountain breaking apart from internal pressure. Many of you will perish by my hand long before the fallout arrives, to claim us all, come. Ethan roared, abandoning pity for purity of combat. Let us discover who burns brightest before the inevitable dark consumes everything. The elementals charged forward with devastating coordination, the cracked folds shaking beneath countless feet. Chapter 4484 Civilizational War. The silence within the injunction sanctuary of law was heavy, pressing against the senses like physical weight composed of eons of lost time. Deborah, the silent adjudicator, opened eyes that were not organic orbs, they were pools of liquid silver set into face of flawless white marble. She was a genuine living law, an entity whose very biology was structure and statute. She did not breathe air, she breathed conviction. Her form was masterpiece of living statuary, draped in robes. Carved from same marble as her skin, and moving with fluidity that defied the rigidity of her composition. In her hands, she held it, the shattered part of the heart of law. It was jagged, crystalline shard radiating light that should have been blinding, it should have pulsed with rhythmic, undeniable decree of the living law, the primordial entity that had birthed them all, but it didn't. Deborah looked down at the shard, a sensation colder than the stasis they had just emerged from washed over her conceptual heart. The vibration was faint. Weak, it felt, orphaned, gone, she whispered, her voice the sound of two stones sliding perfectly against one another. You are gone, aren't you? Our foundation has collapsed. She felt it in the marrow of her marble bones. The desolation was absolute. It was not merely that they had been frozen for eons. It was that the source of their warmth, the sun around which their existence orbited, had been extinguished during their long sleep. The living law had collapsed. The primordial civilization of law was no more. She wanted to scream. She wanted to let the marble of her face crack and release sound of pure, chaotic grief that would shatter the very concept of law and order she represented. But she was the adjudicator. She did not scream. Instead, she looked up. Her gaze pierced the choking miasma of the battlefield. Looking past the swirling, bruised vortex of the sky, past the immediate threat of emotive and elemental legions waking around them, she looked into the far, far distance. There, across gigaparsecs of shattered terrain, she saw them, the newcomers, a force of millions radiating terrifying, disciplined power, but her eyes, guided by faint, dying pulse of the heart fragment in her hands, locked on a single figure standing amidst that foreign legion, a young man. He was bathed in silver-white light, his hair shining with metallic luminescence. Beside him was woman glowing with similar, though fainter, authority, but the man, his gaze was piercing. Cutting through the chaos of awakening battlefield to meet hers with impossible precision, as if he knew exactly where she was. Exactly what she held. Exactly what it meant. The shattered part of the heart of law vibrated in her hands. Deborah's marble brow furrowed. Is he connected? She asked herself, the thought racing through her mind like verdict being drafted. Is he connected to the will and weavings of the living law? Is he the reason the stasis has thawed? Hope, fragile and sharp, bloomed in her chest. I must reach him. I must understand what this means. But then, the view was stolen. Waves of sickly violet light crashed down between them, cutting off her line of sight entirely. The air grew thick with stench of weaponized sorrow and artificial despair. The civilization legion of emotives had fully awakened. Deborah's gaze snapped back to her immediate surroundings. Her expression shifted from wonder to livid. Marble-hard fury, tens of thousands, that was all that remained of her once glorious legion. They huddled behind her, silver lights dim, postures radiating defeat of people who wake only to discover their empire is dust. They had been hunted to near oblivion by these monsters eons ago, and now, the moment they drew breath again, the hunt resumed. Persistent fucking vermin, she hissed with concentrated venom. She stepped forward, her marble feet struck shattered ground with sound of absolute finality. She raised the heart fragment high, letting its dim light wash over her. Despairing troops, do not weep for the past. Her voice was a decree, it resonated in the souls of living laws. Straightening their spines, involuntarily, we are the law. We do not bend to the chaos of emotion. We do not erode before the elements. They think us broken? They think us remnants of dead civilization. She pointed marble finger at rising tide of violet and red approaching them. Let us show them that the verdict is still ours to deliver. Form up, for the sanctity of structure. For the memory of law, WAA, the civilizational authority of law flared around them. Silver-white brilliance, sharp and geometric, yet to any observer, it was heartbreakingly dim compared to the blinding radiance of opposing forces. It was a light of dying star raging against encroaching dark. They knew the truth, they knew the true primordial civilization of law had collapsed, but they moved anyway, because that was their way. Gigaparsecs away, Noah stood with eyes reflecting the grand tragedy unfolding across the sanctuary. His perception, amplified by his civilizational framework and lens of civilization, saw it all with perfect clarity. He observed the awakening armies of elementals and emotive split, their forces with strategic precision. It was calculated. Bifurcation, half of the massive force, tens of thousands of entities burning with power ranging from 50 sextillion to 450 sextillion, turned their hostile gazes directly toward him. The other half surged forward like tsunami of fire and grief. Intent on crushing the small, silver remnant of living laws. Osmont, the voice of Alexander Asmodeus rang in his mind, tight with urgency. I can feel it. The leader of those living laws, she holds the shattered part of the heart of law. It calls to the inheritance within me. Alexander paused, watching the violet tide crash toward Silverline, but they are overwhelmed. Outnumbered catastrophically. If she gets swarmed, if she is systematically decimated before we can bridge the distance, the fragment could be lost. Or worse, destroyed. Noah watched the distant flare of silver light struggle against violet ocean. He felt the anxiety radiating from Alexander. The desperation to save what remained of law. Noah's reply was calm. A flat line of certainty cutting through chaos. We will get her. The fragment will not be lost. He severed the mental connection and turned his gaze to his own assembled forces. 15 million entities stood ready for deployment. The iron concordat formed wall of obsidian gold defensive might. The verdant cycle glowed with preparatory healing weaves ready to activate. But his eyes settled specifically on the Crimson Hunger faction. Particularly on towering, skeletal figure wreathed in maddening aura of death and appetite, Archlich Arazon. The Lich had undergone the hungering maw specialization with devastating results. His defensive capabilities were completely stripped away. And his offensive power multiplied by factors that defied conventional logic. He was glass cannon of apocalyptic proportions. Arazon, Noah said. His voice was not loud, but it arrived instantly at the Lich's consciousness with absolute clarity. The Arch-Lich turned, empty eye sockets blazing with green fire hunger. The enemy facing us possesses substantial power, Noah intoned, his voice taking on a tyrannical cadence of a war emperor. Individually, many of them exceed our average strength measurements. They are relics from the earliest folds, hoarders of ancient accumulated power. Noah gestured toward oncoming wave of elementals and emotives. The defenders will hold them at bay. They will break their assault on our walls. Your goal is not merely to push them back or repel their advance. Noah's eyes narrowed. These enemies hold immense quantities of harvestable authority. They possess information from the earliest folds that no longer exists elsewhere. They will not surrender it willingly while they draw breath. A cruel, pragmatic smile touched Noah's lips. So we will proceed to collapse them. We will make them dead. And once dead, transition them to dead existences. You, Arazon, will incorporate them into your civilizational legion of dead existences. HUUM, the air around Arazon twisted with mounting anticipation. Consider what it means carefully. Noah continued, his voice dropping to conspiratorial whisper that somehow echoed like thunder. Collapsing even one of these entities means acquiring a dead existence with dozens of sextillions in baseline complexity and purity. He paused deliberately. Now imagine, Arazon, if such extraordinarily powerful dead existence were to subsequently undergo our civilization specialization. He left the thought hanging. He didn't need to finish the statement. The implication was a promise of power so vast it bordered on obscenity, a dead existence with 50 to 400 sextillion baseline. Becoming Hungering Maw Specialist, Archlich Arazon began to cackle. It started as low, dry rattle in his skeletal throat, then built into crescendo of death and madness that made surrounding existence recoil. His bony fingers clenched his staff with such force the weapon cracked. The hungering maw armor shifted around him like living thing yearning for the feast. Keek. The Archlich surged forward, a comet of green and crimson death leading the vanguard of hungering maws. My duty is death. Arazon bellowed, his voice screamed that tore at souls of those who heard it. And the harvest shall be inevitable. Behind him, the Crimson Hunger faction erupted into motion. Thousands of predatory specialists streaking forward with barely contained aggression. Boom, Chapter 4485. Cleo's eye, Noah hovered above the landscape, his eyes dissecting the oncoming storm. The horizon had been systematically erased, replaced by a towering tsunami of elemental cataclysm rushing toward his forces. The civilizational legions of elementals were rewriting the environment itself. Noah observed their forms with cold assessment. Titanic early creatures and living elementals, their bodies etched with tens of thousands of Cleo's glyphs that pulsed like dying stars. Magma gushed from the pores of reality itself, freezing instantly into jagged, absolute zero glaciers as contradictory principles of thermodynamic collapse and elemental supremacy warred for dominance in the same physical space. The air itself was being tortured by their presence, but it was the astral codexes that truly defined the scale of the approaching threat. Dozens of elemental commanders raised their hands, their grimoires flaring with accumulated power from eons of cultivation. Countless elemental everythings burned with unleashed authority, the scene glorious in its concentrated destruction as thousands upon thousands of everythings were systematically consumed to fuel a devastating assault. From pages of brilliant light, astral arcana glyphs manifested with terrible beauty, tearing through the fabric of the sanctuary itself, an ancient woolly mammoth, composed entirely of sentient permafrost and concentrated lightning, trampled through the air with impossible mass. Its tusks carved voids in space with each swing. A plesiosaur of liquid magma swam through the ether like an ocean predator, its roar boiling the very concept of moisture from existence. And above them, immortal jellyfishes pulsed with blinding elemental brilliance, their tentacles trailing paralysis and entropy that dissolved matter on contact. It was a wave carrying hundreds of sextillions in combined complexity and purity. A force that should have washed away Noah's civilization like sandcastles before a hurricane, and facing it, 5 million members of the Infinite Bulwark specialization stood in perfect silence. They did not flinch. They held their shields. They simply planted their feet with systematic precision, their civilizational armors locking together in geometric perfection that defied the chaos rushing toward them. Civilization fortress formation, the collective thought echoed through their network, a silent command that solidified the air around them. Their obsidian gold plates flared with concentrated authority, linking every single member into a singular, monolithic entity. They were no longer 5 million individual soldiers. They were one wall. Boom. The impact was glorious, the woolly mammoth struck with full force. The magma oceans crashed like a tidal wave. The jellyfish tentacles lashed out with paralyzing venom. The elemental legion unleashed a barrage that could have cracked in many transcendent folds, but the wall did not move, not a single inch. Not a fraction of measurement. Noah watched the mechanics unfold with cold, analytical satisfaction. The lead Infinite Bulwark, a Primus Inevitability named Bastion, and a few 10,000s Primus Inevitabilities took the brunt of the damage directly. The force was sufficient to atomize many things, carrying the concentrated weight of thousands of sextillion complexity altogether, but the wall of Primus Inevitabilities did not take these thousands of sextillions in damage. The moment impact connected, the civilization fortress formation engaged. The damage was not absorbed by them alone, it traveled instantly through golden conduits linking the armor, racing away from the point of impact at speeds faster than thought itself, and it did not merely spread to the 5 million present, it crossed dimensional boundaries, utilizing the civilization network to distribute the kinetic and conceptual load across all 16 million Infinite Bulwark specialists currently active throughout the civilization. The mathematics of it all was beautiful. The numbers were tyrannical. A blow that should have obliterated a single unit was diluted by a factor of 16 million times 10 sextillion. All those in the Infinite Bulwark specialization whose personal defense stood at a formidable 10 sextillion average felt a tremor that barely registered as a scratch. A loss of perhaps 1 sextillion in existential integrity. They didn't even blink. The elemental commanders watched, their eyes widening in genuine, shocked confusion. They had unleashed the apocalypse itself, and the apocalypse had simply stopped. Then, the second phase engaged with devastating efficiency, restore. The command came from the rear formations. Sigrid, the living order, floated amidst the verdant cycle specialists, her form a beacon of verdant gold brilliance that pulsed with restorative authority. She did not look worried. She looked like a conductor raising a baton before a symphony. Symphonic restoration. Waves of green gold light erupted from vital chorus specialists. It was an aggressive injection of concentrated vitality. The light washed over the infinite bulwarks like a cleansing tide. Minor scratches on their existential frames vanished instantly, but the healing didn't stop at simple restoration. Overflow vitality, activated automatically. The excess healing energy didn't dissipate wastefully, it hardened, coalescing around the obsidian gold armor as a secondary, translucent layer of verdant shielding. They were not just healed, but were also fortified beyond their original state. The elemental legion stared with mounting incomprehension, their collective breath caught in their throats. They had thrown mountains at these beings. And the beings were now demonstrably healthier than before the attack. It was terrifying and glorious all at once, but Noah wasn't watching the defensive display anymore. He was watching the numbers. Damage conversion active, accumulated hostile authority, 8,400 sextillion, status, holding. Awaiting discharge command, the bulwarks were glowing with terrifying, contained heat. They had systematically eaten the enemy's attack, stored the kinetic and conceptual energy within their own frameworks, and were now holding it like a breath waiting to be exhaled with devastating force. Noah's smile was predatory as he called out, Ozymandias, in the space between armies, where the violet tide of the civilization. Legions of emotives surged toward the beleaguered remnants of the living laws. A ripple occurred. Deborah, the silent adjudicator, stood with her marble skin visibly cracked, her silver light dimming with each passing moment. Around her, the remaining living laws were collapsing under just the light. Concentrated assault, do not yield, she screamed, her voice cracking with coldness. We are the final testament to law itself. We do not yield. Then, a shadow fell over her position. A figure stepped out of empty air directly in front of her defensive line. It was a humanoid form of obsidian and crimson, tentacles writhing from its back like a cloak of living darkness. It radiated a hunger so profound it made the surrounding emotive energy shiver with instinctive recognition. Deborah's eyes widened with a mixture of emotions. Friend, she whispered. You do not need to sacrifice yourself for us. Ozymandias did not look back at her. He stood alone, a single point of darkness against a horizon of violet fire. He adjusted his hands with a casual gesture, the motion showing absolute arrogance in the face of the rushing horde. Sacrifice? Ozymandias asked, his voice a deep, resonant rumble that vibrated in Deborah's chest. No. You misunderstand my purpose here, entirely. He raised one hand, palm open, facing the direction of the iron concordat positioned far across the battlefield. Let the accumulated damage flow through me. WAA, the connection snapped into place with audible resonance. The damage conversion network flared with blinding intensity. The 8,400 sextillion units of stored destructive energy held by the infinite bulwarks was not released as a scattered blast, it was channeled with surgical precision. It rushed through the civilization's interconnected framework, pouring directly into Ozymandias' form. His obsidian crimson body swelled with accumulated power. His aura exploded outward, shifting from terrifying hunger to a blinding, catastrophic beacon of pure concentrated ruin, the energy of the elemental legion's attack, the principles. The mammoths, the magma, the void ice, all of it, was systematically converted into raw, unadulterated hunger. Ozymandias opened his mouth, the jaw did unhinged, expanding impossibly as the fabric of reality tore around the motion. Crimson obsidian hunger jaws bloomed into existence with devastating manifestation. They were colossal, spanning the horizon entirely, dwarfing the emotive giants rushing toward him like insignificant insects. The power radiating from those jaws was impossibly concentrated, a singular strike containing a few thousands of sextillions in complexity and purity even after any losses with the conversion. It was damage Ozymandias had no inherent right to wield. Power he had not personally cultivated, but it was power he now controlled through the cheating architecture of Noah's civilization. Chomp, the word was spoken softly, almost gently, the sound that followed was wet and utterly final. The jaws slammed shut with apocalyptic force. Boom! 9 massive early creatures, beings measuring 100 to 300 sextillion complexity and surrounded by civilizational authority of emotive, were caught directly in the bite. Towering avatars of sorrow and rage who had existed since the earliest folds, They didn't have time to scream, their conceptual barriers shattered like glass. Their fundamental principles unraveled like torn fabric. Their upper bodies were sheared off cleanly, separated from their legs by the absolute sharpness of the bite that transcended conventional cutting. The emotive legion halted, their momentum completely broken by the sheer, impossible violence of the act. Ozymandias stood amidst the falling rain of blood and dissipating essence. He waved his hand with a cool dismissal. Tentacles of hunger erupted from the fading jaws, snatching the 9 cleaved corpses from the air before they could strike the ground. He wound up his arm with theatrical motion and threw them, hurling the massive bodies across light years of battlefield, straight toward the waiting, skeletal arms of Arazon and the hungering Maw faction. Fresh corpses for the Legion. Ozymandias declared, his voice ringing with satisfaction. He watched Archlich Arazon catch the first body, the Lich's cackling laughter echoing like a symphony of breaking bones. Ozymandias then turned back to the frozen, livid masses of the emotive legion. He stood tall, his obsidian crimson form shining with a majesty that demanded reverence. He placed one hand behind his back with a posture of relaxed superiority. With his other hand, he beckoned to them, a simple, taunting motion of his fingers. "Come now," Ozymandias purred, his eyes burning with the light of a predator who has discovered an all-you-can-eat buffet. "Do not let fear overwhelm you just yet. I require substantially more harvest before satisfaction." His smile widened, "And my civilization is very hungry, HUUM." The declaration resonated across the battlefield. Behind Ozymandias, Deborah stared with her marble mouth hanging open. What manner of beings had she received help from? Chapter 4486 Cleos 2. The silence following Ozymandias' display was heavy with horrified realization. 9 early creatures, beings who had reigned for epochs, ended in a single bite, but the civilization legion of emotives did not break. The violet and gray storm of their collective aura parted, and from the depths of their formation, a figure emerged. He drifted, carried by a visible current of weeping spirits and solidified sighs. Threnody. The weaver of final sorrows, he was an elder early creature, his form that of shifting, melancholic shadows. His face was a mask of beautiful, frozen grief, with eyes that were not eyes but deep, endless wells of tear-filled oceans. Around him, everythings of emotion swirled, tiny, crystallized shards of panic, regret, and absolute resignation orbiting him like a solar system of tragedy. Threnody looked at Ozymandias, at the obsidian crimson predator standing amidst the blood of his kin. "Fear?" Threnody asked, his voice a sound like wind howling through a dead city, hollow, mournful, and utterly devoid of hope. He floated closer, the everythings of sorrow dampening the very light around him. "You speak to us of fear, stranger. But you mistake our purpose. You mistake our fundamental nature." Threnody spread his arms, and the violet light intensified, heavy with the weight of a trillion bad endings. "None of us know fear anymore. We lost the capacity for it the moment the doors of the loom closed. Fear is the anticipation of loss. Fear is the hope that disaster can be averted." He pointed a shadowy finger toward the chaotic sky, toward the invisible, encroaching threat of the future. Fear was knowing the fallout approaches. Fear was realizing we were the chaff, the discarded remnants left to burn while the chosen slept in safety. We have already processed that terror. We have already died 1,000 times in our minds. HUUM, a wave of gray light washed over the emotive legion, stabilizing them. They stopped trembling. They looked at Ozymandias not with lividity, but with the blank, terrifying stare of the terminally condemned. "We are the walking dead," Threnody whispered, the sound echoing in the marrow of every being present. "Regardless of what you do, regardless of what we accomplish, we will be consumed. That is the only truth. So do not think you can sow fear in a field that has already been salted by the end." The logic was suffocating, a defense born of absolute nihilism. They fought not to survive, but because they had nothing left to lose. Ozymandias listened, his obsidian crimson form pulsing, the tentacles on his back writhing with amusement. He smiled, and his jaw unhinged slightly, revealing the spinning void of crimson fire within. "How poetic," Ozymandias rumbled, his voice a tyrannical counterweight to Threnodi's sorrow. "You claim you cannot fear because you are already dead." Boom, crimson authority exploded from him, pushing back the violet fog. "Then I shall teach you a new emotion," Ozymandias declared, his eyes burning with the light of a predator who plays with his food. "I shall teach you regret. Regret that you did not kneel when you had the chance. Regret that your end will not be the fallout. But me." HUUM, the air shattered. Emotive flared. Law brightened. The armies charged. From his vantage point, Noah watched the collision with cold satisfaction. Ozymandias had successfully intervened. Deborah, the living law holding the heart fragment, was shielded from the immediate onslaught. The strategic objective was secured. Noah's gaze flicked to the 9 corpses arcing through the void, massive, mutilated bodies of early creatures, rich with sextillions of complexity. They crashed near Archlich Arezon, who was already cackling as his necrotic authority began seeping into them. Excellent, but Noah's attention was drawn elsewhere, to the second front, far ahead of the main line. A small, diminutive figure stood alone against the tidal wave of the civilization legion of elementals. Core, the first hunger, stood amidst the shattered geometry of the canyon floor. Facing her were tens of thousands of early creatures and living elementals, beings of magma, storm, and void, roaring with the collective power of an era that remembered how to break primordial folds. Core did not adopt a fighting stance. She simply opened her mouth. Clack, she snapped her jaws shut on. Empty air. Across the battlefield, 300 miles away, the head of a magma titan simply vanished. There was no travel time. No projectile. Just the sound of jaws closing, and then the absence of matter. Feed, Core blurred, she moved with a weight and brutality that defied her size, slamming into the front line of the elemental legion like a kinetic bombardment. She didn't dodge. She didn't parry, she simply fucking advanced. An elemental of wind, vibrating with 300 sextillion complexity, slashed at her with a blade that could cut dimensions. Core caught the blade in her bare hand. With her tiny, fair fingers, reality severance, her fingers tightened. The blade shattered, its conceptual sharpness severed by the greater musings of her hunger. She pulled the elemental forward, her other hand driving into its chest like a spear. An excess of 300 sextillion flowed across her hand. Like a blade, she ripped out its heart, a swirling vortex of storm essence, and shoved it into her mouth. Crunch, consumption acceleration, triggered instantly. The elemental collapsed into dust, its 300 sextillion power digested in a microsecond. Corsora flared. A crimson shockwave blasted outward, knocking back the surrounding titans. Hunger stacks, 30%, her power spiked. She was stronger now than she was a second ago. More, she whispered. She spun, a whirlwind of violence. She fought with the brutal efficiency of a butcher. She grabbed a void beast by its horns, snapped its neck, and bit a chunk out of its reality before dropping the corpse and eating it whole. She kicked a glacial golem early creature, shattering its legs, and devoured the falling shards of ice before they hit the ground. Oh, it was a slaughter. It was a feast. The elementals rallied, realizing this tiny creature was a monster. Collapse her, roared Ethon, the primeval Stormforge, his binary, star eyes blazing with desperate fury. Pour everything into her position. She cannot withstand the combined might of our legion. Drown her in our accumulated power. 10,000 elemental attacks converged on Core. Magma, lightning, absolute zero, gravity crush, it all slammed into her simultaneously. The ground beneath her vaporized, turning into a crater of molten glass and void of collapse. The dust settled. And yet, Core stood there. Unscathed. Unmoved, there wasn't a scratch on her skin. The elementals froze, their minds reeling as they wondered, fucking how, they didn't know. They couldn't see, far behind the lines, within the iron concordat formations, the infinite bulwarks glowed with radiant, obsidian gold light. They staggered slightly, their armor groaning as the invisible, metaphysical tethers of the civilization transferred the damage from Core to them. The impact that should have obliterated Core was distributed across 16 million tanks, those present here, and those not. What would have been a death blow became a mosquito bite spread across an army. Core brushed a speck of dust from her shoulder, looking at the terrified elemental commanders with a grin widening to reveal white teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. Is that it? She asked. She lunged, her small mouth open impossibly wide, far beyond what her frame should allow, and she bit. An early creature of crystal fire suddenly felt its left arm disappear. Simply gone, as if it had never existed. Core's jaws closed with a wet snap. She bit again, the creature's right leg vanished. It stumbled, confusion and horror warring in its eyes. Another bite, its torso developed a perfect spherical void where its core had been. Bite. Bite. Bite, each chomp removed portions of existence with surgical precision. The early creature could feel different parts of its being disappearing and ceasing to have ever been there. Its memories of having those limbs were intact, but the limbs themselves were unmade. Then, with one final, larger bite, coarse jaws stretched to encompass the entire remaining body, crunch, the early creature disappeared completely. Hunger stacks, 90%, she didn't stop. She couldn't stop, her form blurred across the battlefield, a crimson streak of annihilation. Each early creature she encountered suffered the same fate, dismantled bite by bite before total consumption. Hunger stacks, 180% hunger stacks, 225%, she was getting faster. Stronger. Every kill fed the engine. Every bite fueled the slaughter. The elemental legion began to burn with the rageful light of civilizational authority. Oh, Noah watched from above, his heart beating in a slow, tyrannical rhythm. The light of his civilization was blinding. This was warfare evolved. This was the synergy of a true organism. His vanguard could fight with reckless abandon, knowing the bulwarks held their lives. His support could heal the bulwarks, knowing the vanguard would end the threat. He watched Core tear the head off a 300 sextillion complexity creature and laugh, a sense of sorrow and frustration being released from her. Harvest accumulating, source, elemental legion amplification, perpetual harvest active projected gain, extraordinary. Quintessentially so, Noah closed his eyes for a brief second, feeling the influx of power. It was intoxicating, yes, he murmured to the chaos. This is the path. This is the way. He opened his eyes, and they blazed with tyrannical satisfaction. Burn them all, he commanded softly. And bring me the ash, HUUM. Chapter 4487 Cleos 3, Glory. Cleos, how much glory can one truly gain from battle? How much Cleos, that ancient, resonant renown that echoes beyond the cessation of the flesh, can be harvested from the act of unmaking another? For some, the answer is infinite. To them, battle is the crucible of definition. It is the only place where the self is truly tested, where the dross of mundane existence is burned away to reveal the gold of the soul. They believe that to strike down a titan is to steal a fraction of their height, to stand taller upon the mountain of the vanquished. For these beings, glory is a resource as tangible as mana, a currency that buys immortality in the minds of those who follow. A scar is a story. A kill is a verse in the grand ballad of their existence, but there is another perspective. A quieter, colder one. To these observers, battle is merely the failure of reason. It is a chaotic, messy transaction where value is lost, not gained. They look at the corpse of a titan and see only rot, not triumph. They argue that Cleos is a lie told by the living to justify the silence of the dead. For what glory does the dust know? What renown can comfort the void? In this view, war is not a ladder to the heavens, but a slide into entropy, an acceleration of the inevitable end where names, deeds, and memories are all devoured by the same impartial dark, in the earliest folds. This question was not philosophical, it was practical, and the answer would determine the fate of existence. In the earliest folds, the domain was a singularity of silence, a pocket of reality that sat at the very precipice of the unformed. Here, the weavings of existence curled up and died, replaced by the sheer, crushing weight of presence. The creature sat upon a simple stone outcropping. He was vast in conceptual density. To look at him was to look at the horizon. No matter how far you traveled, he seemed to be there, encompassing the view. Before him stood the living emotive. She was a kaleidoscope of feeling given form, a shifting storm of colors, violets of despair, crimsons of rage, golds of euphoria, swirling around a humanoid silhouette that seemed too vibrant to be real. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with the scent of imminent betrayal. Though the betrayal had already been woven into the fabric of the moment, the loom was nearing completion. The trap was sprung, the cage was lowering, and the game was reaching its terrifying crescendo. Emotive looked at the creature, her form flickering with nervous, manic yellow energy. So, she began, her voice a chorus of 1,000 whispers. In the wars to come, in the grand reshaping of all things, how much glory will there be? How much Cleos awaits us, O creature, when the dust settles and the new order rises? The creature raised his head, his eyes, pools of absolute, primordial existence, met hers. There was no anger in them. No fear, only a profound, endless depth. In all battles, the creature said, his voice the sound of a tectonic plate shifting deep underground, there is no glory. There is only death. The statement was flat. Absolute, it stripped the romance from violence and left only the cold, hard bone of reality. Emotive stared at him for a long moment. Then, she laughed. It was a jagged, fractured sound, like crystal shattering in a vacuum. Ha! You really are a killjoy, aren't you? She floated closer, the colors of her form shifting to a dark, trembling blue. But that's why I was always terrified of you. Did you know that? She gestured to herself, to the swirling storm of her existence, fear. Terror. It was the most delicious, most potent emotion I ever found. And you were the source. I used that terror to climb, to evolve, to reach this height. And even now, she leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that vibrated with genuine dread, even now, as the trap closes, as the living paradox's grand design comes to fruition, and we stand on the brink of victory. I am still unfathomably terrified of you. The creature looked at her, he did not blink, and then, he moved, he raised his right hand, it was a simple gesture. A slow, deliberate lifting of the arm, clank. Clank. Clank, the sound of chains, heavy, conceptual chains forged from the crystallized authority of multiple civilizations, rang out through the void. The grand reveal was heartbreaking in its majesty. The creature was bound, countless chains, each one thick as folds, wrapped around his limbs, his torso, his very neck. They anchored him to the nothingness, weighing down his existence with a suppression force that should have rendered him utterly immobile, a force of multiple primordial civilizations combined. He should not have been able to lift a finger. He should not have been able to twitch a muscle. The combined might of the conspirators. The full weight of the betrayal was pressing down on him with incomprehensible force, and yet, he raised his hand, he pointed it toward the living emotive, there was no attack. No blast of energy, just the movement. Just the fact that he could, in an instant, less than a nanosecond, the living emotive vanished. She didn't teleport with grace. She fled. She kicked off the fabric of reality and hurled herself backward, putting countless gigaparsecs between herself and that raised hand in a single, desperate heartbeat. The void where she had stood was empty, swirling with the residual trails of her panic. The creature sat there, his hands still raised, the chains pulled taut. Groaning under the strain of his casual movement, he smiled. It was a small, gentle smile. He lowered his hand, the chains clattering back into place, settling around him like heavy, obedient serpents. He sat back down, comfortable in his bindings, as if they were merely loose clothing. You seem, the creature murmured to the empty space, to still be filled with fear. Minutes passed. Or perhaps seconds. Time was subjective in the face of such terror. Slowly, cautiously, a shimmer of color reappeared in the distance. The living emotive returned, though she kept a safe, respectful range, a distance measured in light years. She looked at him, her form trembling, the colors chaotic and muddy. Then, she let out a breath she didn't need, and she laughed again. This time, the laughter was shaky, bordering on hysterical. Damn, she whispered, her voice carrying across the distance through their conceptual link. You scary fucking guy. She shook her head, the colors of her form brightening, turning to a mix of awe and disbelief. You still terrify me, okay? Even after all this. Even bound. Even betrayed, she floated there, looking at the chains that had failed to stop him. I truly cannot believe Paradox pulled this off, she admitted, her voice filled with genuine wonder. I was half expecting you to kill us all for the betrayal the moment we tried it. I did it regardless because. Man, why not? The thrill was worth the risk. But for us to actually succeed? For the loom to be actualized? For you to be contained? Her eyes shone with a manic light. Wowie, the avenues of possibilities are now boundless. She straightened, regaining some of her composure, though she did not move an inch closer. I'll leave you be now, O glorious creature, she said, sketching a mock bow that was actually quite respectful. But I'll come and keep you company for as long as I can. Just to continue feeling that terror. That emotion of fear. Because towards you, I also feel that emotion of boundless love. It is intoxicating. It is paradoxical, she shivered, a ripple of dark pleasure running through her form. I think, in all of observable existence, you are the only one who can make me feel like that. Not even Paradox could make me feel such fear. Such love. Not even the approaching end itself. The creature sat silently, the chains hummed with a low, mournful note. He looked at her, at this vibrant, terrified, ambitious child of existence. In all that you are doing now, the creature said, his voice soft, final, and heavy as a collapsing fold, you will not find glory in it. You will not find Cleo's regardless of how far you go. His eyes closed, the stars dimming. You will not find what you were looking for. The words hung in the void, a prophecy that felt more like a curse. Emotive paused. The colors of her form stilled for a moment, Then, she shrugged, a gesture of dismissal that didn't quite reach her eyes. She said, her voice fading as she began to dissolve into the background of existence. Glory is overrated anyways, Pop. She was gone, and the creature sat alone in the dark, bound by chains that could not truly hold him, waiting for the end that was only a beginning. In that silence, he whispered calmly, an asunder. Come, a name was called as moments passed. It was unknown if there would ever be an answer. Chapter 4488 results are a must. The domain of the living paradox was a ridiculous one. It was a realm where up was a matter of opinion and distance was a suggestion that was frequently ignored. The living paradox stood upon a primordial fold balcony, a structure composed of non-Euclidean geometry that overlooked the fold sea of unhappened things, a vast, gray ocean where trillions of potential timelines that had been decimated from reality by paradox rotted in silence. They were inconsequential, not things to think of and ponder about too much. The living paradox stood at the edge, his form shifting subtly. One moment he appeared as an elderly sage wreathed in smoke, the next a young conqueror clad in armor of liquid glass. He was constant only in his inconsistency. He did not turn as the atmosphere behind him suddenly screamed with color, crackle, the air bruised violet. Then bled into a manic, ecstatic gold. The living emotive arrived by simply inflicting her presence upon the coordinates. The living paradox glanced over his shoulder, which was currently made of polished obsidian, and sighed. I told you, his voice echoed, sounding from everywhere at once, not to mess around the creature. Even if he is chained. Even if we have ostensibly won, the living emotive didn't flinch. She floated closer, her feet skimming the paradox-tiled floor. She was smiling, a wide, jagged expression that held too many teeth and too much joy. Oh, paradox, she hummed, the sound resonating in the bone marrow. You always worry about the logistics. You forget the experience. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering violently, her colors shifting to a deep, bruised purple of delicious terror. She looked like a fucking lunatic. He makes me feel exquisite, she whispered. The weight of him. The sheer, crushing density of his existence. When he looked at me, even bound, even betrayed. I felt like a tiny candle standing near a supernova. She drifted until she was right beside the living paradox, leaning in close, her voice dropping to a taunting purr. That terror, that absolute, freezing dread, that thrill, that maddening rush. I don't think you could ever make me feel like that. It was a direct insult, a challenge to the architect of the grandest conspiracy in existence. The living paradox did not rage. He did not expand his aura to crush her, he simply turned back to the gray ocean, his demeanor settling into an extremely calm, ancient stillness. Of course I cannot, he replied, his voice level and devoid of ego. He is the creature, after all. He is the canvas upon which we all paint our aspirations. To deny his magnitude would be to deny the very feat we are accomplishing by caging him. Emotive blinked, the colors of her form stalling for a microsecond. She hadn't gotten the rise she wanted. She frowned, probing deeper, her need for reaction itching under her skin. Is that it? She pressed, circling him with predatory curiosity. Do you think you will ever measure up? After the loom is realized? After we have stripped the folds and built our sanctuary? Will you ever have that presence? That gravity? That, je ne sais quoi? The living paradox looked at her. His eyes were currently voids containing swirling folds that spun in reverse. You mistake the nature of power for the nature of loudness, he said, his voice taking on a grand, philosophical cadence. The creature is the mountain. He is immense, undeniable, and static. I do not seek to be the mountain, emotive. I am the wind that erodes it. I am the contradiction that allows the stone to be both solid and sand. He gestured to the rotting ocean below. To measure up is to accept his standard. I do not accept standards. I create exceptions. Presence is vanity. Paradox is truth. Emotive stared at him, her form flashing a dull, annoyed gray. She pouted, a childish expression on a face that could unmake civilizations. Boring, she muttered. You're always so abstract. So, what now? The chains hold. The big bad wolf is caged. What's the next move? The living paradox's form stabilized into a regal, humanoid shape of golden light and shadow. Now, he said, his tone shifting to cold, administrative efficiency, we finish the foundation of the loom. We require the other hearts of civilization. He raised a hand, counting off on fingers that flickered in and out of existence. The heart of hunger is secured. We broke that little glutton and took what we needed. But the heart of law, he shook his head with mild irritation, that staunch, inflexible construct. The living law shattered their own heart rather than let us take it whole. It is not complete. It is scattered across the folds and the expanding, fractured wandering territories, consequences of our battle with the creature that collapsed the first folds. He turned to emotive, his gaze hardening. I need you an elemental to mobilize. Send out multiple civilizational legions. Track down the shattered parts of the heart of law. I don't even require all of them, just a majority will suffice to stabilize the weave, emotive groaned, throwing her head back in an exaggerated display of theatrical apathy. Ugh. Scavenger hunts? Why should I bother? Send your own paradox puppets. I have feelings to process, I cannot, Paradox replied with unwavering calm. My attention, and the attention of the others, is almost entirely consumed by the suppression of that monster. Do you comprehend the effort required to keep the creature still? His voice dropped to emphasize the gravity. I can barely move a fraction of my will outside this domain. We are at the precipice of achievement, emotive. One slip, one moment of inattention, and the cage breaks. And if it breaks, he leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Do not mess around, emotive harumphed, crossing her arms dramatically, the colors around her spiked into a manic, jagged red of annoyance mixed with a thrill of activity. Fine. Fine, she snapped, her voice vibrating with manic energy. I'll send the legions. I'll send the weepiest, angriest ones I have. We'll scour the folds and wandering territories. We'll find your little puzzle pieces. She turned to leave, floating toward the edge of the balcony, but then, she paused, the memory of her conversation with the creature rose in her mind, his heavy, final answer echoing, no glory. Only death. She turned back to the living paradox, her expression curious, hungry for a contrast. Hey, she called out. One question, the living paradox waited with patient stillness. How much glory awaits us? She asked with genuine curiosity. At the end of all this? When the loom is finished and the outside burns, how much glory do we actually get? The living paradox stood silent for a long moment, the sea churned below him with methodical inevitability. Then, he smiled. It was not a smile of joy, it was a smile of impossible geometry, a twisting of lips that suggested a joke only he understood. Glory. His voice was a terrifying, paradoxical whisper that sounded like a scream heard from miles away. Glory is a story told by those who survive to an audience that has no choice but to listen. When we are done, emotive, there will be no one left to dispute our version of events. His eyes blazed with concentrated intensity. We will not gain glory. We will become the definition of it. For in a silent expanse, the one who speaks has all the glory. He gestured expansively. We will not be remembered. We will be the only memory. We will not be celebrated. We will be the only celebration. The concept of glory itself will be redefined through our lens of civilization because we will be the sole arbiters of meaning. His form flickered. The creature says there is no glory, only death. He speaks from the perspective of one who has seen civilizations rise and fall. Who knows that all acclaim eventually fades to dust? He is correct. In an expanse where witnesses remain, the smile widened, but we are building an existence where we are the only witnesses. That is not glory as it has been understood. That is glory redefined. Emotive listened, the words washing over her, colder and more abstract than the creature's heavy finality. She stood silent for a moment, mulling it over carefully, comparing the two perspectives. No glory, only death, the creature had said with the weight of absolute certainty. We become the definition of glory, Paradox said with the confidence of rewritten reality. One was a wall, immovable, final, honest in its brutality, the other was a mirror, reflecting back whatever the observer brought to it, beautiful in its malleability. She shook her head, a ripple of amethyst amusement passing through her form. You're both fucking depressing, she murmured with something approaching affection. Then, with a flash of chaotic color, she disappeared, leaving the balcony empty save for the entity who sought to rewrite the dictionary of existence. The living paradox stood alone, gazing at the gray ocean of failed timelines. Depressing, he whispered to himself. No, emotive. It is not depressing. His form flickered between states. It is liberation. HUUM. The sea churned below. Chapter 4489 results are a must. 2. In the infiniverse, the deepest recesses of the infiniverse look like the engine room of utter wonders, incandescent wheels of existence, massive beyond comprehension, rotated in slow, mesmerizing circular formation around the periphery of this space. The atmosphere here was liquid authority, extremely high concentrations of primus mana flowed in endless, twisting rivers. They twisted and turned, folding over one another to form perfect, glowing lemniscate symbols, infinity loops of blue gold power that stretched into the distance. At the very center of this sanctum, where the primus mana was so dense it felt like solid crystal, two figures stood. One was a constructive light and logic, a being of blue gold illusory brilliance. Ruin/Eden. She floated with the grace of a system processing 1 trillion calculations per nanosecond, her form flickering with streams of data that defined the reality around them. The other was solid and gloriously real, the infiniverse. Her humanoid manifestation was a being of regal grandeur that demanded reverence. She was adorned in a bejeweled blue gold dress that seemed woven from the very fabric of the omniverse and wheels, each gem a condensed pocket dimension, each thread a frequency of existence. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of starlight, and her eyes held the calm, terrifying depth of an ocean that knew no bottom. She was the ground, the sky, and the surrounding atmosphere. Ruin/Eden looked at her, holographic eyes narrowing slightly as she processed the sheer, overwhelming data emanating from the woman beside her. If one did not know the architectural truth of our civilization, Ruin/Eden said, her voice a cool, melodic chime, they might look at the recent battles, at the status panels, and assume that core, the first hunger, numerically holds the highest complexity and purity among masters. Forces. The infiniverse did not look up immediately. Her attention was focused on a holographic construct hovering between her hands, a massive, circular blue gold bastion of light, a defensive structure so complex it made the sovereign spires look simple. She manipulated it with delicate fingers, adjusting the structural integrity, complexity, and purity. The infiniverse replied, her voice a rich, alto hum that resonated with the spinning wheels, are metrics for combatants. They measure how hard you can strike, or how much punishment you can endure before breaking. She turned the hologram, watching the light refract through impossible angles. But for a civilization, raw numbers matter considerably less. What matters is knowledge. The knowledge and resistance of authorities against external pressure. The knowledge of principles against the erosion of time and entropy. The very resistance of a civilization compared to the weight of other civilizations pressing against it. Knowledge of the way of existence. She looked up, her eyes meeting Ruin/Eden's with focused intensity, and right now, what matters most is not how high the number climbs. It is knowing how to use the crushing weight and systematized way of a civilization to forge things others cannot even imagine. The air around her distorted with concentrated authority. The infiniverse had not been idle while Noah fought across the sanctuary. She had not merely been a passive container, a backdrop for his conflicts. She had undergone civilization specialization, WAA, because she was the territory, because she physically encompassed the early veiled shore and all the lands Noah controlled. Her potential was unique. She had taken the path of the infinite bulwark, becoming the ultimate shield. She had taken the path of the vital chorus, becoming the ultimate healer, and because she physically contained the mass, the accumulated mana, and the very existence of every other being in the civilization, her baseline was absurd. Her multipliers were catastrophic. Her current complexity and purity did not sit at 100 sextillion. Or 200, it topped 1,000 sextillion, 1,000 sextillion, oh, well, more accurately for her, 1 septillion, but this required another point of understanding and distinction, and yet, to her, this number was not a grand achievement worthy of celebration. It was simply necessary mass. It was the foundation required to build what she was building. How do the calculations proceed? The infiniverse asked, her gaze returning to the hologram with renewed focus. 4. The infinite loom, boom. The name dropped into the space like a star collapsing into itself. The infinite loom. While their master searched for ways to survive the fallout, while he hunted paradoxes and courted death in the earliest folds, while fighting civilization legions, his two greatest tools had been working on a solution of their own. If the living existences could build the loom to enact and survive the end of all things, why couldn't they build their own? A better one. One forged not from betrayal and sacrifice, but from infinite primus mana. Ruin/Eden's form flickered, her expression shifting to one of intense, processing focus. The foundation of the concept is theoretically sound, she stated, information streams cascading around her in brilliant cascades. Mana, specifically primus mana, which is infinite and qualitatively superior, makes for an exceptional foundation of defense. We possess the materials. We possess the architectural knowledge, she frowned, the light of her form dimming slightly with concern. The variable we must solve for is the fallout itself. An all-devouring apocalypse specifically designed to shred everything in observable existence. It dissolves reality at fundamental levels. To stop it with primus mana, we require density. We require a weave so tight, so absolute, that not even the concept of end can slip through the key gaps. The Infiniverse nodded slowly with measured understanding. We will include the civilizational authority of mana and hunger, she said, her voice calm but commanding. We have observed the Iron Concordat legions in action. We have witnessed the mechanics of the Architect's bulwark, she gestured to the hologram, expanding it with graceful motion, the collective defense mechanism. The systematic spreading of damage across a vast interconnected network. If we treat the entirety of the Infiniverse as a single massive Iron Concordat unit, if we distribute the damage of the fallout across every atom of primus mana, across every structure, every weave, every particle, her eyes blazed with concentrated determination. A loom becomes inevitable. I simply need to elevate my defensive architecture to levels that can resist the friction of the end of existence itself. Ruin/Eden smiled, a sharp, glorious expression mixing admiration with concern. Yep. Simply, the word dripped with irony. It was not simple. It was not easy. Ruin/Eden's smile faded, replaced by a deep, computational frown that revealed the weight of countless simulations running simultaneously. There are too many unknowns, she admitted with unusual vulnerability. The precise intensity of the fallout. The exact duration, the active interference of the living existences who will not want competition. We will continue attempting to model it. We will run the simulations endlessly. But, she looked at the massive, regal woman standing amidst the rivers of concentrated mana, we have to calculate all contingencies with precision. We have to ensure that you are not overwhelmed while actively serving as the primary structure of the infinite loom. If the pressure exceeds tolerance thresholds, if the damage distribution mechanics fail at critical junctures, the Infiniverse stood with deliberate motion. She walked to the edge of the platform, placing her hands behind her back with formal posture. She gazed out into the depths of herself, observing the countless entities residing within her territories, the cities, the farms, the schools, the cosmos, the omniverse, the frequencies, the wheels, the folds, the lives. She saw the Emperor Penguin raising his beam with ridiculous dignity. She saw Henry laughing with genuine joy as he began following the path of his father and began surrounding himself with women. She saw Noah, struggling and fighting for them all in the injunction sanctuary of law with relentless determination. Even if I am overwhelmed, the Infiniverse said, her voice was not loud. But it carried the absolute, terrifying weight of a mother protecting her children, even if my consciousness is eclipsed by the pressure. Even if I am systematically erased, burned away by the friction of holding back the encroaching dark. She turned back to Ruin/Eden, her eyes clear, serene, and utterly resolved. So long as the master can be safe, nothing else matters. Boom. Ruin/Eden became immensely silent, her light stilling completely. She looked at her sister, not by blood, but by bond forged through shared purpose. Remember what master said, Ruin/Eden said softly, her voice tight with emotion. She shouldn't technically be capable of feeling. We do not sacrifice. That is not his way. That is not how we survive. The Infiniverse smiled with an expression mixing sadness and ancient wisdom. It was a smile that understood the difference between ideals and reality. I do not like it either, sister, she replied with gentle firmness. I want to see existence after the fallout. I want to witness what he builds when the constraints are lifted. She looked back at the hologram of the infinite loom rotating slowly. But sometimes, sacrifice becomes necessary. Not because we desire it, but because the alternative is extinction. Because the alternative is watching everything we've built dissolve into nothing. She reached out, her hand passing through the hologram with deliberate motion. Touching the center where Noah would, theoretically, be safest. I hope it won't come to that, she whispered with genuine longing. I hope for all of us to pass through this trial intact. I hope we can cheat the system one more time. Her hand clenched into a fist, crushing the light momentarily. But hopes are merely hopes. Wishes without substance. Her voice hardened, and results are a must. Ruin/Eden processed this declaration in silence. Chapter 4490, Why? The sanctuary of the first farmer. In a secluded corner of this vast agricultural domain, far from the war, there existed a singular plot of land. It was isolated, wrapped in curtain-like auroras of green and gold that shimmered with concentrated power. The farm plot itself was perfect. The soil was dark and rich, crumbling just right, shining with deep verdant gold luster. It looked vibrant with potential, as if something impossible had just been planted within its depths. Standing at the edge was the first farmer. He no longer looked frail or dying, or dead when his daughter last buried him. He stood tall, his skin marked with green glyphs, his golden eyes burning with steady light. He gazed at the soil with certainty. Sitting on the soft earth nearby was Elindra. She wore a verdant gold dress, her aura pulsing with controlled power. She ran her fingers through the dirt, feeling the thrumming vibration of life beneath. The silence between father and daughter was comfortable. The quiet of a field after sowing is done. The first farmer broke it. I should never have put that weight on you, Elindra, he said, still looking at the plot. The schemes. The deception. Ordering you to betray a potential ally for my own failing existence, it was desperate. The act of a dying man who had lost his way. His voice held genuine regret. I should never have asked you to bear my failures. He turned to her, his golden eyes softening. I am thankful that Osmond chose not to hold it against you. He saw the weapon I tried to make you, and he chose to treat you as a person instead. Elindra's hand paused in the soil. A slow, knowing smile touched her lips. Her eyes drifted to the side, as if seeing a figure in obsidian gold armor standing in the distance. He isn't that bad, she said softly, warmth coloring her voice. His way of existence, it is unique. Terrifying, yes, but also encompassing. She paused. He elevated me in ways I didn't think possible. The first farmer watched her smile. He saw how her eyes softened when she spoke of the tyrant, and in that moment, he felt a hollow sensation in his chest, not pain, but loss, something precious drifting away from him toward a gravity he couldn't compete with. He opened his mouth, then closed it. What could he say? He had pushed her away with his schemes. He had pushed her directly toward Noah with his commands. He simply sighed. Elindra looked up, sensing his shift in mood. She tilted her head, curious and concerned. What did you just plant here, father? The energy feels different. The first farmer's expression shifted. The melancholic father receded. The primordial sovereign of a civilization emerged. Effort, he said simply. He walked to the center of the plot, hands clasped behind his back. We speak of effort often, but do we truly understand its origin? An existence begins to exert effort the very moment they are born into harsh reality. He gestured to the empty air. Think of those born without authority. Without mana. Without lineage. They come into the world screaming and kicking. Their lungs cry out for air they've never breathed. Their eyes burn from light they've never seen. His voice grew stronger. Their very first act is struggle. Desperate, flailing effort just to be. Just to exist in a reality that doesn't welcome them gently. He looked down at the glowing soil. Since the moment one is born, they exert effort. Every breath. Every step. Every choice to continue existing when cessation would be easier, that is effort. It accumulates across a lifetime. But for most, it dissipates. It is lost, unrecognized and unharvested. His golden eyes blazed. But after embarking on my way, after establishing the civilization of effort, I realized that this accumulation should not be lost. So, for the first thing I plant in this new era, the soil pulsed, I planted these seeds of effort, he declared. They will mature very soon. They will produce fruit that anyone can consume to retroactively gain harvest from all the effort they've invested since birth. He spread his arms, every scream as an infant. Every struggle to walk. Every drop of sweat pursuing cultivation. Every moment of persistence, returned to them as concentrated power. He turned to Elindra, eyes shining brilliantly. I prepare this to become a foundational pillar of my civilization. And also, as a gift. A gift to the one whose actions paved the way for my civilization's emergence. His voice softened, a tribute to the early creature, Osmond. He paused, a faint smile touching his lips. I will give you one to consume. And I will give you additional fruits to bring to Osmond as tribute from one primordial sovereign to another. Elindra nodded. The first farmer continued, his gaze turning penetrating. Maybe with this, with the retroactive harvest of your own lifetime of accumulated struggle, your own effort may prove sufficient to catalyze the emergence of a principle that I could never cultivate to completion. He began pacing along the plot's edge. Principles, the first farmer mused, are profoundly misunderstood. Even early creatures often view them simply as weapons, a sharper sword, a harder shield. He shook his head. They are not weapons. They are the very directives of existence. They are fundamental tools that compose the source code of reality itself. He raised a hand, weaving a small lattice of green light. With principles, you can better manipulate the underlying code of existence. With the right principle, the right conceptual tool, you could alter your surrounding existence to affect your civilization and impose conditions upon your enemies. The lattice shifted as he spoke. You could accomplish feats that leave observers wondering how such impossibilities are achieved. When you're not actually doing anything impossible, you've simply found the right key for a lock in existence's code that lets you bypass the wall entirely. The lattice formed an elegant tree shape. The principle of perpetual harvest that I never fully cultivated, that was one such key. A key that opens the door to infinite accumulation. That helps build a terrific civilization with exponential growth. The tree became a spinning wheel. The principle of perpetual effort, which I gained through my collapse and emergence, is another key. It lets one bypass the traditional requirement of success. Failure becomes irrelevant when effort itself is the harvest. He looked at Elindra, his gaze piercing. Now, the principle I envisioned for you, the one I attempted to guide you toward with perpetual harvest's assistance, would be a principle that can alter the weavings of existence in an even grander manner than simple harvest. He lowered his voice to a whisper that somehow carried prophetic weight. At the very minimum, I was confident it would let you attain the false designation rather quickly. Perhaps even transcend the threshold entirely. Elindra's eyes shone brightly, ambition and possibility ignited within her like flame meeting oil. The false, the state of being that mimicked the absolute authority of reality's architects. Her 9 principles had been cultivated over eons precisely for this. To serve as stairs ascending towards something transcendent. And now, with perpetual harvest from Noah and the imminent consumption of accumulated effort, the path is becoming clear. At this moment, the earth around them began to shine. Brilliant beams of green gold light shot upward from the soil. The seeds were germinating at impossible speed, driven by the sheer conceptual density they embodied. Stems erupted from the earth, thick and glowing. Leaves unfurled with geometric perfection. And at the apex of each rapidly growing stalk, fruits began forming, crystalline spheres pulsing with accumulated authority spanning eons. Each fruit contained the effort of existence itself. The light was blinding, washing over the entire plot and making the surrounding auroras seem dim by comparison. The first farmer smiled with deep, satisfied pride. My effort is already bearing fruit, he said quietly. As it should. As it must. He extended a hand to his daughter. Come. Prepare yourself for the harvest. Elindra stood gracefully, brushing soil from her dress. She approached the glowing stalks with reverence, feeling the thrumming power from the crystalline fruits. Each one contained a lifetime of struggle, birth, growth, cultivation, failure, persistence, all the effort that was ever lost, now concentrated and ready to be reclaimed. Her hand reached toward the nearest fruit. Chapter 4491 2. Back in the injunction sanctuary of law, Noah stood amidst the chaotic currents of the battlefield, his armored form a silent, unmoving axis around which the violence spun. He did not raise his blade or cast an ability, he simply observed, his eyes flicking from one front to another with the cold, detached precision of an emperor rearranging pieces on a board that spanned light years. His presence alone was a weight, an anchor of primus mana that stabilized the shaking reality of the sanctuary. Far to his left, the battle lines had shifted. Ozymandias stood as a lone, obsidian crimson bastion before the crumbling ranks of Deborah's civilization legion of laws. Behind him, silver-skinned living laws trembled while before him surged a storm of violet and gray, a tidal wave of weaponized sorrow led by the weeping figure of Threnody. The weaver of final sorrows did not attack with fancy abilities. He attacked with feeling. Around him, tens of thousands of living emotives dissolved into a singular, nebulous cloud of pure, distilled negative emotion. It was a fog of suicide and a mist of absolute surrender. Threnody floated at its heart, his tear-filled eyes fixing on Ozymandias and the trembling living laws behind him. Why do you persist? Threnody asked, his voice a soft, hypnotic melody that bypassed the ears and whispered directly into the soul. He raised his shadowy hands, and the violet cloud surged forward to drown. The struggle is the pain, Threnody crooned. To fight is to suffer. Look at the horizon and see the inevitability of the end. We were forgotten and discarded, and there is no salvation in resistance, only the prolongation of agony. the wave crashed down with the weight of thousands of sextillions in raw complexity, but its true danger lay in its frequency. It permeated the hockey of the living laws, seeping into their minds like water through cracked stone. "Let go," Threnody whispered. "Just let go." Behind Ozymandias, several silver-skinned living laws dropped their civilizational authority of law as their eyes dulled. They looked at their own hands, then at the void, and began to channel their authority inward, preparing to collapse their own existences simply to stop the noise of living. It was a massacre of the will, but Ozymandias smiled, his obsidian crimson jaw unhinged to reveal the spinning, fiery void of his infinite hunger. "Let go?" Ozymandias rumbled, his voice a tyrannical, counter-frequency that shattered the hypnotic rhythm. "I never let go of anything I intend to eat." Whoosh, he inhaled. The violet cloud of suicidal despair, the weaponized sorrow of an entire legion, was sucked into the maw of the hungering maw specialist. It was a torrent of negative energy that would be poison to most. But it was flavor to him. He drank the despair and swallowed the grief, and as he did, the damage conversion protocol from the iron concordat flared to life. The suffering was not felt at all as it was processed like fuel. Ozymandias snapped his jaw shut and the air cleared instantly. "WAA, you speak of terror," Ozymandias said, wiping a stray wisp of violet energy from his lip. "You speak of the fear of the end. But you, merely sad, little ghost," his predatory gaze fixed on Threnody with absolute certainty, "you do not know true fear." Above him, a Primus Mana Codex materialized and blazed with the light of a Primus Mana Arcana glyph. The card depicted a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes rising from a dark, forgotten ocean, ancient in design and terrible in purpose. Mana Arcana glyph, the horror from the deep. "Allow me to educate you," Ozymandias whispered. The card dissolved into green-black light. SCRE, reality tore open above the emotive legion, and from the rift it emerged, a Thonian monstrosity of impossible scale. It was a mountain of wet, slick flesh and writhing tentacles, a visage of madness that defied geometry. Countless eyes opened across its bulk, and each one served as a window into a dimension of pure, unadulterated terror. Damage conversion discharge, active, input, 5,000 sextillion stored kinetic authority, status, channeling into summon entity. The stored damage from the iron concordat's defense flowed into the horror, inflating its power to levels that warped the very physics of the sanctuary. 5,000 sextillion worth of destructive potential swelled within its impossible form. "No true fear," Ozymandias commanded. "No true terror." The horror descended with tentacles that lashed out not to strike but to grasp. It wrapped around the emotive legion, crushing the violet clouds and shattering the weeping forms of the early creatures. Threnody bellowed and erupted with fervor, but the horror feasted regardless. The legion of emotives broke as their disciplined despair shattered into chaotic, frantic rout, and more than a dozen fell prey to be devoured. Noah watched the carnage with a faint smile before turning his gaze elsewhere. To the sector where death bloomed like a dark flower, he gazed at his prized lich. Arch-Lich Arazon floated amidst a cloud of necrotic brilliance with 9 new figures standing before him. They were titanic entities that radiated a cold and absolute stillness. Transformation complete. 9x Primus inevitabilities of death. Base material, high-quality early creature corpses. Average complexity/purity, 200 sextillion. Classification, Mind Flayer elemental liches. They were nightmares of design. Humanoid forms draped in robes of obsidian crimson that seemed woven from dried blood, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Only pairs of burning, abyssal eyes were visible along with clusters of writhing purple-gray tentacles where mouths should be. They held staffs made of frozen lightning and petrified magma, marking them as elemental masters corrupted by death. Noah looked at them and saw not just soldiers but potential. Their base power was many times that of a standard Primus inevitability, and if they specialized, he didn't hesitate. Civilization is growth, Noah stated, his voice carrying across the battlefield with absolute authority. Behind him, space fractured as a massive structure descended from the bruised sky and tore through the clouds of war. It was a sovereign spire of Osmont, but it burned with a deep, aggressive obsidian crimson light, and its architecture was sharp and predatory. "The Crimson Hunger Sovereign Spire, Arazon," Noah commanded. "Let the newcomers undergo specialization." Arazon cackled with a sound like grinding stones. Kick. "Enter, my beauties. Embrace the hunger." The 9 Mind Flayer elemental liches distorted space, flickering out of existence and reappearing before the open doors of the spire. They flowed inside, eager for the transformation that would turn them into monsters of the hungering maw. Noah's eyes pulsed with tyrannical satisfaction because when they emerged, they would be fucking catastrophes, but there was one final piece on the board. Noah turned his head slowly as his gaze locked onto the distant figure of Ethon, the primeval storm forge. The elemental leader was still fighting and still commanding his legion against the impenetrable wall of the Iron Concordat and the rampaging fury of Kor. He was a titan of duty who burned his existence to hold the line. Noah's voice projected outward and cut through the roar of the elements. Ethon, the giant, froze before turning, his binary star eyes meeting Noah's crimson gaze. Why fight for a civilization that has forsaken you? Noah asked with a tone that was not mocking but genuinely curious. You see my legions overwhelming you and the collapse of your brothers and sisters. You know the doors of the loom are closed to you. Noah gestured to the battlefield and the inevitable tide of his victory. Why fight for the loom to hasten your collapse when it will collapse, you and your people regardless of the outcome? He had seen this being with his lens of civilization. Ethon was mighty as it would be such a waste if he was merely collapsed. Ethon straightened as magma dripped from his chin and lightning crackled across his shoulders. His binary star eyes blazed with ancient conviction. My life is for elemental, Ethon rumbled, his voice shaking the ground. My being is for elemental, and my brethren will only ever follow the elemental civilization. It is our way and our truth, and we do not abandon it because the end is near. It was a noble answer and a tragic one. Noah nodded coldly. If you only follow elemental. He raised his hand. Then I can embody for you a grand elemental civilization, HUUM. Noah tapped into his existence and accessed the principle of mana supremacy. He drew upon the living existential authority of elemental he possessed and then flooded it all with primus mana. His hand began to burn, but it was not the blue gold of his usual authority, it was a blinding, crystalline blue gold frost. Elemental is mana, Noah whispered. And mana is infinite in its variations. Boom. He borrowed from the storage of damage conversion is just over 1,000 sextillion in complexity and purity flowed across his existence for the scale of what he intended to achieve. Damage conversion withdrawal, 1,000 sextillion, purpose, elemental authority manifestation, status, channeling, boom, he released it, the sky above the battlefield changed instantly as the bruised, chaotic vortex vanished. In its place, a blanket of radiant, stellar blue gold clouds formed, and then it began to snow. But this was not ice, each flake was a crystallized concept of elemental perfection, and each flake carried the weight of a star. The temperature plummeted to absolute zero, yet the snow burned with authority as it coated the battlefield in seconds and turned the shattered canyons into a glittering, majestic wonderland of frozen power. The elemental legion stopped fighting. The magma cooled and the lightning froze in mid-arc. They looked up, with eyes wide with shock because they felt it, the purity, the density, the sheer and undeniable civilizational elemental authority radiating from Noah. It was richer than anything they had felt from their own leaders, deeper and more profound. This is elemental, Noah's voice boomed from everywhere at once, carried by the snow. I know your very existence can sense it. He floated higher while wreathed in the blue gold storm, looking like a titan of winter and mana, an emperor of frozen perfection presiding over a battlefield that had become his canvas. Why would you oppose a civilization of elementals that wishes to fight against the collapse of the loom? His voice resonated through every snowflake. Why die for those who locked you out when you can live for a civilization that embodies your way perfectly? Ethon trembled. He looked at the snow falling on his magma skin and saw that it did not melt. It settled there like a blessing, cool and absolute, carrying authority that spoke to the very core of what he was. What the fuck was this? Like, really? What the fuck? This is impossible, Ethon thought. No authority, no being, can simply become elemental, right? Civilizational at that too? But the snow falling on his skin told a different story. He looked at his legion and saw them shaking. Their loyalty to the abstract concept of elemental warring with the reality of the elemental supremacy standing before them. Noah extended a hand. The loom abandoned you, he said simply. I offer you a storm that never ends, Anaximander once told him to become the storm. And boy oh boy, did he want a rage. The battlefield fell silent, save for the soft, heavy sound of falling snow. Chapter 4492 You sacrilegious savage. Ethon stood amidst the ruins of the shattered canyon, his massive storm-forged hand outstretched as snowflakes fell upon his skin and did not melt. They landed softly, each one a perfect crystalline geometric proof of elemental authority, and he stared at them with something like wonder. They were blue-golden, vibrant and impossible, carrying the weight of sextillions in complexity, enough power to crush a lesser being into quantum dust, yet they rested on his palm with the gentleness of a memory. This is elemental, Ethan thought as the sensation washed over his existential core, his mind reeling with recognition. It was undeniable. It wasn't mimicry or a clever illusion spun from mana or hunger, but the fundamental resonance of the elements themselves, pure and unadulterated and singing with a frequency he hadn't felt since the golden age of the earliest folds. How, his thoughts raced and collided like tectonic plates. Is this a branch? A lost lineage of our civilization that evolved in isolation? Or are they something else entirely? He could sense the hunger in them, the raw devouring appetite, woven through the elemental authority. Can a civilization imitate another so perfectly? Can hunger digest the concept of fire and spit it back out as ash that burns hotter than the flame? He looked deeper into the snowflake, letting its authority seep into his pores, and felt the answer rise within him. No, the thought was immediate and absolute. Imitation is flawed, imitation lacks the soul. This feels like the early flame. This feels like the elemental dominions before they left us behind. He looked up, his binary star eyes sweeping across the battlefield to where the armies of the tyrants stood motionless. 15 million entities frozen in a tableau of disciplined power, their hands raised and weapons lowered, waiting for a single command that had not yet come, and at their center, floating above the carnage like a titan of winter and war, was the tyrant himself. Ethan had met beings like this before, had stood in the presence of Gilgamesh, the ancient leader who had believed his will could reshape existence itself. He saw the resemblance now, not in form but in the presence, the sheer undeniable gravity of a being who believed with absolute certainty that his will was the only law that mattered. Silence stretched across the sanctuary, heavy and suffocating as Ethan looked back at his legion. Tens of thousands of his brothers and sisters, living elementals of voidwind, magma titans, stormcallers, were looking at him with eyes filled with confusion and fear and a desperate aching hope. The voice that had awakened them, the voice that had promised them entry into the loom, had felt like elemental authority too, but it had been cold and transactional and had asked them to die for a promise that was false. It condemned us, Ethan realized as bitterness rose in his throat like bile. It woke us up only to spend our lives as currency, to buy a few more seconds of delay against the inevitable. He had followed the order because that was his way, because an elemental does not stop burning until the fuel is gone. Because if death was certain then dying with purpose was the only dignity left. But now, he looked at the tyrant and at the blue-gold snow that promised a storm that never ends, and the question rose within him unbidden. Was this salvation? Or was it just another form of consumption? Ethan's gaze hardened and he looked directly at the tyrant, his voice a rumble that shook the frost from the surrounding stones. Tyrant, Ethan called out. What is leadership to you? The question hung in the air, simple and devastating. Leadership. Noah looked down at the elemental titan and his armored form pulsed with concentrated authority as he considered his answer. Leadership. Noah replied, his voice echoing from everywhere at once and carried by the snow, is not the spending of lives but the investment of them. He lowered his hand slightly and the snow intensified, swirling around him like a cloak of stars. There are those who lead from behind, pushing their people into the fire to warm their own hands. They call it sacrifice and they call it necessity. His voice hardened with contempt. I call it cowardice. I dislike sacrifice. Leadership is the shield that breaks first and the blade that strikes first and the will that refuses to bend when existence demands submission. Noah swept his arm across the horizon, encompassing his armies and his people and his way. I do not ask my people to die for me. I ask them to live for the civilization we are building together. He leaned forward and his presence became crushing and absolute. I would never lie to them or tell them to accept death as a strategy. At this very moment I am fighting against the loom and fighting against the fallout and fighting against the very concept of an ending. His voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried across gigaparsecs. Leadership is the promise that if we fall together. But we will not fall today, or in the days to come. Ethan listened and closed his eyes as a memory surfaced, ancient and vivid and unbidden, a shore of golden sand and a gathering of titans. And at the center a figure of hazy indistinct power, the creature, speaking to them not as subjects but as potentials. Why? Ethan wondered. Why do I think of him now? He opened his eyes and looked at the tyrant, and he did not, understood, the creature had nothing to do with this being. Ethan looked at his hand again where the blue gold snowflake was still there, unmelting and perfect, and he made his choice. He raised his hand high and the civilizational authority of elemental within him flared to life, burning with a desperate final brilliance as magma and storm and void mixed into a beacon of pure intent. I do not do this for me, Ethan announced, his voice cracking with the weight of his decision. But for my brothers and sisters. As a leader, I have to take care of them. He shook his head slowly. And the thought of betraying their trust, of leading them into a meaningless death for a lie, it is too heavy to bear. He turned his back to Noah and faced his legion, drawing in a breath that shook the earth beneath him. Brothers, sisters of the elements, boom, his voice was a volcanic eruption that silenced every other sound in the sanctuary. Heed my last command as your leader. The tens of thousands of elementals straightened as the magma cooled and the winds stilled, and they listened with the absolute attention of soldiers who had followed him through eons. Lithe Ethan roared the word and it shattered the despair that had hung over them for countless ages. The civilization of elementals permeates within the loom and outside of it. It is not a place but a way. He pointed back at the tyrant and at the storm of blue gold snow that surrounded him. For the sake of your lives, will you follow the civilization of elements here? The elements that will rage to keep your light burning with glory. The legion looked at one another and then at the iron concordat, standing like statues of invincibility, and then at the tyrant who offered a storm instead of a grave. Hesitation rippled through them like wind across water, doubt and fear warring with desperate hope. But then they looked at Ethan, their leader, the one who had woken first and refused to let them die in the cold. One by one their expressions firmed as the magma hardened into resolve and the lightning stabilized into purpose. A magma lord raised his fist high, for the elements, for the storm, for life. Tens of thousands of fists rose into the air and the roar was deafening, a chorus of elemental power that shook the sanctuary to its bedrock and made the very fabric of existence tremble. We follow the civilization of elements wherever it may be. Ethan watched them and a sad proud smile touched his cracked lips as he spoke the final words, the peaceful snow cascades all around you. He whispered, but his voice carried to every single one of them through the resonance of their shared nature. The peaceful snow burning with an extremely pure civilizational authority of elemental. Pay your respects to this authority. The words were simple but the effect was absolute. The legion of elementals reached out with magma hands and wind-formed tendrils and void claws, reaching into the air to catch the falling blue gold flakes. They closed their eyes and accepted what was being offered, not conquest but recognition, not subjugation but belonging. It was a profound moment in time as the transfer of allegiance occurred, and the moment the commitment was made. The blue gold snow that covered the injunction sanctuary of law changed fundamentally. It stopped falling gently and began to spin and howl with building intensity. It became a storm. The civilizational authority of elemental surged outward and covered the entire domain in a blizzard of absolute tyrannical power, and the sanctuary itself trembled with the weight of what had just occurred. Chapter 4493 You sacrilegious savage. 2. It fucking worked. Noah's eyes shone with brilliance as he watched the impossible unfold before him. It was a long shot, a gamble based on a split-second analysis through the lens of civilization. He had looked at Ethan and peeled back the layers of magma and storm to see the core truth of the entity. And what he found was simple and profound. Ethan cared for his people more than his pride. Was this the first enemy that was actually reasonable? Noah watched the blue gold snowflakes settle on the skin of the elemental legion like blessings descending from an alien heaven. He watched them close their eyes in reverence. He watched them pay their respects to his primus mana, to the civilizational authority of mana and hunger that wore the mask of elemental supremacy with such perfect conviction. The moment they accepted, his existence lurched. It wasn't a stumble or a misstep but an expansion, as if the boundaries of his being had suddenly grown to encompass territory that had never belonged to him before. He felt a profound sense of immensity wash over him, a validation that vibrated in his very marrow and sang through his bones. He had made the right choice. In all things, Noah debated the angles and calculated the trade-offs. Every action was a transaction with existence. To spare Ethan was to forsake the immediate loot of tens of thousands of sextillion-level entities, to leave a harvest unreaped in the traditional sense of conquest and consumption. But as the immensity settled into his bones and spread through his consciousness, he knew the trade was not just fair, it was a magisterial robbery, because the prompts that bloomed before his vision were not of simple experience or loot. Not the mundane accumulation of power through violence, they were of glory, unfathomable action confirmed, you have embarked further upon your way of existence, you have actively utilized the unique quality of the way of mana analysis. Mana is present and pervasive. It is the basal authority, the fundamental building block of countless weavings. No fire burns, no ice freezes, no earth hardens without the catalyst of mana. By proving your mana is the supreme form of their authority, you have initiated the civilizational encroachment of mana. Target, the primordial civilization of elemental status. You have laid claim to the foundations of this civilization. The number of entities paying respect is small relative to the whole, but their acknowledgement represents a conceptual breach. You have opened a pathway to siphon the immensity and harvest of a primordial civilization directly. Noah read the words and his eyes blazed with concentrated intensity. Around him, the blue-gold snowstorm became maddeningly serious in its purpose. It spun faster, the flakes growing heavy with accumulated authority, turning the battlefield into a domain of absolute mana supremacy. He felt it then, a terrifying influx of harvest crashing down toward his existence like the endless waves of a celestial sea threatening to drown him in power. Quintessential harvest descends. Source, civilizational encroachment. Target, primordial civilization of elemental. The harvest of the laid claim has begun. The concentration of this authority exceeds all prior harvests. The foundation of the elemental civilization stretches far outside, the lumen expresses itself even more immensely within it. You are siphoning from the totality. Under your primordial civilization of mana and hunger, a new feature has risen: the derivative civilizations of mana and hunger. You can now enact the derivative civilization of elemental under the brilliance of mana. Holy shit, what? Noah's mind raced as he processed the implications cascading through his understanding. A derivative civilization? He thought that power belonged solely to the creature, that only the primordial civilization of existence could spawn derivatives like the way of idle existence or the civilization of effort. These were privileges reserved for the absolute pinnacle of existential authority. But now, his own civilization could do it, because mana is fundamental. Because mana is everywhere. Because he proved his primus mana can become any element. Oh, he felt the harvest slamming into the architect's bulwarks with the force of continental collision. The walls of his civilization were growing thicker and taller and more absolute with each passing moment. He was eating the foundation of a rival primordial power and using it to pave his own streets, to build his own monuments, to fuel his own ascension. It was a moment of profound and glorious change. It was a victory that would be marked in the annals of history. Well, however short that history would be, but choices always have reactions. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, whether intended or not, whether welcomed or feared. Noah had reached out and touched the foundation of a primordial civilization with grasping fingers. He had grabbed a pillar of the establishment and shaken it with the audacity of a thief in the night, and the owner of that house, of course, noticed. It was akin to opening the doors of a bedroom and taking another's wife right there. Of course they would see you do it. You sacrilegious fucking savage. Boom. The voice was deep and terrifying and absolute. It did not come from the air or from any physical source but from the atoms themselves, vibrating with fury. How dare you? Everything froze in that instant. The snow stopped falling mid-descent. The wind stopped howling as, if cut by an invisible blade. Existence itself trembled under the weight of attention suddenly, focused on this single point in space and time. Dumb. Dumb. Drums began to beat with terrible rhythm. Not drums of skin and wood but drums of frozen fire and elemental voids, instruments forged from the fundament of reality itself. A symphony began to spread across the battlefield. A rising crescendo that screamed a single word across every frequency of observable existence: elemental, elemental, elemental. Noah's eyes snapped wide open as recognition slammed into him. He looked past Ethan and past the submitted legion kneeling in the snow. He looked to the rear, to the distant scattered members of the elemental civilization who had not yet paid respect, who had remained uncommitted in their uncertainty. Their eyes ignited with crimson gold light, the glow blazed from their sockets with intensity that burned away their individuality and their choice. They were no longer independent soldiers making their own decisions but vessels, hollow containers for something far greater and far more terrible as their existence could not handle it and already shockingly began to melt their bodies. A terrifying consciousness was descending upon them. It was forcing its way into the fabric of the injunction sanctuary with brutal inevitability, tearing through the barriers of distance and dimension as if such concepts were merely polite suggestions. The booming voice came from their mouths now, spoken in perfect horrifying synchrony that made the words echo and multiply across the battlefield even as their bodies broke down. This entity did not care, just as the living paradox had descended to protect his vessels when Noah and Kor were about to collapse it. The living elemental was trying to descend. Unlike the others, he was not here for a game or a philosophical debate. His civilization, his very foundation, had just been encroached upon by an upstart thief. A burglar had broken into his vault and was actively stealing from the treasury, and he had come to catch the perpetrator red-handed and make an example of such audacity. Noah's gaze flashed with fierceness and lividity mixing into something dangerous. He did not cower before the descending presence. He did not apologize or attempt to explain or beg for mercy. He prepared. An unfathomable opportunity had opened before him like a door to paradise, and an equally dangerous predicament had descended to meet it. Chapter 4494 You sacrilegious savage. 3. The atmosphere within the injunction sanctuary of law had changed fundamentally and irrevocably. It was no longer just a battlefield where armies clashed and strategies unfolded. It was a site of judgment where the very concept of defiance was being tested against absolute authority. Noah stood alone amidst the swirling vortex of molten manna and shattered ice. His form, once a pillar of unshakable stability radiating tyrannical confidence, was pulsing. Mbessa had advised him to another anger the living paradox. That this whole time that entity was simply playing, he faced the living paradox, and the entity had merely toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse. Now he had enraged the living elemental, and the entity had decided to burn him out of existence entirely. The encroachment upon the elemental civilization's foundation was a triumph of unparalleled magnitude. The harvest was flooding into his architect's bulwarks with torrential force, elevating his civilization to heights previously unimaginable and opening pathways to power that should have taken eons to discover. But every action had an equal and opposite reaction, and the reaction of a primordial sovereign was absolute. Noah watched the bodies of the possessed elementals disintegrate before his eyes. Their forms unraveled like cheap fabric torn by hurricane winds, unable to contain the sheer density of the authority pouring through them from across impossible distances. Through their melting eyes, an utterly terrifying gaze fixed upon him with laser focus. It was a look of pure unadulterated hatred, the kind of hatred reserved for a thief who had desecrated a holy site and spat upon the altar. Oppression descended like a physical thing. It was not physical weight pressing down on his shoulders, but a conceptual decree written into the fabric of reality itself. Every atom of Noah's existence screamed in protest, demanding he kneel and prostrate himself before the brilliance of the elemental sovereign. But his primus manna burned in defiance. It flared blue-gold, a defiant star against the encroaching red sun of foreign authority. He looked down at that terrifying power, his gaze cracking under the strain but holding firm. He met the gaze without flinching. The response was immediate and volcanic. You sacrilegious fucking savage. Boom. The roar vaporized the remaining snow in an instant. The glittering rivers of accumulated frost turned to steam that rose in billowing clouds. The space above the disintegrating elementals split wide open, a jagged wound in reality that bled blinding crimson gold light like arterial spray. You think yourself safe due to this suppression of existence, the regal voice boomed, echoing from every particle of the surrounding air and making the stones themselves vibrate with fury. You think yourself defiant enough to encroach upon my brilliance without consequence? Then have a taste of my brilliance directly. Existence suppressed the entities from the loom from exerting their influence outside of it. It did. But still, even as existence itself trembled and pressed down on the intrusion, trying desperately to force the primordial entity back into its designated box, the living elemental paid the cost willingly. It burned its own essence like fuel to force the attack through the barriers. A beam of crimson gold fire shot out from the rift. It was not fire in any conventional sense. It was immolation given purpose and direction, the concept of burning distilled into a weapon. Brother, Titano's voice was a desperate roar that shook the battlefield. The giant stepped forward with earth-shaking strides. His massive form interposing itself between Noah and the descending judgment, millions of primus inevitabilities flared with brilliant light, throwing themselves into the path of the beam with devotion. Kor moved with inhuman speed, her small form blazing with hunger. Rhea's eyes shone with light as she calculated probabilities. Alexander's silver-white authority erupted like a shield as he bellowed, a unique authority of the living law erupting from his body as he surged forward. They all rushed forward with single-minded purpose. Protos wrapped his tentacles around Noah with crushing force, forming a living cocoon of loyalty and sacrifice. They would die for him without hesitation. They would burn so he did not have to face this alone. Noah looked at them and saw the fear in their eyes mixing with absolute willingness to end their own stories to prolong his. He shook his head slowly. In my civilization, Noah's voice boomed, straining against the pain already radiating from the approaching light, there shall be no sacrifice. In my civilization, I am the sword and the shield. I am the first and the last line of defense. He stepped forward with deliberate purpose, forcefully, the civilizational armor of Protos peeled away from his body, obeying the absolute command of its master even as its spirit screamed in protest and desperation. Noah's humanoid form emerged from the protective cocoon. Vulnerable and defiant and utterly exposed, he took a single step forward, moving far ahead of his protectors, placing himself directly in the path of the descending beam with arms spread wide. He looked at the unfathomable authority approaching him and felt the heat before it even made contact with his skin. Boom, the impact was silent and absolute, a contradiction that hurt the mind to perceive. A blinding crimson gold brilliance swallowed everything in its path. Steam hissed and boiled. Reality itself warped under the concentrated assault. At the center of the inferno, Noah stood. He was burning, his skin blistered and reformed in microseconds, only to blister again, in an endless cycle of destruction and regeneration. His cells screamed with voices that had no sound. His very concept of self was being subjected to a temperature that defied the laws of physics and rewrote thermodynamics with each passing moment. He stared into the light with eyes that refused to close, and through the flames he saw eyes. The eyes of the living elemental burning with hatred across impossible distances. I saw you, Noah whispered through gritted teeth, his voice a rasp of primus mana and defiance mixing into something terrible. I saw you in emotive bargaining about the loom like merchants haggling over spoiled goods. I saw the price you paid for entry. I saw you grovel before emotive just to pacify her anger and secure your position. His eyes blazed with a tyrannical fire that matched the flames, consuming his flesh. I have seen you for what you truly are beneath all the grandeur and authority. You flickering, pathetic fire. Know that I am coming for you and your civilization. The foundation you have built for eons, the foundation you have elevated inside of the loom. I will fucking take it all. Piece by piece. Brick by brick until there is nothing left. A howl of rage erupted from the light, a sound of pure majestic fury, that could have shattered lesser realities. But existence clamped down with brutal efficiency, silencing the primordial entity and severing the connection like cutting a string. But the damage was done. Noah stood alone in the crater of glass that his feet had created, his body wreathed in a terrifying crimson flame that did not flicker or waver. It melted the reality around him in expanding circles. It was not complexity and purity damage in any conventional sense. It was pain. It was a constant shooting tingling agony that permeated every nerve and every atom and every weave of his existence. It was the sensation of being dipped in the heart of a star, forever, with no hope of relief or escape. He trembled like a leaf in a storm. His knees buckled under the weight, but he did not fall. Prompts bloomed before his melting vision like flowers of information. The immolation of the sacrilegious savage. Analysis. Your civilizational resistance mitigates the attack. Your principles mitigate the attack. But the attack is not damage. It is a brand. To harm you takes an unfathomable amount of effort under perpetual harvest. Under the suppression of the primordial civilization of existence, the authority of the living elemental is expressed by a fraction of a percent. To bypass this fundamental limitation, the entity has unleashed an attack that carries no complexity or purity damage. It is an attack on your capacity to endure effect. Constant, inexpressible burning. A pain so intense that after mere seconds, one would wish to end their own existence just to escape. Duration, indefinite. Until you collapse your own existence, voluntarily. Warning, contagious. Any existence that contacts you or attempts to siphon the pain will be marked with the same brand. Oh. Chapter 4495. You sacrilegious savage. 4. Noah felt his existence tremble at the cellular level. The burning was absolute in such a manner that the freezing that came with it was absolute. It was a dichotomy of agony that tore at his sanity like claws. He wanted to buckle and fall as his entire existence wanted to cry out. Even his eyes felt like they were moving of their own volition to release liquid. When was the last time I cried? Behind him, he sensed them approaching. Rhea and Kor and Titano among many others. They were rushing towards him with auras flaring in solemnity, seeing his figure trembling in the aftermath as they did not sense any damage transmitted to the infinite bulwark. For it was not a damage of complexity and purity. He raised a trembling hand that shook like an earthquake. Even that small movement sent fresh waves of torture through trillions of protesting quintessential cells and nerves. Stay back, he barely voiced out. Even his authority burned, as it was an arduous effort to talk or use authority to talk. The command was silent but heavy with authority. He truly could not speak loudly because the pain was too great. Unsurpassable effort detected. Your existence withstands constant burning and freezing to its core weavings. A few seconds of this pain is sufficient to drive an existence to seek collapse merely to end the sensation. The effort is immeasurable. Perpetual harvest burns alongside you. Sheeting architect burns alongside you. The unbelievable effort is being instantly turned to harvest. 10 sextillion complexity and purity gained from an unsurpassable effort to bear that which others cannot bear. 20 sextillion complexity and purity gained. 30 sextillion complexity and purity gained. The prompts flashed before his vision, but even they felt like they were melting and distorting. Noah's eyes trembled as he forced them to focus on the blurred figures of his people. He raised his head with effort that cost him dearly. He saw them looking at him with eyes that buzzed as if they could feel his pain by proxy. He saw Ethon, the elemental titan, looking at his forces with pained eyes and staring at the melted bodies that had been used as vessels by the living elemental. He saw the distant battles where the emotives continued their relentless suicidal assault. Emotion was too volatile and too absolute. They would not stop. Noah swallowed the scream building in his throat. We do not sacrifice, Noah said, his voice a solemn steady drumbeat cutting through the chaos. And the leader will always be the shield to protect. I have protected. Now, the rest of you need to move forward. He looked at Kor and at Rhea with eyes that burned. Fucking literally at that. Stop the legions of emotives. Secure the legions of law. Complete the mission. They hesitated for a fraction of a moment. They looked at his trembling figure and at the flames licking his skin like hungry predators, but he had given the order and it was absolute. Kor's face twisted in a snarl of lividity and grief. She turned with violent motion, her hunger flaring like a weapon, and charged toward the distant legions with murderous intent. The others followed her lead, their grief transformed into fury that demanded release. Noah remained standing alone. He fought the overwhelming urge to fall and make the pain stop. Every second was a lifetime of agony compressed into a single eternal moment. This was a wrath of the 35 sextillion complexity and purity. And then, even more weavings hit him like a second attack. Warning, the immolation is spreading. Target, all connected instances of your existence. All of your bodies. He had expected it, but the reality was still terrible. Across the isolated domains of his abode of the early creature, his other bodies reacted instantly to the spreading contagion. He separated himself from Rhea with brutal efficiency, from Elindra with desperate speed, from Adelaide and Barbados and Athena and all others he had been peacefully spending time with. He isolated his clones and wrapped them in barriers of Primus Mana as the crimson gold flames erupted over them like a plague. He was burning everywhere simultaneously. The pain was so total and so all-consuming that for the first time in his existence, Noah felt the seductive pull of the void calling to him. Just let go. Just collapse. Just make it stop. No, was his clear and quintessential answer. He looked around with vision swimming in and out of focus. He needed relief, even a second of respite, even a microsecond free from this torture. His gaze landed on Ozymandias standing in the distance, his other self. The manifestation of hunger given form. Ozymandias stood watching the battle unfold, and gloriously he was not burning. He was separate enough and distinct enough in his way of hunger to be immune to the direct contagion of the brand. But, I give, Noah gasped, his voice a whisper of agony barely audible, my everything of pain. He had given his fear to be consumed. He had given his doubt to be devoured. Now the burning and freezing pain was so excruciating that he wanted to give it away immediately, to be rid of it at any cost. A blinding orb of gray light shot from his chest like a bullet. It was heavy and pulsing with the concentrated scream of his nerves given physical form. When he looked at it with trembling eyes, he saw clearly. The orb was also marked with the curse, crimson gold flames licking across its surface, but in the distance, Ozymandias opened his jaws wide without hesitation. He bit down with hunger that knew no limits. Gulp. The everything disappeared into the void of his consumption. Ozymandias burst into crimson gold flames instantly. For a single blessed instant, Noah felt relief. It was a sensation so intense and so euphoric that he felt like he was suffocating on air itself. He could breathe. He could think clearly, but a second later, the immolation persists. The brand is a cursed weaving of existence emanating from an entity, at a higher scale of existence, through principles current not grasped. It demands to be felt regardless of whether an existence is capable of feeling pain or sensation. It is an authority exceeding your current scale of existence. Oh, the relief vanished like smoke. The burning returned with vengeance, finding new conceptual nerve endings he didn't know he possessed. It was worse than before. It was deeper and more fundamental. 100 sextillion complexity and purity gained from an unsurpassable effort. The prompts seemed to be giving him good news, but even they seemed hesitant. Noah floated there in the air, a statue of trembling will refusing to break. In the far distance, Ozymandias, now burning with the same crimson gold flames, faced a living emotive of 300 sextillion complexity who had charged forward with suicidal aggression. The emotive struck with desperate fury, his hand seeking to infuse emotional collapse onto Ozymandias and break his will. His hand connected with Ozymandias's burning shoulder. SSSSSSS. The contagion spread on contact like wildfire through dry grass. The living emotive screamed with a sound that transcended language. It was a sound of such raw, unadulterated horror that it silenced that entire sector of the battlefield and made even the other emotives pause in recognition. 1 second. That was all it took. That was the period of time that this emotive felt the terror of the flames. The emotive clawed at his own chest with frantic desperation, ripping into his own heart and collapsing his existence just to make it stop. As he dissolved into ash and scattered on the wind, his face wore an expression of pure blissful relief. A being of 300 sextillion complexity could not last a single second. Under the brand, Noah had been enduring it for more than a minute that felt like centuries. I am sorry, Master. Ruin/Eden's voice trembled in his mind with unusual emotion. It sounded wet as she continued to do her job. I am sorry. 100 sextillion complexity and purity gained from an unsurpassable effort. Noah looked down at his hands with vision blurring. They were shaking like leaves in a hurricane. His complexity had crossed 1,000 sextillion, 1 septillion. There was a condition for the shift from sextillion to septillion, some threshold that needed to be met. He couldn't remember what it was. The pain was too loud and drowned out everything else. He shook his head with effort that cost him dearly. He focused on the only thing that mattered in this moment. He would not collapse. He would not fade. But it was so unbearable. He continued to burn, and with each passing second, his existence and his civilization grew stronger from his suffering, harvesting from his impossible endurance what others could not bear for even a moment. The flames did not diminish and the pain did not lessen, but Noah stood, and that, in itself, was a victory that the living elemental had not anticipated, that, in itself, would pave the way for something unfathomable. Chapter 4496. At the darkest hour. The concept of pain is, at its core, a gift wrapped in barbed wire. It is the body's desperate scream, the soul's frantic alarm bell ringing in the void. To feel pain is to know with absolute certainty that something is wrong. It is the heat that snaps the hand back from the flame before the flesh is charred. It is the sharp reminder that you are mortal and fragile and currently under siege. Without pain, we would wander into fire and feel nothing until we were ash. Pain is guidance, and pain is survival. But then there is the other kind, the excruciating, relentless, unending symphony of agony that serves no purpose, teaches no lesson, and offers no escape. It is the torture of a nerve ending singing a high piercing note that never resolves. It is the constant grinding pressure that turns bone to dust and will to water. Many have argued about this duality for eons across civilizations. Some say that pain is the ultimate test, that existence in its infinite cruelty uses agony as a sieve to separate the weak from the worthy. To endure is to prove one's right to exist. To break is to admit that you were never truly meant to be here at all. In this view, every second of suffering is a coin paid into the bank of one's own potential. Another perspective sees pain as a flaw in the design, a glitch in the matrix of existence. Why should growth require suffering? Why must strength be forged in fire? They argue that existence should allow for elevation without agony. That the equation of pain equals gain is a lie told by tyrants to justify their cruelty. To them, pain is simply noise, a distraction from the true work of living. And then there is the third view. The rarest and coldest perspective. To these few, pain is neither a test nor a flaw. It simply is. It is a condition of reality as fundamental as gravity or time. You do not fight gravity but build structures to withstand it. You do not argue with time but learn to move within its flow, to with pain, not seek to escape it, nor do you glorify it. You simply exist within it, expanding your capacity to endure until the pain becomes background radiation, a constant hum that proves you are still alive. For those who can reach this state, for those who can look into the abyss of excruciating constant agony and refuse to blink, their endurance will undoubtedly be paid off. Not in comfort perhaps, but in power, and power, in the end, is the only currency that matters. The pain Noah felt was something he truly could not accurately describe. It was not a sensation but an environment. He was drowning in it. Every atom of his being was screaming, a trillion voices raised in a chorus of absolute unadulterated misery. The worst part was the lack of adaptation. There was no numbness, no dulling of the senses over time. Every second was as fresh and sharp as the first. It was the sensation of being dipped in acid. Then frozen, then burned again, over and over, with no rhythm or reprieve. Doing anything in this state, under the brand of the immolation of the sacrilegious savage, was unbearable. Even the act of thinking required a titanic effort of will. He knew that this effort was being harvested, that every moment of torture was translating into exponential growth for his civilization. But his existence truly did not wish to do it. Every instinct he possessed was screaming at him to stop, to fold, to simply let go and allow the darkness to take him. That was how excruciating it was. So he floated in the space of the injunction sanctuary of law, his body a trembling statue of crimson gold fire. He watched the blurry distance where his forces swarmed the civilization legions of emotives, including Ethan and those under him, but the images were fractured and distorted by the haze of his own suffering. Beside him, Alexander Asmodeus neared with cautious steps. Further back, the living laws and dukes of law watched from a safe distance. They were ashen and terrified, still trembling from the pressure of the living elemental that had briefly flashed into existence. They were useless. Utterly and completely useless. Alexander stopped a respectful distance away, his silver-white aura flickering with genuine concern. He looked at Noah, at the flames that did not burn clothing but devoured concepts. And he asked the only question that mattered: how can I help? He did not ask if Noah was okay. That answer was written in every tremor of Noah's frame, in the way the air around him hissed and boiled with residual heat. Noah almost wanted to laugh at the question, but the thought of the physical effort stopped him cold. He almost wanted to say that nobody talking to him right now would be of great help, that even listening was an agony he didn't want to endure, but he had to find a way to adapt. He had to get used to this new reality. Nothing can be done, Noah said, his voice a sound like grinding stones dragged across broken glass as his throat was fucking dry, apart from enduring. Alexander's expression tightened. I'm sorry, he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. I did not expect for things to play out like this. I did not foresee this. Noah managed to smile, though it cost him dearly. It was a small tight thing, a grimace masquerading as amusement. This is just existence, he whispered through the burning. Existence is grand. Existence is unfair. Existence is unpredictable. It is what it is. After this, Alexander turned silent. He simply looked at Noah with an expression that was difficult to read. Even though he showed a smile, Noah's figure, wreathed in angrily scorching crimson gold flames, still couldn't help but tremble with constant rhythmic shaking. The tremors were a physical manifestation of the war being fought in every cell of his body. Noah felt the eyes of Alexander remain on him with steady focus. They were the eyes of someone younger looking up to someone older, as if they found his actions unfathomably grand. As if his suffering was a monument to be admired rather than a torture to be pitied. He shook his head excruciatingly at this perception. The scorching blurry prompts continued to flow over his eyes every now and then, a ticker tape of his own torture converted to power, 100 sextillion complexity and purity gained from an unsurpassable effort. They were unfathomably immense gains that came from this excruciating effort. Numbers that would have taken days and weeks for him to accumulate through normal means. Noah felt it all washing over him. He tried to focus his scattered attention on his other self, on Ozymandias, who should be wrapping up a battle soon. Because the immolation of the sacrilegious savage was a curse as much as a weapon, he was barely handling it with all his accumulated will. Other existences, for them it was utterly disastrous if he actively allowed the contagion to spread. Far in the distance, the battle raged with renewed intensity. But it was a massacre of a different kind. Ozymandias stood amidst the violet storm of the emotive legion like a dark star. His humanoid body, wreathed in the same crimson gold fire that burned Noah, erupted with terrible purpose. Thousands of tentacles, slick with obsidian crimson hunger and blazing with the contagious agony of the immolation, shot out in every direction like seeking missiles. They rushed towards the civilizational legions of emotives with predatory intent. The moment they made contact, the effect was instantaneous and devastating. The emotives, beings of pure concentrated feeling, were instantly wreathed in the immolation of the sacrilegious savage. Most of them felt the excruciating pain for a second or two. That was all their sanity could withstand before it shattered like glass. Their minds broke. Their wills evaporated. They did not fight back and they did not try to flee. They simply collapsed their own existence voluntarily as Ozymandias would then devour them. It was a wave of mass suicide, triggered by a pain that no being should ever have to feel. Others scattered in absolute terror, their formations breaking apart as they fled from the burning touch of Ozymandias' tentacles like prey, fleeing a predator. Because of this devastating effect, the legion of emotives became scattered and broken down. The civilizational legion of Law and Deborah, watching from their defensive line, stared in stupor and disbelief. They had been fighting a losing battle for what felt like eons. And now in mere moments their enemy was dissolving before their eyes. As for Ozymandias himself, his existence felt the same excruciating pain as Noah. Every movement was torture. Every extension of a tentacle was a scream trapped in his throat threatening to escape, but he endured, and for his endurance while moving even more aggressively, harvest continued to descend on him in waves. He gained 100 sextillion complexity and purity every so often, his power skyrocketing as he turned his own suffering into a weapon of mass destruction. This battle could effectively be considered over and done. As much as Noah was being afflicted with a terrifying curse from a primordial sovereign. He had gotten his hands on a truly terrifying weapon. Pain, it turned out, was the ultimate offensive capability. Noah watched this unfold through the haze of his own agony, and despite everything he felt something like satisfaction. The emotives were breaking not because they were weak but because the pain was simply beyond any reasonable capacity to endure. Even beings of 300 sextillion complexity were folding within seconds, and he was standing here, minutes into the brand, still conscious and still fighting. What does that make me? The thought came unbidden and he almost wanted to laugh again. Alexander spoke again, his voice cutting through Noah's internal thoughts. Is there any principle or authority that might alleviate this? Noah shook his head slowly, each movement sending fresh lances of agony through his neck. This is an attack from the living elemental himself. No one here has the authority to counter it. Unless you have the distinction of the, then what do we do? What could one do indeed? At this though, Noah remembered his own words, unless you have the distinction of the who. Did he know with the distinction of the? His eyes pulsed with tyranny, his vision swam and refocused. The prompts kept coming, 150 sextillion complexity and purity gained from an unsurpassable effort. The numbers were climbing faster now. His existence was learning to harvest from the pain more efficiently. Extracting power from suffering with ruthless precision, it was the third view of pain made manifest. Pain as a condition of reality. Pain as background radiation. Pain as the price of ascension. He had paid the price before in smaller denominations. Now he was paying in bulk, and existence was forced to acknowledge the transaction. In the distance, Ozymandias' tentacles swept through another cluster of emotives. They scattered like leaves before a storm, and those too slow to escape dissolved hunger in his jaws with expressions of relief on their fading faces. Cor appeared near Ozymandias, her small form blazing with hunger, as she coordinated the assault. Rhea and others cautiously floated. Above, the crimson gold flames continued to burn as the pain continued to scream, and Noah continued to stand strong. Chapter 4497. At the darkest hour too, in the Infiniverse, as Noah burned with immense pain that transcended comprehension, Elindra stood before him with shaking eyes. She could see it clearly, the excruciating agony he was going through written in every tremor of his form, in every flicker of the crimson gold flames that wrapped around him like chains of suffering, but Noah kept his calmness even as his body shook. His voice was steady despite the cost it took to speak. I won't be able to continue infusing you with perpetual harvest so. Before he could finish, the space beside them rippled with authority. The humanoid figure of the Infiniverse appeared with deliberate precision. She stood tall and ethereal, her form composed of countless spinning omniverse and flowing rivers of verdant gold light. But her eyes, those infinite pools that normally held warmth for her master, were particularly cold. One could see that she was enraged and simply containing everything with titanic effort, holding back a fury that could unmake folds. Noah nodded to her with understanding passing between them, and then he disappeared from this domain entirely. He left the Infiniverse, who had full access to perpetual harvest, to continue the infusion with Elindra in his place. As this scene played out, something extraordinary began to happen. Existence itself began to buzz with strange resonance. Drums, deep and solemn, began to bloom from nowhere and everywhere at once. Pianonic sounds followed, ethereal and haunting, creating a melody that seemed to emerge from the fabric of reality itself. Then voices, wordless and beautiful, echoed out across this space. Across existence, when the stolen flame descends, when the ancient powers demand their toll, does the fire cleanse or break, does it forge or consume whole? It was as if existence itself was buzzing with a melody for this momentous occasion, acknowledging what was transpiring. The Infiniverse unfurled her hands with mechanical precision and began to release verdant gold brilliance into Elindra. The light was beautiful and terrible, carrying the weight of perpetual harvest within its threads, but the Infiniverse seemingly didn't care much for the task at hand. Her focus was elsewhere, her rage barely contained. Elindra looked at her with concern. Is he going to be okay? What did that to him? The Infiniverse remained cold and silent for a long moment, as if this stillness was the only thing she could do to keep back the tsunami of rage. When she finally spoke, her voice dripped with loathing and carried an immensity that made the surrounding space tremble. The living elemental, the drums grew heavier in the background, the piano more insistent. The Infiniverse eyes blazed with barely contained fury as she continued. Her words a solemn vow wrapped in absolute certainty. The pathetic flicker of primordial authority that thought it could mark my master and walk away unscathed. The entity that believed its age and power made it untouchable. Her voice dropped to something far more dangerous, a whisper that carried the weight of inevitability. I will personally grind the living elemental down to existential dust. I will erase every particle of its authority. I will unmake its very concept until not even the memory of its existence remains to pollute reality. This I swear on the foundations of my being. This is the brand of sacred violation, the price of touching what was never his, crimson gold immolation. Where mortal will meets the abyss, the chorus swelled, existence continued a grand symphony. Elsewhere, panning out across various regions of the Infiniverse, in an isolated domain of the abode of the early creature, Rhea stood motionless. She wore simple blue bloomers and a blue tank top. She watched with those teary eyes as Noah, excruciatingly burning in crimson gold flames, turned to leave the domain. The pain in his movements was visible, but he was leaving to protect her from what he had become. The shield steps before the sword, the leader takes the blow, while armies scatter, terrified, of pain they'll never know, in a different isolated domain, this one decorated with obsidian furniture and dark elegance. Barbados stood trembling. She wore an obsidian sundress that flowed like liquid shadow, and her normally composed demeanor had shattered completely. She shook with rage and sorrow mixed together in equal measure as another one of Noah's bodies, equally wreathed in flames and equally trembling, also prepared to leave her presence. Don't, she whispered, please don't, but Noah could not stay. The risk was too great. The contagion too dangerous. He left without responding. Seconds break the strongest minds, minutes shatter souls, but time keeps passing, relentless, as the burning takes its toll. In yet another isolated domain, this one filled with gently falling snow that never seemed to accumulate. Adelaide stood in a flowing blue dress. The snowflakes caught in her hair like diamonds, but her eyes held only sorrow as she looked toward Noah's burning form. Let me. She started. Let me feel what you feel. Let me feel the same pain. Noah shook his head with agonizing slowness, each movement sending fresh waves of torture through his frame. For the sake of his loved ones, he could not even be near them at this moment. He wasn't afraid of them accidentally coming in contact with him and being branded with the same curse. What he couldn't bear was being around when one of them inevitably came close or felt like they wanted to share that burden. It was causing him this many issues already. He would not be able to watch his own people suffer the immolation of the sacrilegious savage as they eventually collapsed their own existence just to escape the pain, so he simply shook his head lightly, and even from Adelaide, he left. The symphony continued to play from existence itself, solemn and heavy. What is pain but a teacher? What is agony but proof that something still exists, to feel that there's still a will to move? The scene shifted again to show something unprecedented. All of Noah's bodies throughout the Infiniverse, every single iteration that had been spread across countless domains and separated to prevent the spread of the brand, began to gather in a single isolated area. This space was filled with sandy golden dream authority that swirled like desert winds frozen in time, and then, with excruciating slowness, they began fusing into each other. He compressed himself back into singularity, consolidating his existence despite the torture it caused, until finally, only a single Noah floated in that golden space, trembling, but whole. The humanoid form of the Infiniverse appeared before her master, with silent grace. She looked at his trembling form with eyes that held infinite sorrow and infinite determination. "Can Master follow me?" she asked quietly. Noah looked at her briefly and nodded once. The two of them warped through space with the Infiniverse guiding them, and they appeared above a radiant blue world that pulsed with concentrated authority. The moment Noah saw it, his eyes buzzed. This was the Cultivation Citadel, the feature the Infiniverse had designed where one would be imposed with the weight of existence many times over, where if they adapted they would gain an explosive increase in complexity and purity. But even moving for Noah was painful at this moment. If he added an elevated weight of existence on top of what he was already bearing, here the answer to pain manifests. In trembling, burning form, pain becomes a currency in endurance, the new norm. The Infiniverse looked at her master with an expression that mixed love and necessity and terrible resolve. "I've been elevating it as we increase in power," she said softly. "The Cultivation Citadel is even grander and harder than before. I know it will be excruciating for Master. I know it seems like you cannot adapt to this pain." She paused, "But I need you to go in, Master." Noah's body shook with a solemn tyranny. He looked at the Cultivation Citadel that would make his pain hundreds of times worse, and he truly did not want to enter it. But this was a calamity as much as an opportunity. He needed to make use of it. He needed to do something to adapt to it, even if adaptation seemed impossible. So even though he did not want to, even though every fiber of his being screamed in protest, Noah flew toward the Cultivation Citadel. His body, wreathed in the curse of the living elemental, descended, like a falling star wrapped in chains of agony. Lesser beings would have long since perished from what he faced, but he persevered. In the space above, the Infiniverse watched silently as her master descended. Beside her, Ruin/Eden materialized with an expression that was pained and heavy. "We could have waited," Ruin/Eden said quietly, "for him to adapt a bit more, to see if the pain gets any less." And yet, the Infiniverse shook her head decisively. "It will not get less. It will not get any less." The surrounding existence continued the solemn symphony as another chorus swelled across reality. "This is the brand of sacred violation, the mark that even sovereigns cannot erase. Crimson gold immolation burns across time and space." Ruin/Eden listened silently, and then her expression shifted to something enraged and terrible: the living elemental. She started, but the Infiniverse focus was entirely on the scene below. Her eyes reflected her master's burning figure as he reached the earth of the Cultivation Citadel and tried to stand with excruciating effort. His knees buckled as his hands pressed against the ground. Every muscle trembled, but he stood. As she watched this impossible display of will, golden lines of terrifying wonder began to leak from the Infiniverse's infinite eyes as she had never seen her master like this. They fell like molten stars, each one carrying the weight of her fury and her pride and her absolute devotion. "I am going to rip the living elemental apart," she whispered, but her voice carried across dimensions. "Atom by atom. Particle of authority by particle of authority. I will dissect every weaving of its existence. I will make it experience pain beyond what it inflicted. I will make it beg for the mercy of non-existence. I will make it wish it had never experienced existence at all. And then, when it has suffered for eons, I will grant it oblivion and erase even that mercy from the memory of reality." The symphony and chorus resounded even heavier now, the voices of existence itself acknowledging the vow. Let the ancients tremble at what their curse became, not a weapon of destruction, but a forge for his ascension's flame. On this day, the Infiniverse shed a tear. On this day, the entirety of the Infiniverse, the countless frequencies of existence, the wheels of existence, the omniverse, the domains of existence, all of it trembled in resonance with her emotion. And oh, for the entity that caused the Infiniverse to shed a tear, bless their poor souls. The Infiniverse turned to Ruin/Eden, and when she spoke her voice was cold and tyrannical and absolute. "Mobilize the Primus inevitabilities into all elemental folds immediately," she commanded with the force of inevitability itself. "Convert every single elemental into the way of mana, whether by choice or by force. I do not care which. Erase every single signature of the primordial civilization of elementals outside the loom. convert every single iota into the derivative primordial civilization of elemental under the banner of mana. Her eyes blazed brighter. Afterwards, we will begin devouring and incorporating all transcendent and minor elemental folds without exception. After that, I shall begin devouring every single remnant of the shattered first folds, all the transcendent folds and minor folds across observable existence. I shall take it all. Every piece. Every fragment. Her voice dropped to something even more dangerous. They want to play? Let us fucking play. The command was heavy and absolute. Ruin/Eden nodded silently, her own expression grim with determination, and then she disappeared to carry out the orders. The flames don't cease their hunger, the pain knows no reprieve, but standing in the inferno is the choice that sets him free. The final chorus and symphony swelled across existence as the Infiniverse stood alone above the cultivation citadel. She overlooked Noah, her master, at seemingly his most pained state. She would watch over him. She would guard him. She would feel everything he felt. After all, they were connected in a quintessential and irreversible manner. If she wanted to, she could feel what he felt through their bond. And this whole time, from the moment the living elemental had branded him, she had subjected herself to feel the inescapable pain her master endured. She trembled alongside him and she suffered alongside him, and she would have her vengeance for it. Below, Noah took his first step into the deeper gravity of the cultivation citadel, and the weight increased tenfold. And the Infiniverse watched with golden lines still falling from her eyes, each one a declaration of war against those who had dared to harm what was hers like this. Chapter 4498. At the darkest hour 3, in the cultivation citadel, Noah's thoughts burned brightly. The weight of existence pressed down on him like the gravity of a collapsing star. The crimson gold flames continued their endless feast on his being, but in the midst of all of this excruciating pain, his mind remained unbearably clear, and currently a single thought was burning through the haze of agony. A single idea crystallizing with perfect clarity, the idea and reality that the immolation of the sacrilegious savage would have no answer, no counter, no solution, unless you possessed the distinction of the, and he knew someone with the distinction of the dead order. He closed his eyes with agonizing slowness. In the next moment, he focused his weavings of existence toward that unique space that held the veil which divided him and Sigrid from the dead order on the other side, the domain that didn't really exist anywhere in physical observable existence, but in a unique conceptual space where Sigrid was siphoning the civilizational authority of order. At this moment, the scene shifted to that ethereal realm. In that space between spaces, Noah had already made distance and moved away from Sigrid, who was looking at him with pained eyes. Even here, even in this conceptual domain, his figure was burning with crimson gold fire that refused to be extinguished. On the other side of the veil, the dead order sat upon her throne of white marble and looked at him with a particularly unfavorable expression. In the last few hours, with Sigrid becoming more and more powerful naturally, her rate of siphoning order had become even more immense. The flow of civilizational authority being drained through the veil had increased to torrential levels, so the dead order was not their biggest fan at this moment. But even she tilted her head with curiosity and looked at those flames burning around his figure with something like astonishment in her ancient eyes. "What did you do?" she asked. Noah looked at her through the veil with eyes that burned despite the pain. His voice steady despite the cost of speaking. "Are you familiar with the curses of entities with the distinction?" She replied with incredulity that he could even ask such a question. "You can say that," he nodded slowly and continued with that same terrible calmness. "I seem to have pissed off the living elemental, and that pathetic excuse for a fire has proceeded to brand me with the immolation of the sacrilegious savage. A constant excruciating burning that cares not for complexity or purity. An indefinite burning until I collapse my own existence." As he said this with such casual matter-of-factness, the dead order looked at him with sheer incredulity written across her features. "How are you not dead?" she demanded. "How have you not collapsed your existence already?" Noah looked at her calmly through the excruciating pain, his gaze unwavering. "The two of us are some of the few powers that exist outside of the loom. We both wish to survive the fallout and come through on the other side stronger than before." His voice carried the weight of inevitability. An answer to the fallout lies with existences that have the distinction of the. You have such a distinction, even if you do not have the full power of the currently. He paused, letting his words sink in. "If you and I were able to come to an understanding, maybe the fallout would be something that we can easily get past. This is what I have always thought. Right now, faced with this ordeal, would you happen to have an answer or solution or knowledge regarding how such a curse could be taken care of?" His eyes gleamed with something dangerous. "And to show my goodwill," Noah nodded toward Sigrid, and in the next moment the massive river of white order that was flowing from the other side of the veil to Sigrid stopped abruptly. It rapidly reduced and became a barely imperceptible line as barely any civilizational authority of order was being siphoned anymore. The dead order looked at such a scene with somber eyes, looking at Noah as if he were a dead man walking, as she asked with genuine curiosity. What exactly did you do to make the living elemental so enraged that he would exert his authority outside of the loom? With the suppression of existence itself laid down by the creature, any entity with the distinction would pay a heavy cost to unleash even a semblance of their power like this outside the loom. Just what did you do? Noah did not answer such a question. He simply floated closer to the veil with deliberate movements, appearing inches away from it, close enough that the flames around him cast dancing shadows across her throne. He asked again with calm tyranny amidst all the burning, "Do you have a solution?" At such a direct question, the dead order became utterly still, as if she were thinking carefully about her options. Noah looked at her with eyes that seemed to pierce through layers of existence, and as if he could seemingly see inside of her being and what decision she was about to make, he said with quiet certainty, "In your head right now, you are debating two choices. I do advise for you to lean towards the better choice for your sake and mine." At such presumptuous words, the dead order smiled with a sense of brutality and calculation. She leaned back on her throne and laughed with genuine amusement. "Since you already seem to know, then I will choose the other choice," she said with cruel delight. "Why would I help you? You are an antagonist against what I wish to achieve. And now that you have been struck with such an affliction, your existence will likely collapse itself soon enough, even though it should have done so some time ago." Her smile widened. "After you are collapsed, this little vile young order you have been defiling, who is so emotionally connected to you that she is holding back tears right now as you burn, she would lose her protector. Any semblance of civilization that you are building will crumble. And once the one protecting her has crumbled, I can send my guides of order to the other side of the veil without worry and claim that vile young order beside you. I will erase her existence completely and fuse with what she has, HUUM. She spread her hands as if presenting an obvious truth. Across her form like wildfire, the dead order opened her eyes with absolute incredulity and shock, her mind unable to process what had just occurred. Noah used that instant moment of shock to rapidly shoot back across, to the other side of the veil with desperate speed. The dead order then howled out in rage as the flames climbed higher up her body. Immense waves of order erupted from her like a tsunami, blanketing down on the flames that had already covered half of her lower body. "You can cross the veil," she roared with disbelief and fury mixing together. "You sycophantic fuck." Noah looked at her from the safety of the other side with an utterly cold and tyrannical gaze that held no sympathy whatsoever. "Watch your language, O pristine and righteous order," he said with quiet venom. "I told you to make a different choice. You did not. So, now, we share the same affliction." His eyes blazed with satisfaction despite the pain. "I sincerely hope that you have a solution for it." Boom, rageful waves of order erupted like volcanic fury as shockingly, Noah observed seas of white authority trying desperately to press down on the flames that were rising to cover the massive body of the dead order. They were shockingly slowing the advance of the flames from covering her entirely, the civilizational authority of order combating the curse with desperate intensity. Noah could feel the eyes of the dead order vibrating with immense pain and incredulity mixing with absolute rage, and her domineering voice bellowed out in the next moment with a single word that shook the entire domain, Osmont. The roar was primal and furious and filled with a pain she had not experienced in eons. Noah simply watched with cold satisfaction as the dead order experienced the same burning he had been enduring, and he waited to see what choice she would make now. Chapter 4499, At the Darkest Hour 4, as the rage of the dead order became apparent and built to a crescendo, she seemed like she was about to unleash even more words filled with venom and malice, and yet the rising flames of the immolation of the sacrilegious savage caused her to be unable to even do this, as she had to focus entirely on survival. She glared towards Noah with eyes that promised retribution as seas of her authority continued to crash down on the flames with desperate intensity. Noah looked towards Sigrid to confirm something important, and he saw that she had already completely stopped siphoning off the civilizational authority of order. Just in case this would transfer the curse of the living elemental to her as well, Noah looked at the dead order once more through the veil with calm tyranny. "So, I ask you again," he said with measured words. "Do you have a solution to such a curse? You should be able to feel it intimately now." As he said this, he also saw the prompts that flashed before his eyes with brilliant light. "You have carried out a bold action of unsurpassable effort and audacity. Your choices currently cause an existence much more complex than you to feel unbearable pain. by spreading the immolation of the sacrilegious savage to the dead order, you have created a situation of unprecedented consequence. Depending on the result of your actions, you can potentially harvest unfathomable wonders. He simply watched these prompts come and go like waves as he looked at the dead order who gazed at him with eyes of utter malice and suffering combined. She struggled against the flames for a long moment before speaking through gritted teeth, her voice dripping with hatred. Only the civilizational authority can go against the civilizational authority, she said with cruel finality. You are not at that level. You are far from that level, and as of now, you will never reach that level. You could go past septillions, octillions, nonillions, and even decillions in complexity and purity, and you, Osmond, would not reach the. Her expression twisted with spiteful satisfaction despite her pain. All the efforts you have made, the grand civilization you have been trying to build, all of it will crumble even before the fallout happens. And I will be waiting for that patiently, Osmond. I will be waiting for your complete cession and collapse that you will carry out with your own hands when the pain you feel becomes unbearable. Her voice rose to something like triumph through the agony. Rejoice, Osmond. Rejoice, for your death is coming. Her expression turned utterly spiteful and hateful towards the end, and after she finished these words she waved her hands with tremendous effort. A white veil emerged to surround her completely, blocking off any view of her brilliance and figure as if she did not even wish to look at him while she fought against the encroaching the immolation of the sacrilegious savage. Noah looked at the scene in silence as behind him the figure of Sigrid asked with desperation in her voice, "What can I do?" And the answer to this as Noah continued to burn was a calm and simple, "Nothing." It's okay. His eyes burned brightly as he thought of her answer echoing in his mind. Only the civilizational authority can go against the civilizational authority. He closed his eyes and the scene of this ethereal domain, of the space between spaces, faded away as his focus came once more to his body that was within the cultivation citadel. He strained as his legs and arms trembled with effort, and he only managed to stand upright while bearing the flames through sheer tyrannical will. In the next moment, the figure of the infiniverse made her descent, and she actually came. Bearing gifts in her hands, she voiced out with shining eyes, Elindra provided these gifts from the first farmer. As the first course of action for his civilization, he planted seeds of effort that bore the fruits of effort. She held them forward reverently. Consuming such a fruit will grant one the harvest of effort that they have been putting in across existence from the day they were born. The screaming the moment you arrived into the world in that hospital. As your mother cried in happiness and clutched you and held you. As your heart beat furiously and as your lungs sought air. As your teeth formed and grew, as your body and organs continued to develop. As you went through schools in the effort of communicating with others. As your first love turned you down because you were not enough. As you went through an apocalypse and lost your mother. As you awakened and made the effort to cast your very first fireball. All the effort since the day you were born. As she said this with a sense of hope, she threw these fruits of effort to him. Noah managed to grab them with trembling hands, his steady gaze filled with tyranny looking at them as he nodded with understanding. Give my thanks to the first farmer, Noah said with genuine gratitude despite the pain. Thereafter, he opened his mouth unnaturally wide and swallowed the entirety of the first fruit of effort in a single gulp before he proceeded to do the same with the others in rapid succession. Effort. It took a great deal of effort to be who he was since the day that he was born. Noah felt the vibrant fruits of effort bloom across his existence as everything began to shake and tremble with accumulated power. His existence was currently surrounded by an array of harvests all around him, with the harvests of encroaching upon the primordial civilization of elemental being immense and still being gathered. His architect's bulwarks would undoubtedly advance and reach a glorious stage of achievement from all of this harvest, and right now, as he sensed the fruits of effort dissolving into his existence, his eyes began to flicker with memories as he sensed the very first breath that he took the day that he was born. As he began to feel all that effort accumulating, he spoke with commanding authority. All the effort of my existence from the day that I was born, from when I was even in my mother's womb. Let all of that effort flow into persevering and surviving and coming up with a solution for the immolation of the sacrilegious savage. All the effort of his existence even before he was born, his existence began to buzz with accumulated power as even while scorching flames tore apart every single cell and every atom. Even as his existence continued to be battered by a pain that other existences could not handle for a second, his existence began to vibrate and resonate as verdant gold light permeated all around him in waves of increasing intensity. All your principles surge with unprecedented brilliance. Retroactive harvesting of perpetual harvest has been activated. Harvest of intent has been activated, the laborer's paradise multiplies all efforts at this moment by 1,000 times, primus singularity has been activated, hardship dissolution of the principle of arcana infinitum has been activated, the cheating architect has called upon the developmental console of your existence, the ultimate feature of existential mod support has been triggered. Existential mod support can manifest concepts or weavings not currently present in observable existence. You are attempting to birth something new. Noah read through all of these prompts as they all burned with an unfathomable amount of effort and utter pristine glory. He felt all of his 5 principles burn with a light that almost exceeded the crimson gold flames that were excruciatingly burning him. Almost, and as all of this effort gathered and concentrated, as every ounce of effort from even before he was born burned for this singular moment in time, the one thing that remained constant within him burned furiously the most, his blue gold mana. His primus mana, how infinitely grand they were was its own infinite effort. Mana is behind countless weavings of existence itself, mana is behind pain, mana is behind change, mana is behind mutations, mana is behind evolution, mana is behind adaptation. Fundamental truth, mana dictates that if an answer does not exist in observable existence, mana can simply be the source that brings a new answer to fruition. Existential mod support agrees with this assessment. A glorious mutation is underway, a glorious evolution is underway. The civilizational authority resistance has begun to bloom within your existence. The organ of civilization seeks to bloom within your existence. BOM, Chapter 4500, Dawn I, the civilizational authority resistance, the organ of civilization. Noah heard these words booming across his existence while he felt the immense amplified effort across his being, from the moment he was born and even before, all flowing towards this singular purpose. What was this? He analyzed the concept with cold logic even as his existence burned. He was too far away from the. Even though complexity and purity could not be considered the immense factors in attaining the, even though right now he was in the septillions, he instinctively knew that he was truly far away from the next scale of existence, so for him to be awakening anything that had capital D in the name was utterly astounding, and the only way that it made sense was through the simple words that echoed in his mind. Only the civilizational authority can go against the civilizational authority, the glorious evolution that all of his accumulated effort was seeking to impose could only have something with the in it or it would have been ineffective against the curse. The logic was sound. Existence itself was confirming it. So at this moment, as Noah felt the excruciating pain of burning across the entirety of his existence, he observed as the immense amplified effort of his entire life caused a singularity to bloom, this singularity was unique. This singularity was colorless, like concentrated quintessence itself. And it bloomed at the very center of his brain, nestled in the space between thought and being. It felt extremely delicate and intricate as he examined it with his inner senses. Any single thing that could possibly go wrong would cause everything to collapse. The structure was fragile, newly born, struggling to maintain coherence, and yet, Noah felt unfathomable amounts of effort and civilizational authority of mana and hunger flow into it like rivers feeding an ocean. And the moment that it was fully formed, he couldn't help but gasp as sensation overwhelmed analysis for a brief moment. This point of colorless brilliance began to feel like a fundamental part of his existence, as natural as his heartbeat or the flow of primus mana through his channels. And at this moment, he observed something remarkable. The crimson gold flames that were burning him and permeating across his existence could not find their entry into this colorless brilliance. It became the only part of his existence that was not affected by the curse from the living elemental, and the moment it emerged, a sensation of coolness erupted from it like a wave washing across a shore. It spread across his existence with gentle but persistent force, and it made the excruciating pain slightly less excruciating, slightly more bearable. It was not relief, not truly, but it was the difference between drowning and keeping one's head above water. As Noah felt this sensation and catalogued it with careful precision, new prompts bloomed before his vision. The organ of civilization is forming. There are countless ways to attain the distinction, countless paths to enter the civilizational scale of existence. As of this moment, you are embarking on your own novel way as your primus mana has paved the path alongside immense effort and harvest to bring something new into what is considered observable existence. The organ of civilization has bloomed within your existence. Classification, it can be considered akin to a stairway towards the civilizational scale of existence. Warning, it is novel and unproven. Its development will be guided by you in how it forms and evolves. It sits at a core component of your existence. Any mistakes in its cultivation would mean the immediate collapse of your existence. Current effect, with the organ of civilization forming, you have gained 1% the civilizational authority resistance. The immolation of the sacrilegious savage can now be withstood with slightly less excruciating pain, but the pain still persists at a high intensity. The organ of civilization is inherently connected with your primordial civilization of mana and hunger. It will advance and form its identity as your civilization progresses. Resource requirement analysis indicates it will need an immense amount of resources and harvest for any advancement, scaled to the quality of infinity inherent in your primus mana. 1% the civilizational authority resistance. This was the cooling sensation he felt in a sea of excruciating pain that still occurred, but now the difference was measurable. Quantifiable. Noah raised his hand with deliberate slowness, testing the change. Gloriously, it did not tremble from the pain as he stood on the surface of the cultivation citadel. His entire existence was still being burned by crimson gold flames, but at this moment, he did not tremble. His eyes flashed with a sense of solemnity as he looked inward, examining the space in his brain where the organ of civilization lay. He could barely perceive its circular shape and the colorless brilliance that reminded him of pure quintessence, but it felt like an endless black hole that would take everything he could feed it, and its results would be unfathomably immense. When the living elemental cursed his existence with such malice and certainty, never could he have possibly dreamed that Noah would somehow gain this as a byproduct, could he? The irony was not lost on Noah. The curse had forced him to evolve. The pain had created the path forward, and now that it did bloom, now that he saw a light at the end of a horrendously dark tunnel, he would barrel towards this light with relentless speed until one day he would make the living elemental feel like collapsing his own existence, because even though he persevered, even though what he felt right now was still excruciating but slightly more bearable, his existence had still risen up with the thought multiple times of surrender. Maybe if I collapsed myself, I could escape this pain. The thought had risen multiple times like a demon whispering in his ear, and he had crushed it down every time. Only by will. And will alone. He hated that any existence could cause him to feel such a sensation. He hated that he had been brought so low, forced to consider ending himself just to escape torment. He would rectify this. He would pay this forward with interest compounded over eons. The living elemental could count on it. Noah stood straighter on the cultivation citadel, his body still wreathed in flames but no longer trembling. He observed the weight of existence pressing down on him from this place, noted how it interacted with the curse and his newly formed organ. Everything was data. Everything was a variable to be measured and understood, and understanding, he had learned, was the first step to victory. Knowledge continued to be key. He looked up towards where the infiniverse hovered above, watching him with those eyes of golden light.